in the blue at the end of the sky. Keeps our secrets when we know where to go, when we see the signs. Colors, trust, and roots. When we ignite, the world's left behind. Fading blue, caught up in a haze chasing view. Calling me to stay in the making you my satellite. Made it through the afterlife. ever since I met you, babe. I've been up, down, every way. You started fires, I'm afraid that I can't leave, can't walk away. I knew you was trouble, babe. I know you think my heart's a game. I saw that hunger on your face, the lioness and I'm the prey. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying one more night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. Looks so but danger never looks so good. Danger never looks so good. Your eyes know just what they want, like amazing inside I'm lost. I try to climb, escape these walls, but every time we touch I fall. Oh, please tell me what to do. Is this a test set down from you? She comes in hot, then leaves me cold. I'm always coming back for more. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying one more night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. But danger never looks so starting with a whisper. I know I'll find it hard to lose, counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been in the fire a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
to the beautiful city of Busan for the wireless warfare near the water. It is T1, it is KT, single elimination, best of 5. Dagon here alongside Oxenwood did to break things down as we set up the next step in the road to MSI.
I mean, we already had Game 5 reverse sweep banger. We've already had one day, where we got as much excitement as we could have. And I just feel like we're going to get so much fun out of these 3 days.
I mean, it's Telecom War, and it's happening again. I mean, it's just so good. All the storylines that we have, and also the yesterday, it was just so fantastic. And I have no doubt that it's gonna even better today.
Definitely not, as these two teams know each other very, very well. Not only in League of Legends, but throughout multiple different esports titles, throughout Korean esports history. These two teams always find a way to battle it out. Speaking of battling it out, KT still looking for a battle. They have yet to lose a match, a single game in rounds 1 and 2 as they took care of D+ and Nongshim 3-0.
I think even the most optimistic believers in KT, I still would have expected more of a challenge for them on this road up here. The fact that they managed to go 3-0 in both those matchups, kind of crazy. It just shows the form, the level they've reached in the second half of the season we've had so far in round 2, and that they've managed to maintain in this run through the road to MSI.
Yeah, I mean, as many of you saw yesterday match, past performance is important, but I think it's all about how you adapt to the stage that you're playing in front of many crowds. And I think it's all about how you adapt on that situation. And I feel like it's going to be really close. And I think it's going to be different as well. I think it's going to be different result that the people think right now.
Oh, it did. Doing a little bit of future telling there. Well, let's start in the past by taking a look at the history of best of 5 between these two storied organizations. We're looking back a decade, literally a decade ago. 15 summer finals, 3-0. If you're a KT fan, there are 2 series that jump out at you. One, 18 spring, the last time that they won with Score and Mata, who are both somehow tied into this series. And then, of course, when KT, the #1 seed, picked T1 and lost as the #1 seed back in 23.
I think the real heartbreak is how many close series there have been in recent history that have gone over to T1 every single time in those recent ones, despite it being a lot of 3-2s and that 3-1. Close, but still T1 favored every single time.
I mean, who could have predicted HLE could lead 2-0 against Genji, you know? And I think no one can actually predict correct today, but I feel like, I don't know, it's really about how you prepared well about the Phillies draft. Because yesterday it was all about the draft, and I feel like the one had creative idea had the lead in the draft. So we're gonna see.
Yeah, Jisun has something to say about that. She did get the prediction right yesterday. As we take a look at the points of the match for today, it is KT, the roller coaster, only going up. It is a crazy, crazy ride for KT roller coaster goers, because usually it's up, down, ends on a down. But no, it has been all up since round 2. And as we take a look at the highlights, it started with the biggest down, the KT LCK Roadshow, where they got bopped by T1.
I mean, it was a while ago now, but you think back to round 1, and there were a lot of calls like, okay, this KT roster, we need to change things. There was players being moved down to the challengers rosters, talk about what are we going to do for next year, you know, can this be redeemed? You look at the win rate on the Noxus patch, there wasn't any talk of redemption. It didn't seem possible, but the turnaround, they had 76.7% win rate on the Ionia patch. This was that loss they had against Team 1 on their home ground, that devastating defeat. After that, though, they turned it around to such a massive degree.
Yeah, the meta shift definitely helped them a lot, especially when there is no objective traits. It's really simple one-way macro. Kaz already mentioned that when there was 6 grubs, it was complicated to think about how to deal with the tempo. All you need to do is like just control the objective to the objective. I feel like there's no hesitation at all about you trading the Drake with the grubs. Now it's more simple, and that's what Kaz like to do. That's what KT likes to do. That's why we call it Kaz meta.
Yes, and I like that you bring up the Kaz meta, because it has been not only the team play, but the individuals as well. At the beginning of this highlight, it was casting that was in. Also, we got to see the different duck. It was Paduk instead of Duck Dom that was in. Earlier in the season, it was Wei, not Peter. But then KT have locked on in they've been perfect in the top lane and across the last several matches, D+ and Nongshim. They have looked really, really good, and now they got to awaken and get past some of these demons in the past.
I think that's the thing, you know, a meta shift definitely helped them so much, but so many players have to step up individually and really just change how they're performing to really get them to this level, to the fact that not only were they competing with the top teams and taking some massive victories, but to the point where they're in the conversation to make it to MSI.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons why they are, and so is T1, is the top lane. New man in the top lane for T1, not new anymore. Perfect lost his spot, got it back, along with some swagger, and he's looked really good. Great quote from Perfect. I learned a lot from Doran back when I was a trainee. It's time to beat him on the big stage. The question is, will his run of form be able to continue to hold up against one of the most tenured top laners in the league?
I mean, in my opinion, Perfect took an honest look at himself. So except for a few champions, it's hard to expect big plays from him. But these days, he's picking the meta champions like Sion and Ornn. They are helping the team comp, like building up the team comp. So it's really easy to have the clear positive impact for the team. And I think we could see it, him sacrificing himself for the team and for the lane swap, which means that you give some waves to your AD carries and he can actually farm it up. Even if you're behind, you're still really valuable in the team fights, and I think that helps the team to actually grow up as a team around the AD carries.
And I think a lot of conversations around Doran, you know, especially early in the season when the team was struggling, were like, hey, we should put this guy on tanks, we should play around bot lane. But if you actually look at the champions he's been playing, he's had a lot of success on the carries. His Gwen in particular, they've had some great performances there. So I actually think Doran has been having results on those. And I think a big pick in this matchup is particularly the Rumble that Perfect's had so much success on. I think Doran could look to deny that away from him, remove it from the series. I think that one is one they should have some focus on definitely in this matchup.
Yeah, the Ornn and Sion, only losses in only 2 games compared to Perfect, who has been able to play that and find a lot of success on it. And we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the superstar role here. Down on the bottom side of the map, it is the KT roller coaster finding some success with Peter, who has been the darling of the second half of the season so far by KT, and the Gumayushi carry drama continues to roll on, this time in an upswing.
Yeah, I think bot lane is really connected on the Cuz meta, the Drake macro. So you have to get the early priority to do the first Drake, and I think it's really easy to just swap to the top lane to get the grubs. So all that matter is just to get the early priority in the bot lane, and then I think the game gets a lot easier. And I think KT found a way to just get the early priority in the bot lane, into the Drake, into the top lane. I think they just figured out how to macro with the jungler as well. So I feel like both the bot laners are just helping the team a lot, while T1's bot lane is actually struggling in the lanes. I feel like Guma and Keria is known as the lane bully bot duo, but I don't see them winning the bot lane that much nowadays. So I feel like that's the reason why T1 was struggling to find out the way to snowball from the early game, while KT is actually doing actively. You can see it from the replay as well. Perfect is just holding the wave and just resetting for his AD carry. I mean, he's also trying to kill the champion as well. So I think that gives a lot of snowball for your AD carry, especially when Doctam is popping off this meta.
Yeah, doing a lot of work to set up for the team. I think if you'd said going into this year, you know, the matchup of Guma Carrier into Dr. and Peter, you would instantly assume, right, Guma Carrier are going to be able to smash that. But I think the recent form of the KT bot lane, it's been so different to what expectations we're going into this year. A lot of focus has been on the mid jungle of KT, but Dr. and Peter, I think, have really impressed with their ability in the 2v2, but also just their team fighting and how they've carried that on later in the game.
Yeah, and we'll have to keep an eye out for that, because we saw that on display in Game 1 yesterday, Gen G versus Hanwha, where it felt like Gen G were falling a little bit behind in the swaps that Hanwha were setting up. Speaking of key players, let's take a look at some of these stats, because it has been a resurgence for Duckdom. He had a terrible LCK Cup. Round 1 started finding some footing, and then in round 2, look at those stats all the way up and down. Yes, it's in wins, but he's having so much confidence, and it's showing in his play.
So yeah, Degon, you already mentioned that KT got relieved from their second division players as well, like casting, subbing in, and also another dog is coming in for the KT. I feel like that helped a lot, but to be honest, for T1, I don't think like subbing in Smash helped them as a team because I feel like it made the confusion about like how they want to play around. So I feel like KT had the better idea with their roster, the full roster. So I feel like after that, Dogtam finally get his form back, helping KT obviously.
All right, well, that has been a huge, huge setup here. Now on the bottom side of the map, we got to also take a look at Keria, who has a champion Ocean. He plays everything. We know he can play everything. Obviously, the meta revolved around him over the last 2 years. This season, he's had to now change his playstyle because he's had 2 different types of AD carries playing for him.
I always feel like this is a point of interest whenever we get deeper into Phyllis, and especially yesterday we saw it go into 5 games. It was a real test for players. I think particularly support. As we start to remove a lot of the engaged supports, you get options, things like the Elisa Nico being those sort of, providing the CC to set up fights while also being lane bullies. But I think Keria is a player who has such a wide berth of champions he can pick and styles he can lean into that can be a real asset for the team, especially in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I just really like his champion pool. He's the guy that he made support look really can be a carry, He plays a lot of AD carries on the support role, but I feel like he's not really doing that much for the team at this point. But in this kind of series, he's the guy who can carry as a support role, and I'm expecting him to pull off something from him, especially with the champion, also about his macro in the early game.
And now here in Busan, I was able to take a walk out earlier today, and the fans were great yesterday, but the fans were early and often today, over 5,000 people here, and we haven't even kicked off the match yet, as those fans will rise when the junglers make some plays. We've talked a lot about the Cuz meta, but let's not forget, Owner is one of the best to do it and has been the shining star of this T1 roster throughout all of the turbulent changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think because these stats are for round 2 in the tiebreaker, and Cuz has just been phenomenal in round 2. I think he's been the best performing jungler in round 2, but despite the fact that T1, I think, had some struggles towards the latter end of round 2, still you can see both of these junglers have been in phenomenal form, and I think this matchup is so hype. Whichever jungler gets the edge is going to have such an impact in this series. It's going to be such a boon for their team, and I think these two at the top of their game are just 2 of the best junglers in the world.
Yeah, they are known as consistent junglers, and I think whenever they are losing, I can still see that like they are trying to win the game, and I feel like I already mentioned that yesterday. It's really normal to just full clear into objective, full clear into the gank. So I feel like you have to bring something into the jungle pathing, something like you just flash into the pit or flash into the jungle still, Because yesterday Canyon, he did a lot of stills in objective, and I think that made the difference, right? Even though without the setup, if you have the jungler who can just steal the objective every single time, then he can actually win the game. So I feel like it's all about how you control the objective.
Yeah, Chovy got the POM, but Canyon definitely had a couple of votes as well, and I think it was because of the way that he performed and dictated the pace of the game in those victories, which is a huge, huge thing here. Dan, we got a little bit of time here, so I wanted to ask, we win over every single role. What is the most important role to you, do you feel like?
To me, I think it is, we talked about it a bit there, but the jungle, I think, is so impactful in this one because obviously, you're able to impact the lane so heavily, but also the objective control we've seen yesterday was such an important factor. Stacking up those early drakes can be such a massive one, but also, we saw how much impact you can have on the lanes early on. If you have laners performing well, you can impact that, really turn the tides of it and setting up for those early objectives. So I think especially when both of these junglers are so closely matched, if one of them can just get the edge on the other, you set up some early plays, you find some ganks, it can really turn the tides in their favor.
All right, now you've heard from us here. Let's hear from the coaches who've been preparing for this match for quite some time.
2025 LCK 로드2 MSI 4라운드 경기를 앞두고 있는 양팀 감독님들 모시고 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. 감독님들 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 인사 먼저 부탁드립니다. 김정균 감독님.
네, 안녕하세요. T1 감독 꼬마 김정균입니다.
고동빈 감독님도요.
네, 안녕하세요. KT 로이스터 팀의 감독 고동빈입니다.
네, 부산에서 성사된 통신사 매치인 만큼 정말 많은 팬분들이 기대하고 있는데요. 4라운드에서 서로를 만나게 된 소감 여쭙겠습니다.
부산에서 이렇게 좋은 경기장, 좋은 무대에서 경기를 뛸 수 있게 돼서 굉장히 기쁘게 생각하고 있습니다.
또 이렇게 좋은 경기장에서 또 T1이라는 강팀을 만나게 됐는데 좋은 경기 할 수 있게 될 것 같아서 네, 좋은 것 같습니다.
동빈 감독님, KT가 로드2 MSI 1, 2라운드 모두 3대0 완승, 엄청난 기세로 여기까지 올라왔는데요. 어떻게 이렇게 계속해서 상승세를 이어갈 수 있었을까요?
저희가 시즌 초에 좀 많이 부진했었다 보니까 선수들도 그렇고 강코진도 그렇고 다 같이 좀 많이 노력해서 많이 경기력 자체가 우상향하고 있다고 생각돼서 그렇게 기세가 좋게 여기까지 온 것 같습니다.
이런 KT의 기세를 쭉 봐오셨잖아요. 어떤 점이 가장 경계되셨을지도 궁금합니다.
네. 최근에 이제 KT가 패배 없이 승리로 다 이제 여기까지 올라오게 됐는데 제일 좀 신경 쓰이는 부분은 이제 저도 기세라고 생각하는데 솔직히 기세 같은 부분은 이제 경기 시작하면은 크게 의미가 없다고 생각해요. 저희 팀 선수들이 이제 워낙 많은 부분을 준비했기 때문에 그냥 이제 우리 팀 경기력이 굉장히 좋게 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
네, 그렇다면 감독님들께서는 오늘 가장 주목해야 할 라인이 어디인지도 궁금한데요. 김정균 감독님부터 부탁드리겠습니다.
이제 바텀이 좀 좋게 나올 거라고 생각하고 있습니다.
1위 이제 시드 결정전을 봤을 때는 미드가 되게 중요하다고 생각해서 오늘 미드 라인이 중요할 것 같습니다.
네, 그렇다면 두 감독님이 생각하시는 오늘의 스코어도 궁금해집니다. 김정균 감독님부터 스코어 예상 부탁드립니다.
네, 3대2 예상하고 있습니다.
3대1 T1 승리 예상하고 계시군요. 고동빈 감독님은요?
저희도 3대1 예상하고 있습니다.
두 팀 감독님들 모두 3대1을 예상해 주셨습니다. MSI 진출 가능성을 이어가기 위해서는 오늘 꼭 승리를 해야만 하는데요. 최종전에 임하는 각오 한마디씩 들어보고 싶습니다.
마지막 경기에 패배해서 이제 팬분들이 굉장히 좀 이제 슬퍼하셨을 것 같은데 이제 기간이 좀 있어서 정말 열심히 많이 준비했고요. 오늘 경기 또 승리해서 팬분들 웃게 해드리겠습니다.
오늘 경기를 이겨야 또 내일 경기를 할 수 있기 때문에 저희가 이번 시즌 더 많은 경기 할 수 있도록 오늘 경기도 꼭 이기겠습니다.
네, 감독님들의 각오처럼 양팀 모두 최선을 다해서 후회 없는 경기 펼치시길 바라면서 감독님 두 분과의 인터뷰 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Great to hear from Unbin and the coaches. Crazy that the last time that they won, that coach was part of the team. What did I asked earlier, Ox's key player. Who's your key player today?
We didn't talk about the mid lane that much, but we saw Chobi picking up TF and Zoe was impactful, and I think that's going to be really important as well to pick up some creative picks like Zoe and TF. I just want to see something from BDD and Faker as well.
All right, prediction time, y'all. As didn't do so good. I got the right one, but I was off by one. I'm going T1 here. There's something about the magic and T1 in this stadium. The calls that happened last time that they were here. It is not the LCK versus the LPL. It is T1 versus the LPL, and they love those odds. That was the last time that they were here. Dan?
Me, I am going for KT.
Oh, he's a
And the
roller coaster
reason is,
rider.
I'm a big believer right now in Cuz and BDD. I mean, I've got some clips for you,
Okay.
some highlights of
Can't
some
wait.
recent
Okay.
performances. This was in the matchup up against D+. Some of the plays they pulled off to get that win, to get that 3-0. I think Cuz and BDD, their performances, they're just capable of doing magic. This game in particular, they were so far behind at points, pulling off engages, pulling off plays, pulling out of thin air advantages that I just didn't think were possible. I think the level these two have shown is just unreal. And honestly, I think the only mid-jungle in better form than these two right now, they're already qualified for MSI. They got their ticket yesterday, so I don't think there's anyone left who can match them right now, which is great for KT. And this is another example, BDD on the Syndra, where he manages to stun every single member of BNK4X who is still alive just here in a moment. And I just think BDD can't be stopped right now.
Dang, Peanut and Zeka would like to have a word with you. They are still in the tournament, but I like your point.
I said what I said.
Yeah, you said what you said. Base Docs in the chat, everyone. Or I guess Sausage if you think otherwise, like myself. All right, Wadid, your turn. Is it a roller coaster desk?
Ox, I have an answer for you. Don't forget about the Faker's magic. He's the king of the tournament. And here's some clips that I can show. The things we professionally analyzed today in the pre-show, of course they matter, but T1 has always shown something unexpected that goes beyond analysis. it's not just luck once or twice. I think they've always been like that. Like, I can't ignore the T1 magic this time either. So that unexplainable magic, the super plays, the rise of the heroes, I'm looking forward to seeing that once again today.
You know what I gotta ask for, Did? This is road to what?
Road to MSI.
Yeah, it's not road to Worlds. A little bit early.
Oh man, you got the point. But still, you know, when it goes to the match that is really important and that matters, and I feel like T1 is full of experienced player, and I don't see any chance of like perfect or the bot lane to win against T1's players. That's
Wow.
how I feel.
Is that how you felt when Nongshin played against the bot lane too? Because Jiwoon Lands had a pretty good day last time that we saw T1.
That's different organization. We got T1 here with 5K audiences. So I feel like even though KT look really strong right now, I just still believe in T1 magic. And whenever I say like, oh man, T1 recent form looks really bad, they always somehow bounce back with the tournament spirit. So I feel like this time around, I have to trust T1. That's all I have.
My feeling, and the reason why I picked it so close, is the blue side, because red side has been pretty brutal in terms of win rate, as well as Perfect being on the big stage against Doran. As much as we knocked Doran, he's been in these moments a ton. As you take a look, red side, 91%. 91%.
Yeah, but that's, you know, there's a caveat to this. The reason it's skewed so heavily is because there was the 3-0s, right? Because KT was on red side, and then they just won on red side, you know? So how much weight do we put on that? I don't know. KT just did a lot of winning on red side.
Yes, they definitely did. Again, it has been such a great build-up for this series. KT being in great form. T1, the back-to-back world champs. You know all of these players on this roster, and you know this matchup. 5,000 strong here in the Busan Stadium here at Sajik Indoor Gymnasium, and they are going to be so loud. It has been an early start, and it's been rocking since. One of the best entries in all of esports. They'll be walking down the middle. T1 versus KT. Another installation of the telecom war starts right now.
사실 좀 제가 좀 안 좋았어서 왜 이러지라는 생각이 좀 많이 들었던 걸로 기억합니다.
Durable, and now Shiu dives in. My God, the AoE is absurd. Perfect goes golden, but that means that he just has to watch as the rest of his team dies.
그때는 좀 제가 휘둘렸던 경우가 대다수인 것 같은데 다시 1군으로 올라왔을 때는 이제 저 스스로 좀 그래도 휘둘리지 않고 줏대 있게 하자라는 생각이 좀 강해졌던 것 같습니다.
물질! 아니, 케이크가 올라가는데요! 퍼펙트! 좀 재다가 그럼 한번 지르면 그냥 따라가요! 왜 이렇게 침착해요? 진짜 KT 롤스터 한때는 지하에 있었죠. 하지만 우주로 그리고 나서 다시 부산으로 쭉쭉 갑니다. 다음 역은 부산이에요!
농심전 승리 인터뷰를 봤었는데
현준이 형한테 제 연습생 때 초반에 많은 걸 배워가지고 그때도 이제 생각했던 게 현준이 형과 이제 큰 무대에서 한번 겨루고 싶다라는 생각이었는데 좋은 기회를 얻은 것 같아서
승민이가 많이 컸더라고요.
일, 2라운드 때 퍼펙트 선수 없는 KT를 이겼는데 있어도 달라질 게 없다는 걸 오늘 보여주겠습니다.
부산에서 하나 더 잡고 해동전은 진출하겠습니다.
사실 KT는 지나가는 과정이라고 생각하고요. 부산에 있는 동안 다 이겨서 MSI 진출하겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk here at the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium. I'm Atlas, I'm joined by Chronicler, as we are looking to get into this best of 5 telecom war. Oh my goodness, we've got clean teeth, we've got some salt bung enjoyers there. It's Gumyushi has a little bit of a snack before the match. Everyone's ready, but I want to go back to that video.
No, the roller coaster.
Oh my, and the roller
coaster.
The
goosebumps.
Oh,
as perfect.
So
Looks up. The redemption arc of this man in this season has been impeccable. And then we're both like, oh my god, we're so happy. And then it's followed up by Dokdam, who's, by the way, also been having a resurgence, just making sure he's clean. Just like his gameplay.
Yeah, and Peter's falling asleep. Dokdam's telling people how to get to the stage. It was absolutely fantastic. Maybe a little bit of whiplash there, but I'm really glad we also got to have a bit of a chat with Score and Coma before we got into it, of course. Thank you so much for that one, Spaces. Let's dive into the predictions before we talk about the coaches, because this could be a bit of a contentious one. Let's have a look.
This is close. This is good.
Yeah, no, so we needed to have perfect synergy on this side.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, no, we had 4 and 4 on the global side, which is balance. Unfortunately, that balance has been broken.
A little bit, but I think
4-2
this,
on the other side.
I think this is okay.
Tolerable.
It's close enough. You know, it's not perfect. It should have been 7 and 7.
Yeah.
This is not that high.
This is actually kind of absurd.
This is worrying. Okay.
Yeah.
T1, although, nice job on the 69%. I gotta say, that's not what we're used to seeing, and I think it is warranted. One team has all the momentum of the world on their side, but at the same time, T1 have had a long break. And that can be really good, or that can really take the wind out of your sails. And we don't really know yet until we see that game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. And you might have seen that the footage was based on games that T1 played against B&K FearX, for example. A lot of teams that were quite a while ago, because they haven't found too many victories over the last little while. The last week was winless up against Nongshim and HLE. So this is a difficult one. They're going to have to really get back onto the horse, but it has certainly been some time. Let us welcome the teams now as the players are getting ready to make their way into the stadium. Busan is absolutely electric right now. Just having a little bit of a look around, there is every bum on every seat right now. It is absolutely absurd, the amount of people here. As Doran and Perfect, the storylines for today's match is what it kind of feels like here. And they will walk out side by side. Both players different in their own right. Perfect really coming into form, though, at the right time.
And he really has. And him being cognizant of the lack of form he had at the beginning of the split, his commitment to the grind, his training arc in Challengers, as we all know, the best training ground. Incredible. As Doran, start of the year, we were critical. He did not show the domestic performance that we're used to, but I do think in recent weeks that Yorick is a highlight, one of the few players that made us go, oh damn, Yorick is actually kind of insane.
Maybe this pick isn't a trap like we had been seeing prior, as now the jungle is going to make their way out. And yes, the top lane was the story. I think this is going to be the bread to the bread and butter of what this best of 5 comes down to, Cuz versus Owner. And if you had to come to me about 6 weeks ago, right, I would have said, oh, there is absolutely no way Cuz could stand up to this guy. He replaced him for a reason.
And that's true. Owner has still been, over the course of the season, the standout player for T1. I really do believe, even though he tapered off towards the end, without him, they would not be in this place right now. They would have had to fight their way through the lower bracket. This man kept it together because, again, everyone on KT except BDD has had their redemption arc, and this man is no exception. Because finally we're seeing 2023 Cuz again, and that is a pleasure.
Certainly is. And now, let's get to the butter, shall we? Faker versus BDD is going to be so much of what this best of 5 comes down to. And it's going to come down to the clutch factor that Faker always has. This guy, as soon as you count him out, it feels like he gets even better. And this is his home ground. This is where he did it. And now BDD, he has to really step up when it matters most. And that has been a difficulty for this man, dating all the way back to King Zone at MSI, one of the biggest chokes in history.
It's okay, Atlas. It can't hurt us. It's in the past.
I mean, it just did hurt me. I watched the Uzi Hall Legends video. It was so hard.
And right now,
God.
going in, BDD has been performing way better, but as you're saying, we're going to have to see the form of Faker on the day.
Yep, and BDD has to keep going from strength to strength. He's not in the comfort of Lol Park anymore. As Gumayushi versus Dr. Man, this I don't even want to talk about. I'm scared to talk about it, Chronicler.
We don't know.
Well, we don't, but also if we base it on current form, people could say Dr. is looking better, and that I don't want to say in a serious manner right now. I'm scared. I'm too scared.
I'm willing to. Going into this series, we don't know what's going to happen on the day, but we have to give credit to Dr. because he was looking like one of the worst AD carries in the league. And again, it's tired, but it's a redemption arc for him. He's been crazy in round 2. And Guma, obviously, with all the roster shuffles, has made his way back. And I do think has had varying performances, some really good ones, some not so much. And this is the walkout next that I am perhaps most excited for.
Oh, yeah. I really wish it was a swing out, personally.
Is he coming down from the ceiling?
He really has to. The web slinger himself up against Carrier. The man who, I mean, this is his home ground. He is a boy from Busan, and he's looking to collect another big trophy in, well, it's not going to be a trophy, but it's a big ticket here in his home territory. But he's up against Peter, the man that has so much aura, he can actually donate it to the rest of his teammates and still have more than anyone else in this stadium.
Oh, he has an infinite amount.
Oh,
he will just keep on jumping, bringing the hype. And this is, of course, a matchup that historically has been fairly one-sided for T1, but it hasn't been one-sided when it comes to the series. Going back to that crucial 2023 playoffs, even in spring, while that wasn't as crazy as summer, was still insane. And please, please get us to those 10 out of 10 games. I want 5 today as well, Atlas.
We need 15. We just need to make sure, like, I'm sure it costs a lot to rent out the Sajik Indoor Gymnasium,
Hanwha's
right?
there tomorrow. They got us covered.
Well, that's true. That's going to be
so
fine.
So tomorrow is fine. It's today.
Yeah, got to get our money's worth. And so the main thing is get us to 5. So both of these teams just need to win 2. As Faker and BDD, the fist bump to start this one off as the coaches make their way into the booths. We are getting so ready. There's Martyr, and he looks nervous but excited. Sometimes Martyr is actually a good sort of measuring stick for how T1 are feeling. That was scary for KT fans. Martyr's looking confident here today.
And going into a series like this, I also always wonder about the weight of expectations, because when it comes to momentum, obviously KT right now is looking miles better. They had a really strong ending. They are currently 6-0, and yes, DK and Nongshim not on the same level. Although, when you think back to the final week
for T1, yeah, exactly right. That was a 0-2 next to Nongshim.
Exactly. So it makes us wonder. And then on T1, it's always T1, right? Like, just because of the success of this team internationally, because of the narrative weight that this roster carries, everything feels like, with all the amount of discourse there's been, they were third. Atlas. Like, we are not even talking about them barely scraping, but they were third.
KT needed to tiebreak to get into top 5 here in the LCK. So they're barely in the legend group.
If Bro didn't 2-0 DK, KT wouldn't even be here. That might have been actually with Gauntlet, but
KT needed to beat Hummer Life Esports. If they didn't do that, they would just not be here. Or at least they'd have to fight back from the lower
all
bracket.
that build-up, what we want is a 5-gamer.
Yeah.
But I am now, as a very cool Attack on Titan reference, now worrying with all this build-up, Atlas. Can it deliver?
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing.
It must!
It doesn't have to in the first 2 games. We learned that yesterday. The first 2 games can be snooze fest.
Don't be a 2-game Andy.
As long as it turns around in game 3.
Please.
Right? That's what we need to get to. Thankfully, yesterday delivered, and maybe today can do the same thing. So we're not going to be counting any chickens before they hatch, but T1 will be on the blue side to start us off. The most fake stat that we have ever produced here in the LCK was just put up in the pre-show.
And that's Atlas. Atlas saying that.
I know. This was the red side win rate. And the red side was winning so much because teams kept losing to KT. And then they got to choose blue. That's the only reason the red side win rate is so incredibly high, T1 will still be able to use it very well.
We are here in 2025, and Atlas is critiquing the statistics usage in the LCK.
I mean, it's just funny how wrong it is.
I can't believe it. As Rumble, to me, is the standout pick here. If it doesn't get banned, that is 100% going to be the B1. Both Doran and Perfect have been having incredible performances on this. And there it is. Yeah, I'm not too shocked by this because it does limit you as T1 because you are going to have to pick one of the OPs, whereas KT will be able to get two. Victor is still open, which is a pick we've seen Faker heavily gravitate towards. Xin Zhao is still open.
The Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen, Jace. Although we have seen Jace drop a little bit in prio in recent times. Sion is another.
Yeah, this is a dangerous ban. The Gwen being banned away when Sion's up just makes it kind of free here for Doran if he wants to pick it. A lot less that can handle the tank, and they are going to take that one away. Pretty obvious. And so, does Perfect have the Ambessa answer? I was going to say answer, but I was too busy thinking about Ambessa. Just almost said her instead. It has kind of worked on this patch.
There's a few lines of thought, right? You can go for Ornn and just handshake. And
what about the Nidalee?
Well, you can. Well, Nidalee I like as a pickup because Cuz can also play it.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be opposed to that, and then it gives you a flex potential, gives you more time to think about what you want to play.
Oh my! They could even like Nidalee Renekton and then do something like do some Corki in the mid lane.
If you haven't been watching a lot of KT games, Peter is the best Nico in the LCK right now, right? And that is a statement I am very confident in. I think he stands alone in the amount of consistent engages we've seen him get. As this would be kind of a shocking turn of events, the Rise to just come out like that, blind for BDD. Although we do need to know, this is KT, and I know Keen is no longer on the roster, but Perfect has been stepping up. Could this be a Rise top? Could it be a flex? I'm leaning towards no, but I feel like otherwise the blind Rise this early in a fearless draft, I know he's strong, but it feels a little bit like a risk because the Victor is open.
Yep, Victor is just going to be snapped up here by Faker. We know T1 often just like to first pick it. With the Sion up and available, no Trundle there, and no Gwen to answer. It's an understandable pickup, but picking the Victor as soon as they can makes a whole host of sense. As okay, a Nocturne being hovered here by Cuz, probably just going through what he's thinking about. The Jarvan has been his all-time favorite. At this point in time, we know that this guy is a vibes player. He's considering it, but instead it's just going to be a tank off. Here on the top side of the map, Ornn will be locked in.
I actually like this. I think Kalista is certainly going to be banned by T1. I think Kalista Nico is a nightmare to play into. And for Cuz, there are still so many junglers up. Whereas this Ornn, I'm pretty sure is going to get banned if you don't have the opportunity to try and pick it up here. And then you can still go for, like, we've seen the Camille, for example, right? We've seen the Cho'Gath. I think those picks are okay, but in case of Camille, you're a bit more limited in what your draft does, and it does take time for it to get in line. In case of Cho'Gath, I don't think every team really plays around it nearly as well as I feel like it should be obvious when it comes to Cho. He's really not that complicated of a champion.
Yeah, he does hit, gets health back, and then eats.
And that Xayah is that Xayah ban is both obviously comfort for Guma, but also a dead giveaway that they're looking towards a Kalista here, right? Like they are for Kalista, feels like very obvious. Are they gonna ban Braum? Because that is one of the things that can really ruin an Ornn's day.
I think it has to be the Braum ban, because I mean, Nico's already really good into the Braum, so maybe they're thinking they don't want to pick it up. That's why the Alistar ban comes in instead.
But we have seen teams be willing to sack lane, right, just to get the value.
I mean, Lucian Braum actually fits into the T1 composition really comfortably. Putting Victor on solo AP feels fine, right? He does so much AoE that it's still going to be okay. So one final ban to come through here for T1. What are they going to be getting rid of? Stockdarm's champion pool only being attacked a little bit here with that Kai'Sa being taken away. And the Varus will be gotten rid of. So Ezreal's up. Quite a few different things.
Kalista for me is the big one. And maybe they're opting towards a possible Poppy counter or a Poppy pick for carrier, because Poppy is still up. That is one of the picks that obviously does well into the Kalista, particularly when you're matched against her in lane. But even though Poppy is one of those champions that I do think is good against Kalista, trying to play the early levels into a Nico does not sound like a good time.
No, it really doesn't. I still kind of expect T1 to pick the Braum, even if it isn't necessarily going to happen as Gumayushi. This would be some vibes. Instead, goes back to the Corki, which we have seen picked into Kalista in the past. not necessarily the most fun, and not as high value as a Draven that's able to actually cash in against her. Becomes pretty much unplayable from that point on, but a lot less variance in the Corki lock-in, even though bot lane Corki has fallen off a cliff.
And the Corki,
oh my god,
that'd be something. The Corki, to me, is also trying to ensure that the Jarvan value is low, because I do think Cuz was actually looking towards that, and instead it's going to be the Elise to come out here, which I'm not super excited about. I feel like the prio on this pick has dropped off for a very good reason. Of course, it does fall within the Guma and carry out bot lane forte to try and play for lane as heavily. Is Cuz going to go towards that? To me, with the Corki, I do think the Jarvan loses a lot of value. There's still decent targets on the enemy team, but if this was a Senna, I think the Jarvan is a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Because you have a guaranteed way to lock down the enemy AD carry. With the Corki, that's just never going to be the case. And Wukong actually has the reliable backline access, and the team fighting power here on both sides. Scary thing to behold.
It is absolutely ridiculous. The true tanks on the top side of the map, you could say that maybe the range is going to be a bit of a problem. That's why Victor has always done decently well into the Rise, and there's not really anything that can challenge what Faker is going to be able to produce here on the Rift. So that could be a difficulty here for KT, but I'm looking at a whole lot of cohesion here on KT Rolster's side, and they have engaged from just about everywhere.
For T1, I'm looking at the jungle support duo. The combination of Xin Zhao and Elise, I don't think is matched by anything that KT have, particularly in the first 6 levels. Once Wukong gets his ult, once Nico gets her ult, it's a bit more playmaking.
Yep.
But those early levels, if you take a bad skirmish, the amount of burst and CC that's available from those two is a big issue. For me, I need to see how this bot lane plays out. Whoever gets early prio there, I think has an opportunity to run away with the game, because both Elise and Nico want to be making plays.
Yep, and I just want to go back to that little pat on the back from Score Mata there. Of course, teammates in the past have known each other for basically forever. So just really cool to see the camaraderie, even though they are on opposite sides today. Everyone's kind of friends here in the LCK, especially when most players have sort of played with each other, especially if you've been around the LCK for a long time.
Except us, we have a strictly professional relationship.
Oh, 100%.
You and me.
Yeah. No. That's
I just want to make that very clear.
Yeah, that sort of like goes without saying. And now I feel kind of uncomfortable that you brought up even the notion of that being
Well,
a
I
thing.
had to. I need there to be no uncertainty regarding this matter.
I mean, I'm anti-board games, I'm anti-Mario Kart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, not really into any
None
of
of
that. 100%. So we are going to be getting onto the Rift as soon as possible. I'm starting to feel the pings, as we might have a little bit of a delay getting on in, because of course things need to be perfect, right? And perfect is, unless you are perfect himself, it is a difficult thing to be at all times.
Yeah, we make the joke now, perfect is the top laner of KT. We don't have to make it for the rest of the day. Get it out of the way. But hopefully we'll be getting in soon. So many questions going in. I do think both these drafts have very obvious win conditions, right? If you can get your Kalista ahead, obviously is really big to play around. The late game range advantage for T1 is something that I think is a little bit mitigated by how good the engage is with Wukong and Ornn, which does help. Range advantage to me is really the biggest issue when you just don't have a way of actually hard forcing. And let's be real,
when you've got hard forcing in every lane.
Yes.
Yeah, it should
helps
be more
a lot.
possible.
But some of the laning phases, I think for T1 in particular, have been a little bit shaky. And if bot lane starts falling behind, if we don't see Faker step up his performance, because this has been one of his weaker springs. Go back last year, go back to the year before. His form in spring was actually crazy. It wasn't until summer in both years that we started to see some issues with the performance. But again, it's T1 in the best of 5.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is the problem. We have absolutely no gauge. We have no idea. It's been a long, long time that we've seen T1 take to the Rift. The last time it wasn't great, but that feels like months ago, years ago, eons ago. And that doesn't matter now. What matters now is how well you play today. Let's get onto the Rift.
하나, 둘, 셋. KT 하나, 둘, 셋.
KT fans trying to match and actually doing a more decent job than I was expecting. But T1 fans kind of ruling this building right now.
Yeah, they do that pretty consistently, Atlas.
Yeah. When the planet is your home ground, it's just a difficult thing to match. But KT, they're going to do their best. And of course, KT fans know that when the opposite side has louder fans, it's way better for KT because that drowns out the sadness in the back of every KT fan's mind. As Doran on the Lumberjack Scion this time around. Big fan.
Maybe looking for a cheese play. Scion is one of those champions that uniquely gets to have an extended impact level 1, thanks to both how good his Q is, but also his passive. And this is a very deliberate level 1 strategy. We'll see if they fall for it. Because for Perfect, trying to face check any of the brushes early on, you can't really do, right? Because you're playing into Scion, so you need to be very respectful. So it might take a while for them to actually figure out that this Scion is missing.
Well, there's the knock-up from Doran immediately. Doctom trying to get out of there, but Peter, he is just dead. Kerry going to take the long way around as Doctom throws some sticks into him, but that is the value already. And this, it's a tale as old as time. We've seen this Scion play for so many years, but it really, people haven't brought it out all that often until now.
And because of the experience that with the TP Doran got, he's barely behind. He'll be behind a little bit, but he's not going to be bothered. The kill also went over to Elise, and if there was one support where you're fine with getting an early kill, it's definitely the Elise. And Peter, him dying, it's rough. It's good for T1, but it's not the end of the road. But Doctom not having sums, that's a big deal.
Man, this is...
I
couldn't believe that he even got Doctom there as he was right on the edge. That Q, man, the hitbox, it's kind of Nautilus-esque. As BDD just saying it's okay. It's a bit of an accident. We're going to be okay.
As you would expect from the leader of the team.
Yeah, if you slip on some cheese, it's okay, you know? Just get back up, back on the horse.
It's not what cheese is for, but it happens to everyone.
Yeah.
You know, you made a nice cheese plate, and there's a stray piece of cheese on the floor.
Yeah, and there's always more cheese on the plate. It's fine. You don't need to worry about it. And that's what KT are going to attempt, but it's a good start so far for T1, especially in this lane where things can be difficult. As of course, Nico Kalista, we haven't really spoken about it too much, but we've seen this combination used many, many times. That of course really helps when Nico wants to go for psycho engages.
Oh yeah.
Because you always have that added safety, but it's also very strong in the lane. And we're seeing here that they do have a little bit of shove. Shape Splitter coming on through there. As Perfect playing out this top lane relatively well thus far, as you can see, about half a wave in advantage. And Cuz just going to be farming things out. Same thing can be said for Owner, who's looking for his first reset. So outside of that little kerfuffle in the bottom lane, not too much more to report. And I expect that that is going to continue. We might need know, some lull state content for this game, because I imagine both teams are pretty comfortable just scaling up.
Cuz is back on an award is being shown here, so they have a really, really good idea of what his pathing is going to be like for like the next 2 minutes, unless he changes it up.
Oh dear, Doctom could be in a little bit of trouble here, as Kumiushi with the Gatling gun, but does take a fair bit of damage from that Rend as Doctom makes his way out. A little bit aggressive as Owner moves in just to help shove out this wave. Doran with 0 blue stuff, and so not going to be too much to worry about.
Yeah, and Owner obviously knows there's no risk of a counter gank, not only because well, Cuz is Wukong pre-6, but also because they spotted him on the back, and he needs to clear his camps. So a little opportunity there to make the lane a little bit easier for Doran, who hasn't decided to actually back yet, but he's Scion, right? And the Ornn this early on, not really going to be a big threat. And neither is the Wukong. If it's the Jarvan, then you definitely need to play more respectful, but not the case here. We do see, though, BDD looking for a possible roam. Does get spotted, but they are quite low. Guma has his sums, but I think they can look to dive here.
I mean, he's just walking in. The Rune Prison is going to be so powerful as flashes come out everywhere, and there is another kill onto Doctom to start this one off. A 1-for-1, but T1 will 100% take that. Both summoners do come out of the Corki, but still, that is a great trade as T1 stands strong in the bottom lane.
They did get Guma sums, though, so that is a big win for KT. Opportunity to, later on, either with throwing Peter in, or Cuz, once he gets a Cyclone, as Cuz also caught the mid-wave and now tried to put it in as best a position for BDD. BDD obviously will be missing a little bit as Faker is going to shove it out, but so we take another look here. There's not that much of a wave, so KT kind of need to go. Guma flashes, ensures that he doesn't get hit, and the immediate burst from both the Corki and the Electrocute Elise is more than enough. If Doctom had his sums, maybe he lives there, but thanks to the earlier level 1 from Doran, not going to be the case.
Yeah, it was an optimistic dive, just with the low health bar of the Kalista, but the fact that they do manage to at least get a kill in trade is kind of all right. You can see it's still 350 in the lead for Gumayusi, though, on this Corki, moving closer and closer to that Trinity Force. 2-item spikes are what we're going to be talking about for both of these 80 carries. So we'll see who's going to be able to get there in time, as Carrier making his way out, and that Control Ward not going to see the Elise, who does poke her head out now. There is the CC eaten, but Perfect taking so much damage here underneath the turret. And Carrier off to the side. Here's the Ornhorn, though, is Perfect looking for the angle. He'll get it, but the Ignite's still ticking down. Owner is making his way in, though, and I don't know what Perfect's going to be able to quite do here.
He's healing up slowly. BDD so far away.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to be able to do. And if that was any other support, maybe he'd be okay, but it's an Elise, and so she just executes it.
And on the other end, it's a Sion, so diving in is a tough ask for KT. Not going to be able to do so. T1 really getting the most value out of this Elise. Carrier has been involved with every single kill. And as you're saying, that play, that dive in the stage, in the double or multiple stages rather, that can't really happen with a lot of other supports. It's the ability to drop the turret aggro. And even though Perfect, I think, nice attempt to try and clear the wave, especially with Xin in the area as well, I just don't think that you ever live there.
Nope. And so it's now about 1,000 gold in the lead here for T1. The early game working out very, very nicely. As Doran, he can drive a train towards that bottom lane if he would like to, but doesn't really need to. And the tank battle continues. One of the closest matchups that we have right now is both junglers as well, looking very, very even. And mid lane, haven't really seen too much outside of BDD getting that roam happening. Checking in on Faker, he's behind by a little bit of farm. That is no worries. And of course, right now, I think the Rise is probably BDD's best pick. He has looked absolutely amazing. I think only losing one game thus far.
It's, you know,
like
you can't get to Leah, but you still want to carry and have a side lane impact. Because BDD's never getting to Leah, let's be realistic.
No, not this series.
No, I don't know in any any series anytime soon. But a champion being the way this is perfect. Looking for when we've seen him do this. I do see some pinks going down, so I think T1 had a suspicion. Yeah. And instead, and this is where I do think the strength of KT's comp really shines is in 5v5s. Skirmishes, I think T1 kind of have them beat. There's so much burst available. But in longer fights, as even with the proxy, Doran's going to TP in.
Yeah, KT do manage to get two of these grubs, though, as Cocoon going to connect. And it is onto Peter, actually. I think that was the real Peter. They do secure the one singular grub.
I don't know if that's worth TPing for.
Oh dear, Doran is in an awkward spot.
That's a TP for a single grub. I think, obviously, Doran still gets ahead because he proxied, but more so the value of the TP as a summoner. I am a little worried, though, with Perfect giving up so many of these waves, because one of the things we always look at with Ornn is you need to hit your experience spikes as soon as possible. So much of his power budget is tied up in the ability to give out free gold, and those goodies don't come until level 13, and really, you're looking at like level 15 that I think you're really starting to feel the impact when you've handed out 2 to your teammates. So this is okay, but want to make sure you don't drop too many waves. But for T1, I think they need to keep playing proactively, because we get to a game state where we are trying to just 5v5 for these objectives. Like Elise into both an Ornn, who can negate your stun, and 2 clones on the enemy team. It's hard to find a lot of consistent value.
Yeah, the Cocoon angles are a little bit more difficult to gather. And Doran just going to be demolishing another plate here towards the top side, eating some petals there as well. Get a few extra stats, that feels pretty nice. As Perfect making his way back up towards this top side and will be able to catch this wave, but Doran has just really had so much better control of the wave here up against Perfect. Perfect sacrificing a fair bit, as we can see here. He's paying the price for it, about 14 CS in the lead here for the Scion, who is able to farm in between the turrets and then in between the turrets again. As, yeah, we all know who's responsible for this just happening all over the world. As BDD going to be taking the Rod of Ages, picks that one up. Decent clip on that as he is approaching a 600 gold lead, the largest lead here on his team. The largest lead on the Rift, though, is still Carrier.
I noticed joke has been made a lot, but, you know, Doran hasn't died yet. So
Is he not doing it correctly?
I would say so, no.
Yeah.
You could have grabbed that extra wave. Yeah, maybe because kills you, doesn't matter. I mean, he finishes his Hollow Radiance. I'm mostly memeing. Obviously, T1 applying a good amount of pressure here. And it's a necessity. I still think T1, the composition, can teamfight well, right? Like with Victor, Cyan, and Xin Zhao as a core. You can't really ever be counted out. You can create so much space. You have an insane amount of damage when you get to the later team fights, particularly if Faker, even though he did go for Grasp, I hope he's going to go to a more damage-focused build to try and cut down all these beefy targets, because the entire top side of KT is going to be swimming in either just resistances from the Ornn, but both Cuz and BDD will have so much health as well.
Yeah. No, it's going to be absolutely obscene. You can see it's the double mask build. We've seen this crop up many times. Faker putting a couple of them together. The Leandries is a guarantee, though. And that is going to be an important item as Peter over the wall here. Wind becomes lightning. But Peter not going to quite find the angle just yet. With Kalista in the vicinity, he does have a lot of safety.
Doran looking for an ult, maybe.
Yeah, a few buttons on cooldown here for Faker, but he's able to step his way out. You can see Doran moves back towards that top lane as pings come on through. Teleport available for Perfect, not up there for Doran, and this is what you were talking about before.
There's the ult, though, for Doran, so if Perfect does TP, there is an option, but also neither of them can TP when the other is there.
Yeah. There is a bit of CC that can stop them from being able to do that. As Perfect going down lower and lower, he might need to look for a back as, okay, Roar the Slayer comes on through, but I think the Ornn is going to be okay. KT looking for Dragon number 2 here as it's going down lower and lower. Remember, it's Smite and Ren, so that is going to be a guarantee. Enough sticks in there to lock that one down.
That's hack stack.
Oh my god, okay. We are starting off pretty strong here. I was a little bit worried because it was, what, Cloud and the Ocean. It could have been a Chemtech as, all right, Doran, tanking up the turret because he can. But Faker is coming on over and Perfect could be in trouble yet again. Doesn't manage to get the Bellows Breath off quite in time as Doran slowed down for quite some time there and does have to flash as there's a knock up onto Owner and he'll go down. The follow-up is now here as BDD looking to hold Faker in position. He does so as Cuz is going down lower and lower. BDD still trying to kite as best he can, and there is Doran zoning him out with that Q. And the Rise is not going to catch up. A 1-for-1 there towards the top side. Has more fighting here in the bottom lane. Could just be a plate going over to Dr. and Peter, and that is going to be the result.
Reinforcements arrive, but just a second too late there for Perfect. And if this is a 2-item Azir, that might have been a very dicey situation for T1. But Cuz doesn't have his Triforce yet. BDD is only sitting on an unstacked Rod, so just don't have that much to really make it work. Still Perfect, placed this as well as you can expect. Already gets a ton of damage down on Doran, who again knows a lot of reinforcements are coming. And then here, the damage isn't actually enough to take him down, but it's again, the arrival of Owner ends up setting up very nicely. And he does end up going down, as mentioned. The investment for KT, I think, isn't going to be feeling too bad. It really is just that ultimate from BDD, and Cuz, I think, holds on to his Cyclone, but that's a good call. Because you want to keep that for a team fight, and with the health bar that he had and no Triforce, I don't think the play would have worked out otherwise.
Yeah, if they went in and tried to fight that 2v2, I think it would have been very, very difficult. So good for KT just to hold off. Gold lead not going to be changing too much, though, as we can see. Still just north of that 1,000 gold lead for T1. We do, as you've been mentioning throughout this game, they're looking for T1 to break this game open, right? Towards the mid-game, really starting to get that snowball rolling. It's what Elise compositions generally want to do, because of course she gets less and less valuable as the game goes on. As like ships in the night, Carrier is going to walk past the fake Peter.
And for me, when you look at Kalista comp specifically, and Rise, really, both of them, Rise obviously is known to skill insanely well, but I do think Kalista is, that's the cleanse.
Yeah, getting that one out.
Well, they don't have cleanse, it's a little worse. Sorry about that, Doctor. But Kalista, when she has a front line and she has targets to stack off of, I actually do think that she skills a lot better than she used to, as we are going to get, I think, our first honest-to-God 5v5. T1, need to be careful. Don't group up too much. There is so many circles here, Atlas.
Yeah, and there is Faker moving down from this top lane.
There's the
does
TP.
deal with the minion wave, and there's the teleport in. Like you say, Perfect does have that ram available And that's going to need to get the value. Let's see whether Cuz can win this 50-50 as he gets in. The train going to completely miss here as another one comes through and gets a double knock-up. Owner in the sky forever. Cuz gets the Peter down, and oh my god, Peter with the Pop Blossom. BDD off to the side though, unable to find the value in T1. Still standing up, but they've lost one extra in the fight. And I don't think they want this 3 versus 4.
And KT, gonna be happy with that. They are the ones that pick themselves up a favorable trade. Additionally, they get the Herald. And there is the zone control, the 5v5 power we're talking about, because both Peter, just by existing and walking in and out of range, has so much Fred. It's Faker and BDD.
It's a little bit dangerous. The gravity field not doing anything at all here as BDD walking towards that brush. There's a lot of spell flux being built up here, but Faker is able to walk it up the flash forward, and he's able to get the flash out of the Victor. That could be relevant later on in the story.
Both of these immobile mages now no longer having flash available, Atlas.
Yeah, only one of them has phase rush though, which kind of feels like flash sometimes.
It really does, and BDD gonna be feeling good about that one. Not being able to get the kill is a bummer, but I think if you know Faker has his flash there, you know he's just gonna flash out of it.
Yep.
But
that was a conscious decision.
It was, for sure. And BDD, again, doesn't even have a second item yet. As we take another look here, the choke control of KT is such a big issue as Doran tries to play for Dokdom there, but Dokdom is able to just get over the wall. Now Peter is delayed a little bit by the Q, but look at Guma. He doesn't actually get to do that much in this fight because on one hand, BDD was threatening, and then on the other hand, there is just a Wukong that you don't want to get near, an Ornn that you need to respect. So, KT bringing back the lead to a very, very small amount of gold, and we just see Herald go down. Was used in mid lane, and that does mean that now the mid lane is open, and we're going straight into a possible soul point fight, Atlas.
Yeah, this is insane as well, because that 2-item spike for the Rise has just come in. The Archangels was built off that last reset, and T1, they do have control of the area. You have to imagine that KT are feeling pretty good about fighting for this one.
Oh, they're going to.
Yep, control going to be taken down as Cuz face checks. Does have Warrior Trickster, but doesn't have half of his health bar now. This is dangerous. BDD moving in, perfect on a flank angle, but not quite here in time. As they do manage to get the slowdown, the ramp. Oh, perfect with the sick play. As the Dragon is now forgotten, perfect. Trying to get out of there. The Pop Blossom somewhat interrupted his owner. Going down so low, but gets the drive-by smite to deny the soul point. Still, these health bars are so extraordinarily low, and Cuz is just spinning around in the Dragon Pit for some reason. He flashes to get himself out of the way, and KT, they find one pick, they lose no one, but the Dragon goes to T1, and it's so important.
This is what I want in my Telecom war.
Oh my goodness, if this is a sign of things to come, we're gonna need some more bottles of water up here.
It's mayhem, Atlas, as, okay, perfect. We're not gonna talk about the W, but that play right there, that was
sick.
Stylish as hell. The W doesn't actually cancel the CC. That Pop Blossom from Peter ends up being big because it takes Owner very low, and Faker, I think, was looking to follow up more aggressively, did get clipped by the side of that. And a lot of sums were used, but these team fights, as I think we would expect, are going towards KT. And if KT starts getting these Ornn items, this isn't getting better, because for Guma, actually doing damage in these fights, I think is going to remain very tough. Because if he gets near anyone, he's going to get blown up. But there isn't nearly as much AoE CC as there is for KT, right? Kalista can hop around the fights, and then on a Pop Blossom you can go in. On an Ornald you can go in. On the Wukong, Cyclones, that's 2 opportunities as well. And Faker, he's been doing fine when it comes to staying alive, but only sitting at 1.5 item. And again, like, I think Victor scales well, but there is still a Rise on the enemy team, and Rise's biggest weakness, which is his lack of range, doesn't matter when you have 3 incredible hard engaged champions.
Yep, not to mention there is not necessarily the most massive amount of range coming out of T1, just in general. Of course, Doran is very good at controlling space on this Scion. I think his role is going to be pivotal later into the game. But BDD, we talk about the Rise scaling. I want to talk about the BDD scaling, man. This guy has just been getting better and better. Of course, started off pretty good on KT earlier on in the season, but as his teammates get better, so is he. And BDD is looking to continue that form here today.
And I think they want to force a fight. And I'm with them. 5v5 is really what you're looking for. We saw earlier when the game was going T1's way, when they were the ones in control, it's when they're forcing on side lane, right? When they're going for the burst, when they're diving enemy champions, not giving KT really an opportunity to respond. If you're trying to fight your way from these choke points...
There's the realm walk forward as BDD. He puts the spider up into the sky. Gumayushi has to Valkyrie to get himself out of the way as Peter may have overstepped as the Fate's Call needs to be invested. And the train comes on through the block from Peter. I don't even know whether he needed to do that. It was the clone anyway. They take down Doran. The train is going to set up the onto everyone as KT look to put T1 in the ground. The Arcane Storm doing a fair bit of work there though. And once again, the trade is not actually that bad here for T1 as the 2 damage dealers still left alive. Not with any frontline though. They do have to be a bit careful as Doctum throwing sticks around, and that is going to be perfect, going for a bit of a reset. Once you get that health bar up high enough, has a minute and a half left on the Drake. That fight, not actually for all that much.
And when all is said and done, when the dust settles, doesn't look like either team got a decisive lead off it as we take a look. So it starts off KT again with the confidence, the Realm War from BDD, getting a flash out of Carrier. And then KT, for a minute, it looks like they've overstepped, right? There's a collapse attempt as we do see the Otacon being threatened, but that
shape splitter from Peter,
right
man.
there. But Guma is safe in most of this, right? Both Guma and Faker don't actually get threatened. Peter hits them, but there's no follow-up, and it looks like I spoke too soon. KT did, because of the man advantage they had, maintain tempo with the Hex Gates, getting Cuz there was only a matter of seconds. And now Otacon going the way of KT.
Yep, that's a big one. A bunch of extra experience as well. BDD is level 16, ladies and gentlemen. That's Rod of Ages and Otacon, and that means he has a 2-level advantage over Faker. He can be realm warping as often as he would like in this game, but it's only spelled a 1,000 gold lead. And by that, I mean 400 gold lead, as the turret gold hadn't quite come in yet. It is still exceptionally close between these two teams. And a lot more does have to be put together, especially with the fact that there was no soul point picked up by KT. That would have been a very real win condition with that soul being the Hex tech. And T1, the opportunity to stack up 4 of those is very, very scary if this game does go very, very late.
All right, we need a perfect actually give out his second Ornn upgrade. Hasn't done it yet. That is big if they want to fight for this. BDD does have TP, so I would be shocked if they don't. And there it is, giving the upgrade. I'm pretty sure over the Dockdown, there's it. But they're too late on the Dragon.
Yeah, Blade of the Ruined King does come in, but yeah, this Dragon should be taken because of Cycloning. Never mind, it's going to be a 50-50. Let's see who's going to be able to take it down. It's Ona that locks it up as Doran will sacrifice himself because so exceptionally low. And somehow the Scion is still alive. BDD right in amongst it. He is going to have to be the one-man army, though, as T1 are running them over. And BDD cannot do it alone. KT just kind of throw it away in the river.
The owner Insec breaking up the entire fight. And KT tried to do too much. We had Cuz trying to look for the steal. A fight happening on the other end, and it broke up that core unit, and T1 made great use of it. As there is no Baron up, but it's still obviously a big gold influx, and the Dragon ends up going over. And this is what I'm talking about. Even though Guma gets hit, it doesn't matter that much. And then watch this from Owner. Completely breaks up the fight, cancels Peter's impact on the backline. Faker comes in with the flank, and Owner, man, getting the smite and winning the team fight back-to-back. But the tragedy for T1, that was a crazy win. They got the Dragon, the gold lead is back in their favor, but there was no follow-up objective outside of the turrets.
Yeah, they do manage to take this inner in the mid lane. That is certainly a big deal. We can see this gold difference over time. We've seen graphs like this before, but that number is not very high whatsoever. No one has broken this game open just yet. But T1, if fights keep going like that, and if Owner is indeed this locked in for the rest of this day, then it could be worrying times for the roller coaster riders. Let's just say that. Because we know that when Owner is on, T1, they just win everything.
It's also
kind of how it goes.
Faker, as mentioned, has a lot of effective range, is now sitting on 2 items, has a 10 stacks Magi's, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
That might turn into a
ready.
book.
He has that ready. He hasn't quite booked it just
Oh, sorry,
yet.
yeah, Darksteel. Hopefully, maybe wishful thinking on mine is going to turn that into a Magi's.
He has done it in the past. He's not often a forbidden book enjoyer. Likes to just get the guaranteed stats, but maybe today is going to be the day. As even on Dragons now, 2.5 minutes on that next one. The Baron up and available though. So every one team fight is going to mean so much more. That upgraded Blade of the Ruined King has come through from Perfect, wanting to hit that level 15 so we can give BDD a better Rod of Ages, better Seraphs, a better Void Staff perhaps. We'll see exactly what the upgrade is going to be heading towards. And Doran just smashing some things here towards this bottom side, as the Scion is wont to do. He has about a 1.2k gold advantage at this point in time. And the gold lead is still kind of there for PDD, but outside of that, T1 just kind of getting more across the rift. GA almost done here for Owner as well, who is looking very scary on his very famous now Xin Zhao. Certainly the best in the league. And remember, guys, this is game 1 of a best of 5.
Oh my god, Atlas. Okay.
And the same thing kind of happened yesterday as well, as the intensity of the first game. What was it, like neck and neck at 44 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then Canyon walked up to an
again.
inhibitor that he shouldn't have, and then obviously...
Yeah, and then Chovy died. Yep.
Yeah.
And then they won the series in reverse sweep. So maybe that's what we need.
Wow, spoilers much. We're joking. Perfect, has it level 15, so should be giving over an upgrade soon. Oh, Peter.
Yeah, looking for an angle. There's a Pop Blossom. Collects onto 1 as Faker goes gold, and the knockup is avoided there, as well as Owner is going to be the target. They take him down, and now they're looking for a bit of a reset. Warrior Trickster there to try and get Cuz out of the way. Another fantastic shape splitter as BDD is interrupted. The Baron helps out as the Rocket takes down the Scion. Wait, it takes down the Rise, but the Scion is also going to be dead. So, a 1 for 2 in favor of KT, but losing BDD is such a big deal.
Spider's hunting.
Yeah, carrier, but there are little Krugs in the way, and that is going to block the Cocoon.
It's also Wukong. It's like, as far as Cocoon targets go, not the best, as Faker does stay alive. The timing from Perfect, not quite perfect there. As we take a look, Peter sets this up, but it's the turn onto Cuz, but again, because Owner is the focus, look at how much damage Guma and Faker do, right?
Yeah.
So Peter is super low, and so is BDD gets cancelled there, otherwise might have made it out. Guma hits the Rocket, but Dokdom, Terminus just finished before this fight, has an incredible amount of damage. I think even if they get like 1 more kill, because, who was it? I think Peter was really low, wouldn't have been enough because Cuz was dead, or rather, Owner was dead, Cuz was still alive. And this game is basically even, especially with the Ornn upgrades, right? We're talking in terms of gold.
Yeah.
KT's right there.
I mean, they have technically an advantage.
We are just going to go to another 5v5. And again, the scaling conversation, especially with how these fights are playing out, I think it just comes down to, can you get, for KT, can you get onto Faker? Can you get onto Guma? Faker was building towards his Void Staff, does have the Blighted Jewel, because he was sitting on his Arm Guard. I think now he might finish the Arm Guard instead, as is this just going to go?
Yeah, this is just a Dragon being taken by KT. T1 not really in position. They're looking to try and trade for the Baron, but I don't think they're quite here in time. And you can see, yeah, Peter is just in position. Okay, this would be absurd, but it's just going to be Cuz, because he has Smite. He's able to take that one out.
If that was a Cho'Gath, that would have been way more tense.
Yeah, that might have even been a conversation. But instead, it's just kind of an unceremonious Dragon take here for KT.
That's Soul Point.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's because Faker doesn't have Stopwatch and Flash. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Because normally I think Nico is really gated by not having Flash available and only having access to the Rocket Belt, but
you've got
there's a Callista. So it really, really makes the effective range so much bigger than it otherwise would be. And for T1, once Faker gets Stopwatch and his Flash back up again, the damage he's been doing in these fights, same with Guma, if they don't get targeted is huge. That's
okay, Dokdom. He's thrown
Carrier's dead.
so many sticks in here, and yeah, Carrier's going to break his stopwatch, but that only buys a couple of seconds, and he was just caught napping.
This is not the same Duck Dom that we saw in the beginning of LCK, Atlas.
He is seeing the angles now.
It's challengers, baby!
Yeah, something's happened, you know. It's like he's stopping the bullets in that hallway.
That's just Nash.
Yeah, that should just be. As they do see it, Owner is going to be over here, but you can see the Goon Squad to stop him from coming in. And my God, that Baron did not last very long. Oh my God, kind of anticlimactic, not gonna lie to you. The Baron just going over, the Dragon just going over, and KT just kind of saying, I want to take this, and T1 are like, okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm a little disappointed. This was a lot of build-up.
Yeah.
And then they just get Soul Point and Drake for free. Or sorry, Baron for free. I don't love it, but it is earned as it's... It feels like a bit of a disconnect as well there, but it's the Realm Warp that I think ensures that T1's like, we can't help you. Like, there's just no shot. We can't do anything to back you up, Air Carrier. And with Kalista in particular, as soon as she gets that first spear, you are just kind of cooked. Duckdom Terminus already done a while back, looking towards the Jack shows.
Finished? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's going to be a really big spike. And
level 16 for Perfect as well, so everyone is going to be able to have that cool stuff. Even we've got a like a pumped up rocket belt here for Peter already completed. It's only BDD that's missing his because I think he would like to get a very cool hat, which is going to be done pretty soon.
But fortunately for T1, there is always the win condition of win conditions because owner smites this game have been crazy.
Yeah.
Just flip Elder.
Yep, that one's always a possibility. That does mean that before that, you have to give away a Hextech Soul.
Yeah, I don't love it as a strategy, but that's where we're getting towards. This Baron push, it's going to be strong. KT is very short range, though, so their siege isn't necessarily the best. BDD should be able to get the turrets, but if T1 can deny them any shot at taking down Inhibs, then this 1.5 Baron minute Rebel Baron power play that's left isn't going to lead that cleanly into the Drake.
This
now,
turret does take a lot of damage from BDD.
But it's just, if it's just like the mid turrets and the inner, I think you take that.
Yeah. Well, Q not going to quite find Peter here as okay. They've managed to lock down the on. Perfect gets himself out of there though. Health bar now in tatters, but still. T1, they lose their turret. They do not lose any of their base structures, which is the most important thing, and the gold lead has not actually changed whatsoever, nor does it really matter at this point in time. We are getting so late into this game.
Well, we don't care. Gold's a fake. Gold's a state of mind, Atlas.
Yeah, it is.
I want to highlight what we're looking into. Sums are available basically across the board. Looking at the stopwatches.
Has cool hat.
Carry Out obviously doesn't have his. He just bought an arm guard, sold it now, looking to go towards Frozen Heart, as is Peter. A lot of value there on either side. We did see Faker indeed go for that Zhonya, so not finishing the Void stuff is actually a big deal. There's so much MR on the enemy team, and there is the hat.
Yeah.
And there's no vision control for T1, right? They don't really have control of their own jungle. And in the minute this Drake is spawning, so I think KT is going to keep the prio high, keep on pushing here, and ensure that T1 can't retake. So they need to get into the jungle of T1 right now to set up as high risk of a play as possible. Because T1, if they need to walk blind into the jungle, into these choke points against the KT, that's not something that you really want to deal with.
Yep, the Magi's has now been completed here for Faker. So that is dangerous. The guy has not died this game, though. I am pretty sure. So it's optimistic, but you can understand why he's going for it. Gold's still incredibly, incredibly close.
Oh, Atlas, another 5v5. There's the upgraded hat!
Oh my goodness, he is such a wizard now.
It's the next in fashion.
Yeah.
BDD bringing it out here.
Okay, but KT have so much control of this area. Remember, choke points. Wukong loves it, the Ornn loves it, and the Nico especially likes it. They don't like this though, as a Cocoon does go down, Cuz getting on into the pit here, and it's just gone. That's going to be Hextech Soul as the Ram comes in, triple knock-up, as now they're just going to be backing away. Faker in a decent position, his owner going forward, tries to find it once again, but he gets knocked up. The Cyclone onto everyone, the Pop Blossom as well. His gorgeous follow-up as a flash out from BDD, he's trying to keep himself alive. His Knockdown is now untouched. Hopping around the fight, Gumayushi not going to get rendered down this time. However, KT have found the angle and Guma doesn't have the option. The train leader will be taken down, but KT, they have 4 left, and they're looking to knock down the Nexus here in game number 1.
That was almost 10k damage from both AD carries, Atlas.
That was insane, and I thought when Gumayushi was left alive with just a sliver, maybe there'd be a chance, but unfortunately, the rest of T1 just got wiped out.
And KT on red side.
Oh,
the
Doctor.
5v5 comp.
He is feeling himself here today, and that should be a scary sign for T1 fans as KT stay undefeated in their road to MSI here in game number 1. That is 7-0, baby.
KT, the team fighting of this roster, Peter on his Nico and Cuz on his Wukong.
I mean, there was a lot of comfort.
Those were the front runners. The damage being pumped out from Docdom as well as from BDD, obviously, with his big hat.
Yep.
Definitely needed that towards that final fight. But really, even though KT fought and won, I think earned, T1 did not make it easy. I think that final engage from Owner was also, they knew, if we don't try to play and end the game now, it's not going to happen.
That's hyper carry damage graph for Docdom on the Callista. It's something that even in games where Callista wins,
what does
you don't
remind
see
you of
numbers
anything?
like that.
You know, like this up, and then you go down, and then you go up, and then you...
Yeah, it's a bit roller coaster.
What does that remind you of, Atlas?
Yeah, the roller coaster ends in the basement here, but thankfully that's where KT wanted it to go. That's their side of the graph.
They got him up again!
Well, we'll see whether they do. This is only very early in this best of 5. Some adjustments well and truly available here for T1 as we move towards the second one. They can lose that as well and then just go for another reverse sweep, right? It's going to be absolutely fine. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back to space, they're going to break it down. Then we're going to have that second game. We'll see you soon.
너네 놀아 거기서.
버스 타면 먹긴 할게 무조건.
놀다가. 왜? 자, 먹게.
미리 써놨어.
오케이, 맞아. 나부터. 천천히. 내가 빅토르 쪽 공으로 갈게. 천천히. 나 넘어갈게. 야, 물. 앞에부터. 아, 좋다 이거. 물만해. 오케이, 앞에부터. 빅토르. 앞에부터. 나왔어. 높이야. 좋아. 할게. 거기 다시. 잡으면 끝나. 잡아줄래? 야, 미드라인. 내가 잡을게. 나이스. 끝났어.
관리 잘해.
내가 지냐, 관리지.
ever since I met you, babe. I've been up, down every way. You started fires, I'm afraid that I can't leave, can't walk away. I knew you was trouble, babe. I know you think my heart's a game. I saw that hunger on your face, the lioness, and I would pray. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying warm all night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. Looks so but danger never looks so good. Your eyes know just what they want, like amazing inside I'm lost. I try to climb, escape these walls, but every time we touch I fall. Lord, please tell me what to do. Is this a test set down from you? She comes in hot, then leaves me cold. I'm always coming back for more. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying warm all night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. The danger never looks so good.
Another game one, and yet another series where we just don't know until the final fight. And it is KT staying unbeaten in the road to MSI as they get a win on the red side. And we flew the stat earlier, red side now 2-10. We didn't add in the red side wins from yesterday. So now that we've done that, red side gets yet another one. 83% so far here in the road to MSI.
Yeah, I do also have another stat for you, KT. 100%.
That's true. Yeah,
I
fair
mean,
enough.
they just can't stop winning. I mean, that game was close, and I feel like they've had a lot of close games so far throughout their series they've had, but managing to bring it through in the end. In T1, given a lot of challenges, but the form for both teams shaky throughout that game. I think there were moments where it looked like we saw T1, the T1 we expected, and then moments where there were some question marks for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like teams are not understanding about like how to value the first pick on the blue side. I feel like the red side feels better whenever you get two picks together after the first pick on the blue side.
All right, let's get into it with the highlights here, as you're going to see a theme when we go through all three of these. First one, our first fight around the Herald. It's a mess, and then Peter gets a good follow-up here.
Look at Dogdom. It's all about him. So him, kiting down Doran made the difference in this team fight, and I think he made the huge difference in these team fights.
Yeah, able to as well throw Peter in, who gets a massive ult, dies for it, and then Dr. able to disengage. They get the Herald, they get the kill lead off the back of that, and that's the first big win for KT, who actually got off to a bit of a rough start in that early game, with Carrier having a lot of early impact on the Elise.
I just don't understand T1's draft. You just let them have Kalista after the first phase, so you just let them finish with the Kalista Nico. And your answer was Corki Elise, which makes absolute no sense. Even Sion helped them in the level 1, but it didn't snowball that well.
That's the thing, is like they got a bunch of early pressure. Carrier got a bunch of early kills. There was a point in the game where Carrier had more gold than everyone but BDD and Guma, but unfortunately you couldn't get that much done with it. And look at the confidence Doctum has to walk up to this Elise, find this pick, and this pick ended up turning straight into a Baron at a point in the game where really there wasn't a clear advantage for either side.
Yeah, 30 minutes on in here, Duckdom just being so dang decisive, despite the fact that his teammates were behind him and you had 2 T1 members in front. The Realm Warp was just a great pincer move here.
Yeah, I feel like draft also helped them a lot because even though you give up Sion, you have the Ornn to counter as well, so it's just so well around the team. And also when you think about the value of a Kalista Nico combination in the team fight, even though we call Kalista is early champion, if you are with the Nico and you have the front line to hit in the late game, then I think it's still valuable. I don't want Corki and Elise in my team when it comes to the late game team fight.
All right, so highlight 1, a little bit of Duckdom getting over the wall. Highlight 2, Duckdom getting a pick in the mid lane. Highlight 3, roll it. It's Duckdom time, late game Kalista, baby.
And in this one, such good setup for KT, and it's Soul for them. So they get the Kalista, hitting the Dragon first, Curse slides over the wall, pick up the Hextech Soul, which is such a huge boost to team fight power. Those slows start to come in, and KT immediately feels so confident. Ona tries to break up the Realm Warp here, but now Duckdom just feels unleashed. A big ult comes out from Peter, and the Kalista just finds the window to start charging forwards.
Yeah, I feel like first game, just in general, they had lack of setup when it comes to the objective. We could see just let KT having a free Drake on the third Drake, and also they got the free Atakan, and they didn't punish at all. And I feel like that punished T1 even harder at the late game side. So I feel like they have to step up. I'm not sure what's their plan when it comes to objective, because I feel like you're not getting anything outside of just giving up the objective.
I think there was a few too many objectives which KT kind of just got for free, and there wasn't really a contest. But then on the other side, there was that Dragon where KT were trying to go for a top tower and rushed for it and ended up losing a big fight. So I think both teams some things to reevaluate. You know, obviously we focused a lot on KT having won that game, but I think there were still some mistakes from them. This was a close game. Still think some things they need to sharpen up if they want to make this a series win, because T1 definitely showed some strength.
Yeah, it kind of felt like it was understood how to play the first 20 minutes. Those 3 Drakes were contested, and then after that, we just got 2 free Drakes, and tempo was out all over the place, and teams were trying to organize their thoughts and their positioning, and it then ended up just becoming a mess where that one pick in the mid lane for Duckdom was decisive as we moved towards Baron and then closed out the game there.
Now it becomes more harder because Sion Ornn is gone, so it's really hard to blind pick from the blue side, and all you need to do is like at least blind pick something aggressive like Jace or Gwen or Rumble, and I think in that matchup, Perfect already shown up that he can actually do well on those champions, so I feel like they have to deal with the situation that there is no more good blind pick tanks on the top lane.
Yeah, I also want to see what more Faker can do, because he had a fantastic game on Victor. I feel like when he's on his picks, he's taken over. We talked a lot about BDD having a great performance, and I think, you know, Faker's always a big carry for this team, so I'm excited to see what he can do in this series. He's already shown up massively in Game 1, and he's always a player who carries T1 through to victories.
It was a roller coaster ride of a game number 1, but it ends up on the upswing. Still undefeated in the road to MSI is KT. Will they be able to continue that streak into Game 2, or will T1 strike back? Let's find out as we send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great breakdown. I know there's a Chronicler right here that's very proud of what did, because all Chronicler wanted to do was say how illegal it was to leave up that Kalista.
Yeah, and I'm not generally the guy that gets like, oh, draft was the problem, and I think T1 draft as a unit could have worked. I think I could clearly see what they were going for. Yeah. That was fine. But that Kalista, banning Kaisa instead of Kalista when it was the most obvious, and Doctom has been playing amazing. And there's a Nico. You have the best Nico in the LCK on the enemy team, and you give him the best possible combo. Can't do that. It's not allowed.
No, it's not allowed. That's a really cool Vex, by the way. That's Vex, right? That was Vex?
I'm pretty sure it was.
I got confused for a second because the ears kind of got me, but it's still very, very cool. Regardless, okay, let's see whether KT can do it again. I'm a bit flustered, guys. It's 7-0. Like, we are so due. We are so due a KT catastrophic loss.
No, obviously, they go up 2-0. And then we have the back-to-back reverse sweep.
Oh my God. And then whoever wins game 1 tomorrow, we're like, oh, I'm so nervous. You're definitely going to lose. Oh, God. Okay, if we get, like, triple reverse sweeps back to back to back, that would be the most insane thing ever. There's no way that happens, though, guys. There's no way.
Certainly.
It's not a scripted league. Like, we've seen it so many times in the past that, like, the scripted thing doesn't happen. Let me take you back to the tiebreaker that we just saw, you know? Everyone was saying it'd be scripted if KT got in, like, from the wait, hang on a second, and then, like, ran the gauntlet. Oh, hang on a second.
Yeah, DK don't always do the same. Oh, wait. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So, game number one.
It is scripted, so we can skip this, and then we can go to the T1 running it back and doing another reverse sweep, right?
There's too many. This is the problem. When you're a league that's been running as long as the LCK, well, at some point, there are too many conflicting things that need to happen. You know, there's too much. Yeah. I can't keep track of all the lore. And I'm not one of the lore masters, you know, that's you and Ox. I can't keep track of it. But T1, that game 1 was still close. And to me, part of it was a large draft gap, particularly towards the bot side. I think the top side was fine. A lot of comfort there for T1. The level 1 cheese was great. Their start was solid. But the team fighting from KT was unmatched. And that's been, I think, mostly what they've been relying on. T1's side laning was great in game number 1. But the KT team fights, they were forged in the fires of a lot of defeat at the beginning of the split.
Yeah, the fires of a crashed roller coaster that we know can be absolutely deadly.
Might still be there.
Yeah. All you need to do is go back and watch Final Destination. That one movie. It's just all about different ways to die on a roller coaster. You can just see how it is to be a KT fan. If
Never
you're not
watched
one,
them.
that's how it works.
Is it good?
No, it's not. But it's fun. You know.
Then why would you
can't say
recommend
that
it?
No, I recommend it, but it's not good. It's like watching
but then it's
like an Adam Sandler movie. You know,
No,
it's not a good movie, but it's
Well, I mean-
you enjoy it.
Yeah, Adam Sandler from Uncut Gems, right?
Well, actually, I mean, he is a phenomenal dramatic actor as well. But I'm saying, like, the ones that he wrote, not the ones that he starred in.
I'm messing with you,
Oh,
Atlas.
God, Reign Over Me was such a phenomenal film. Anyway, we're going to take it back to the telecom war that we have in front of us here. Just waiting on the draft.
I don't see anything.
We are praying for it. We are praying for it. And Peter here, he also just wants to get into it. Man, that is a serious Peter.
That's a rare. I don't know how rare that is when it comes to pools. You're the expert on this. But this is not a Peter we see often.
No, it's not. This is serious Peter. But look at that chin. Look at the chin position. The chin position is so far up, man. He knows. He's like, I got this. I just got to keep it serious. I got to keep himself zoned in. That's 100% what he has done.
That game number 1, he was
pivotal.
He was crazy. And the performance when it comes to individual level, I think for T1, it felt like more of a team issue than anything else. But Keria individually, even though the early game was great, was also that's supposed to happen on the lease.
Yeah.
And to me, when he died in mid, even though it felt relatively inconsequential, that kind of spelled the disaster for T1. Because even though I think it would have been hard, might have been the call in hindsight to still try to contest. Yes, you don't have a lease. Yes, you have to go for the choke points. But from that Baron on, the game was kind of over, right? As we mentioned, even though they didn't get inhibs, T1 didn't get to leave their base. There was no control on the Dragon. And then when the Hextech Soul was taken at the final Hail Mary engage, just wasn't quite enough to get it done.
It was not. And you also kind of saw it, like in the gold distribution as well. When T1 had that bit of a gold advantage throughout the mid-game, it was an Elise that was 1,000 gold ahead and a Sion that had an advantage, which are basically gold leads that matter less and less as the game goes on. Like, a tank is going to be a tank. Doesn't really matter how much money you have. And Elise just peters off. You're just going to explode if you're ever trying to do damage.
Yeah, and the Rise had a 1.1k gold lead when he got counterpicked.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is worrying, and that for me needs to be Faker stepping it up as well in game number 2. I think his team fighting was great, right? Like play safe, maximize his damage. But when it comes to specifically the laning phase, this has been a really big sticking point for him in this spring, and that's not something, again, if you go back, you watch 2024 spring, you watch back 2023 spring, those issues didn't really exist. As
This is a very full stadium right now.
Oh yeah.
You can see it. Surging Indoor Gymnasium once again is full to the brim. And we are just getting ready for this second game. I think there is something that's being sorted out here, as we do have Wolf backstage. He can let us know, but this is like, I'm sure you guys know which Digimon this is. We don't need to worry about it. But it's the BDD factor. It's just always, there's always Digimon. It's Agumon. But just, that was G-Sun that let me know. I don't actually know.
Wait, you didn't know?
No, because I am a committed Pokemon fan. Digimon are enemies.
It's one that,
okay? At least that's how it was when I was in grade 4.
And you've never got over that?
Yeah, no, I've never gotten over that. I refuse to watch Digimon. Digimon were those silly little contraptions that they did the poops and you had to clean them up.
1952, come on, Atlas. We both know you were born in the 60s. Give it a rest.
Yeah.
Don't make people feel that old.
My parents were born in the 60s. Chronicler, they actually weren't. 1959, in fact, for both my mom and my dad. So not even in the 60s.
Chronologically, still doesn't quite track Atlas.
It doesn't give me the opportunity of being born in the 60s. That is absolutely true. As we've got players patiently waiting to get into the game. That's a big grin on BDD's face and a very happy Docdom as well. Docdom certainly should be proud of himself after that first game. I think he was the biggest question mark for me as far as being able to carry the form on from the last 2 series. Because we have, rightly so, had a lot of critique for this man throughout the season, and it's been his consistency that's been under fire. So the fact that he has kept it up and honestly almost surpassed it in that first game. Callisto has been a very powerful one, as we are seeing. Yeah, this looks to be somewhat the trajectory of good old KT.
Surely, yeah. I'm not seeing enough dips in that roller coaster, okay? It flatlines a little bit. No shot. No shot. Great fan sign, though.
We can't... There is another fan sign, by the way, after that. And that one, I guarantee, looks very different. Maybe a bit dark to be putting on the broadcast, which is perhaps what we've gone to there.
Oh!
What's that?
It's a wedding announcement.
Oh! Wow, congratulations! Watching together, married next week.
And they're here.
And they're here, and they just want T1 to win. Aw, that's so cute.
That's either, depending on what type of person you're, a really great way to de-stress from wedding planning, or it makes it way worse. There's only two.
As long as they're here together. If it was like, and Carstagen is doing the shout out.
Oh my God!
Oh my! I don't think you need to get married after that. You know, like it's done. Like that's the ceremony done. Like Carstagen's already done.
No, you're not going to top that.
You're not.
No shot.
You may as well just cancel and get all of that money back, because you know these weddings are expensive.
Just show people this clip.
Yeah.
And you're good.
You've nailed it.
We're too merry, man. We get to say that.
Yeah. I think you can just like take the form to the office and just say like Carstagen did it. It's been facilitated. They're like, oh, you don't even need to come here. Just put the rings on. You're fine.
Yeah, we believe you.
Absolutely nailed it. Is that the Doran trap card? I don't know what kind of card it is. It is a card. It's just the Doran Yu-Gi-Oh card. It's not. I don't know the difference between what a trap card looks like in Yu-Gi-Oh.
I think,
once again,
I think the trap cards are like the pink, purple ones. I think this is like just a spell or
I think
enchantment.
There was another fan sign earlier on with BDD that had 4 different ones. They're all different champions that might have been. They might have been trap cards as well. As Doran just wants to play the game. We have absolutely no idea why we're not playing the game yet, but we will inform you if we do get any extra information.
Yeah,
unless there's more people that need to get married, because this is like free marriage ceremony.
Carstagen's here anyway.
So if you are here in the building, just send us a message, and we'll try and get it out to you so that Carstagen can continue facilitating marriages.
He's booked for the day. Yeah, he's going to be here the whole day.
Yeah.
It's easy. And you know what? We often talk about the effect of a crowd.
Yeah.
Think of the fan signs. We can do this for hours. There are fan signs for days, Atlas.
Yeah, in fact, there's like... there are more people with fan signs than without, from what I can see here. So they are just waiting to get their sign on the broadcast. So there might just be more and more people getting married. And do you know what? It's almost a distant memory, the fact that we were playing some League of Legends, and I still have no idea why we're not playing the League of Legends
It's
yet.
great. It reminds me, what matchup was that in Gangnam? The one with the 2-hour...
Oh, golly gee. Yeah, I remember that
I
one.
want to say it was T1 Gen G, because it was 2020. Yeah, T1 Gen G, 2022.
Yeah, 2020.
2022 summer. Yeah, the best part is all of us remember that as one of the best summer finals ever, because we were in a hotel on the beach.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a delay. We're not entirely sure as to what it is, but we are going to make sure that everything is sorted out. We are going to go for a little bit of a break, you know, a couple of minutes here or there. It's going to be absolutely fine. Get yourself some water, get yourself some popcorn, something like that. We'll be back with Game 2 as soon as possible.
Or weddings.
Yeah, true.
사실 좀 제가 좀 안 좋았어서 왜 이러지라는 생각이 좀 많이 들었던 걸로 기억합니다.
Durable, and now Shiu dives in. My God, the AoE is absurd. Perfect goes golden, but that means that he just has to watch as the rest of his team dies.
그때는 좀 제가 휘둘렸던 경우가 대다수인 것 같은데 다시 1군으로 올라왔을 때는 이제 저 스스로 좀 그래도 휘둘리지 않고 쥐대 있게 하자라는 생각이 좀 강해졌던 것 같습니다.
물질! 아니, 케이트는 올라가는데요! 와, 드랍킥! 퍼펙트! 그럼 좀 재다가 그럼 한번 지르면 그냥 따라가요! 왜 이렇게 착해요? 진짜 KT 롤스터 한때는 지하에 있었죠. 하지만 우주로 그리고 나서 다시 부산으로 쭉쭉 갑니다. 다음 역은 부산이에요.
농심전 승리 인터뷰를 봤었는데
현준이 형한테 제 연습생 때 초반에 많은 걸 배워가지고 그때도 이제 생각했던 게 현준이 형과 이제 큰 무대에서 한번 겨뤄보고 싶다는 생각했는데 좋은 기회를 얻은 것 같아서
승민이가 많이 컸더라고요.
일, 2라운드 때 퍼펙트 선수 없는 KT를 이겼는데 있어도 달라질 게 없다는 걸 오늘 보여주겠습니다.
부산에서 하나 더 잡고 해동전은 진출하겠습니다.
사실 KT는 지나가는 과정이라고 생각하고요. 부산에 있는 동안 다 이겨서 MSI 진출하겠습니다.
质疑从不缺席，但喧嚣亦是动力。强者从不止步游移，只会以力量回敬。 其之名，自当高歌。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to, where are we? Road to MSI, that's right. We're here in Busan, and we're looking forward to game number 2, and we have resolved everything. We are ready to get onto the Rift, finally, for our second game. Just catch everyone up on what had just happened. KT, a 1-0 up in the series, winning on the red side, not having side selection, and yeah, just get the game going. I agree. Like, we can lip read. We know exactly what's going on here. Wait,
yeah.
Were we just watching on our phone now? Wait, I just... This is the show that I'm watching. Yeah, your mom's like, no, don't show them what... You're not allowed to show that. I don't even know what that is.
Like, no, they want to watch.
I just wanted
they
to
want to know.
Oh, it's actually so incredibly cute. Okay, but we are ready to get back in. KT did win, right? But we've got another draft, another opportunity for T1 to try and turn this one around. I wonder how long it takes. Like, I assume T1 is still going to choose the blue side moving into the next game.
I think they already did. Yeah.
Right. But if you lose again, does it get to the point where you're like, well, we may as well try hopping over to the other side?
Gen G didn't.
Yeah.
I remember. They just kept picking blue.
And that worked out for them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Until they weren't allowed to pick blue anymore, and they won a couple of times on the red side immediately afterwards. But that was because they didn't have the option to choose.
They're not complaining, I imagine.
Yeah, just winning is probably the more important thing. As we can see here, getting ready to get onto the Rift. Players in seats, we're in booths, we are ready to start. Theoretically, we're ready to start. Just doing the last few checks before we get in. Gumushi's like, guys, we start? Like, what's happening here? You can see Tom and Marta standing behind T1 though. They are ready. Yeah, they're getting ready. Just practice tool. So if they're still in the practice tool, that means we're not in a lobby yet, getting ready to get things started. So we're still a couple of seconds away, as I feel like BDD plays League of Legends as if he's an FPS player. He does such wide mouse movements.
He is not close enough to the monitor, Atlas.
That is true, but like the way that he uses his mouse, he is like such a swinger.
Oh yeah,
you know?
for sure. What I hope is we get a first-person footage from Cuz, so everyone can be like, who's never seen it, can be like, the man that's currently playing like one of the best junglers in the LCK plays windowed.
Oh,
and
no,
it just,
like Barrel's played windowed.
Oh,
forever.
no, I know, but like, it gets me every time.
Really? Lehens plays windowed as well.
Yeah, but I think it's just funny. You know,
I think it keeps all of the stuff in your field of view. I think if you have precision eyesight, it's probably better to have it all in one place. You know, minimize
I think it's
the
just
amount
what
of
you're
movement.
used to because of playing in PC bumps,
100%,
right?
absolutely, 100%. I don't
Why are
think
you
it really.
the precision eyesight?
I'm just like making stuff up. That's what we're here for.
Well, I trust you blindly. Why would you do that to me?
Because you trust me blindly, and you
Okay, yeah,
shouldn't
fair
do that.
enough.
Sometimes you need to get punished for being dumb. Okay, T1 going to be taking away the Talia here first. The Vi going to be removed. No changes, actually, in the bans thus far. Azir should be going away. Then it would be a Rumble ban, and then Gwen to follow up if we are just going to have a repeat of game number 1. Could indeed be the case. And I don't expect any change from the Rumble ban. I think that... Oh, never mind. Okay, so the Yasuo are going to be taken away instead. Now it's KT that bans the Rumble,
I think
and
we
T1
do.
locks the Gwen, right?
I would imagine, because you can trade, but that is a matchup that can really snowball heavily. Okay, so they're going to go for the trade instead. So this should be a Rumble, and then Perfect's going to lock the Gwen.
Oh, Doran's he's going to pick Gwen, man. I can feel it in my waters.
I really think it should be Rumble.
It should, 100%. I don't deny that.
The team fights were such a big sticking point last game, and as good as Gwen is, I think Rumble in the team fights just provides a consistency that's hard to match. Skarner is so up as well. That's a combo that we've seen often. So is Rel.
Oh,
and
this
it
is
seems like it's also, I'd argue, Perfect's best champion, but Atlas had the read. It is the Gwen priority to come through here. But I'm with you. I think that this coming through is not a surprise, but I think it should have been Rumble.
Yeah, it's not a surprise, but it's also not something that's going to make us feel fantastic. There aren't that many battle junglers still left up, right? Like Nocturne's there, I guess, but oh, never mind. This is a battle jungler. This would be a different option. As the Nidalee, to be considered at least, probably not going to be coming in alongside the Rumble that we kind of knew was going to happen here. Oh God, it's Rumble Jarvan, isn't it?
Jarvan would be amazing, but I think Jarvan, this early, you generally don't want to go towards. If you pick a jungler earlier, I think it's Skarner, which isn't exciting, but Trundle's out of the pool because he's banned currently.
True. You
and
could
Skarner's
also,
great.
you could Sedge at this point
Yeah,
at the same
works
time.
as well. Sedge Rumble is fine. It's just the Skarner specifically. I just love that combo. Instead, it's going to be the Varus, and with Doc Dom's performance in last game, I think giving him a prior pick is warranted.
Yep, I would agree. And
So,
this actually
it's got to be Sejuani, right?
This is kind of insane because it sets KT up for a potential Alistar on 3.
Could be.
Which might put some pressure on T1 to lock that one down early. Like, Jhin Alistar wouldn't be a surprise to me if they do just... Wait a second. Yeah, no, we were busy just watching this draft over and over before. I'm just kind of cheating. But Owner is hovering it at least for the moment.
Jhin
and
makes
they
sense.
will lock it in.
Only downside of Jhin is that we have seen if you're playing into Rumble and you set up an ult a little bit too early, Rumble can cook you, take half your health bar, and not have you really get any value out of your shots.
Okay.
This is, it's fine. The Nocturne, it does mean that Dokdam's game is going to be quite tough to actually play out. The Ahri priority would be interesting to me here because Xin Zhao and Wukong are both gone.
Yeah, like Cuz's Viego is still there, something that he has really liked, but the champion isn't really that good at this point in time.
That said, when looking at Viego comps, these three champions...
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That could be actually a good shout. Sejuani, I think, is still the obvious one, but in that case, it doesn't look quite as promising, right? Like, it's fine, but not nearly as exciting. I wouldn't have minded it for T1, actually. As the Alistar on 4 here seems like a no-brainer. If you ban Sylas, which I do think you're going to do, right? That's something that Faker could go towards. That would both pair well with the Nocturne, diving deep into the enemy backline, and also it means that if you do R4 Alistar, it's going to be a really tough thing to deal with that ultimate. As I like the Kench ban, actually. That's a good shout.
Yeah, kind of caught me off guard there just a little bit, wanting to put on as much pressure as they can.
He's been slowly climbing up in prio again.
Yeah. I was thinking that they'd probably aim towards some jungle bans, but focusing Peter here, who was a linchpin as far as the engage was concerned in the first game, makes a lot of sense. One last ban to come through here for KT. They might continue the focus on the mid lane.
Could also ban Orianna.
Yeah, I think Orianna, Sylas, both of them, good options. I was actually thinking Orianna, Sylas were going to be the bans, but then the Annie does come through as there is the Poppy to be removed.
So now you slam Alistar here, surely. Seems like a no-brainer. Sylas is out of...
I mean, it's Peter's cow, man.
Yeah, like, look at his face! He's like, wait,
That's a happy Peter.
I get to play it, and the Annie is a pick of old. I think Annie is also one of the champions that really benefits from playing with a Nocturne, because Annie makes great use of the chaos that Nocturne creates. Now Akali is a pick that can have incredible impact, but the execution needs to be very crisp, and this is a tier 1 composition that, depending on what form they're in, could look either devastating or completely fall apart. Right, like that is the reality that we're dealing with here, because these champions, I think, you can see easy scenarios where it works together. You have the backline dive, Jhin sets up, Nocturne goes in.
Oh god, is he gonna play Pyke? It's not, no, surely not.
It's like Rel, you need some form of engage to follow up with the Rakan. Yeah, Rakan will be good as well.
Thank
Rakan
goodness.
makes sense.
I saw that little grin on his face and I was like, oh no, don't tell me. Cuz, no, he's gonna play J4. It was gonna be J4.
Into Jhin, I like it. Jhin, Nocturne, both of those can kind of struggle.
And there it is.
J4 is just so damn good. The 2v2 is also very good, very strong. And it's, as you said, the combination. Jarvan Rumble, that one goes way back. KT just how do they get this on the red side? Obviously, I think the Akali into Ahri, Ahri was the blind pick where a bit of a gamble was taken by KT.
Yep.
And I think the bot lane matchup in the 2v2 is also fine. But looking at the 5 champions that KT have,
it's kind of exactly what they wanted.
How does this happen?
Well, I think it's because they're really good at a lot of different stuff. And I think you're looking at the bans. I think the Tahm Kench maybe stands out as something they didn't necessarily need to take away, but removing that from their opportunities, taking away that layer of safety from Doctom is important. That being said, I just think that KT, they've had so much practice on red side. Their red side drafting has just gotten really good. They just know how to navigate it. And every time they've been picking Cuz's champion last. It's kind of nutty. The Wukong in the last game, now the Jarvan 4 to come through just to make sure that he has the matchup he wants. Ona was able to get things done in game 1. T1 kept it extremely close for a large amount of it. And now Faker, that man, you can see right there, he's on his Akali. And this year, it hasn't necessarily worked out, but we've seen on stages like this, and in fact, I think it might have been, if it wasn't this one, it was the one immediately afterwards, Faker hard carry on that champion. And going into the loading screen, I think you and I, in that game, are also saying, well, this could be questionable. We don't necessarily know. And then he just won. Let's see whether they can do it again. So jump into the rift.
KT 하나 둘 셋.
Man, I am proud of the KT fans. They are trying their very best to match the loudest fandom in the history of esports. And they are doing a decent job.
We're talking about real-world volume, not online volume, right? There might be some that match, Atlas. I'm just saying.
No one can, like, that's not even conceptually possible, okay? Don't talk about silly things like that. I'm talking about here, right now, in this stadium, okay? That's the volume that's being matched.
So looking at the rune setups, nothing too surprising. Peter going for the phase rush, so going heavy on the playmaking. We also see Doctom with the Comet, signifying that he's going to play from way back, which is a good call, because trying to walk up and auto-attack any of Akali, Gwen, or Nocturne will lead to certain death.
Yep.
So definitely, and also makes fighting for mid lane prio a lot easier.
Also makes, like, playing around the Rumble extraordinarily powerful.
Oh, yeah?
With the fact that you can do so much damage in such a short time with the Lethality Varus as well as the Rumble. And you can hold them on the Equalizer as well.
Get way more ults with the amount of ability haste that you get.
Yep.
Carrier going for Spellbook. Tech we've seen more and more on champions that aren't really tied to a specific rune.
That was a headbutt going in just as we left, but obviously nothing happened. Otherwise, Jonas Strong would have gone back there. As BDD being aggressive, this is what we expect in this lane. You're watching, Faker trying to pick up minions underneath his turret. That doesn't mean he's doing badly. That means he's playing Akali into an Ahri in this early game. 5-point strike going to help him clear out these minions underneath the turret. And he has done very, very well on this pick specifically, navigating early games and staying pretty competitive.
Yeah, it is just a hard matchup. It's why you go Fleet, why you go Resolve second, and why you go Doran Shield. So that is just inevitable until you hit 6. When you do get a little bit more. But that being said, you also still need to be very careful. This is often a game of inches, and you're just trying to get as much CS as you can. You're trying to just stay above the window where BDD can just go in, right, for a big play. If you get a little bit too low. And Faker's laning has unfortunately not been amazing. I think we saw it even in the last game. His team fighting, definitely up to par on the Victor. Yeah. But the laning just hasn't been going quite as well.
I think a lot of that has to go down to BDD laning incredibly well.
Well, in this specific matchup, it's also, yeah.
This matchup is also hard, but yeah, I think that it's a perfect time to talk about the fact that BDD has really found a whole lot of form as he finds an electrocute proc there as well. Carry is here in the top lane, as him and Gumyushi have gone for a pretty early swap, 3.5 minutes, about as early as you see here in these games. And so Cuz, he's going to be taking himself a crab. Let's see where the Jarvan is going to go. Of course, you can be ganking at any time on this champion, and he could potentially look for an avenue in.
He needs to be BDD needs to find a charm. Like, Faker needs to be a little bit lower. Might just go for an invade. And yeah, Faker kind of spots him out. It's just going to be a trade. Trying to set behind a Nocturne is always going to feel great because obviously he's so tied to his level 6 spike. But Owner, ahead of the curve on that one, and going to be fine. As we do now have Peter also in the area to help out Perfect.
Yep, so it's not going to be quite a match of the lane swap as the Varus is kept towards that bottom side. And there is also a Jarvan down there as well. Carrier on a ward, Deadly Flourish just going to hold the cow in place. I think that KT should be able to at least clear out this wave. Will Owner stick around to try and challenge for this next one is going to be the question, as he does clear out that ward.
Yeah, with Nocturne, it's just not.
And
really
also, if you give away your position as well, makes the top side of the map very dangerous.
I did get, I think Carrier gave him the ward, but it's, Owner's just full clearing, right? Just wanting to get to level 6 as soon as possible.
Yep.
Cuz is the one that has a little bit more pressure on him to make early plays. But Jarvan isn't really the type of champion that falls off necessarily. I think he just has this very smooth power curve throughout the entirety of the game. Really the biggest thing you can do is go for like the early cheese ganks, right? One of the few junglers that can still level 2 gank. A lot of the ones that could have been taken out of the game. Remember Camille jungle?
Yep.
Well, back when you could hook shot Scuttle, and Scuttle had a shield, and then when you stunned it, the shield went away.
Yep, that champion won Invictus Gaming a world championship.
It did.
I remember that.
That did happen. One of the best skins of all time.
Indeed.
Probably the best Camille
it's
skin
the
of
best.
all time.
It's the best skin line of all time as far as those like the world skins.
Yep.
I don't think much compares to IG.
No, you have like I think you have individual champions on some other ones.
Oh, that's true. Some of the TPA skins are pretty good.
I love the
TPA Shen.
Dom1 Jin.
That is
that one is.
And Dom1 Nidalee is also pretty amazing. It's also the only Nidalee skin that we really know about because it's the only one any of our Nidalee players play. Which does it shows you a thing or two.
Right? Gotta pay tribute. So we do have a early Drake already being taken by KT. Their objective control remains in place. Now this is kind of a no-brainer because T1 swapped towards the top side. As we have a dive imminent here onto Doran, who does not have flash. We'll see if he's able to vacate. Looks like he might be too slow.
Yeah,
boy.
the equalizer in perfect position. There's Headbutt Pulve. He's chain CC, but he does get a decent exhaust onto the perfect champion. As the teleport comes in, Doctorm trying to keep the damage down. The carrier with that unsealed spellbook just going to get KT out of here. But now 4 versus 2, a possibility for a redive.
They have to dive, kind of, because top lane is just getting hammered. Owner's here with Volt! The counter dive is ready!
Yeah, the paranoia set up, and KT, they don't even know that he's here just yet. There's the paranoia going down. They catch them underneath the turret as Doran. So low, but he keeps himself alive. And Doctorm going to be taken out. The flash is immediate after Cuz as Owner gets on over there. The headbutt to try and save the Jarvan. They might be able to do that, but it is still a lost play for KT unless BDD can make something happen. And he almost does here as there's the flash forward. The flash away from Faker, and he keeps himself up.
Goes in.
Can he look for it? Can he actually find the 1v1? Is now BDD. He needs to avoid that one, the last auto, and BDD makes it happen.
Oh, if Faker hits that E!
Oh, there was so many iffy hits that's in that moment. My God. In the end, it was BDD that just hit enough.
It's still T1. that finds the out-trade because of the topside play, but BDD salvages that situation a little bit as here. KT feel pressed into this because topside is a disaster. There's no one there to answer the wave. But Doran doesn't even get hit by the flag and drag. Owner in perfect position, the pre-smite, and then Cuz sees his hero arrive as Peter ensures your friendly neighborhood cow keeps him safe. And then here, oh my god.
That charm.
Catches him mid-hop, takes him out. And then here, BDD goes in, tries to take him down with the flash. Then Faker, he goes back in. He goes back in with the level up timer. Think that's enough.
Oh,
if that
if that backflip hits, he just gets like, it's another one of the Faker outplays. That would have been another one, but just doesn't quite find it. As you can see, T1 fans reeling after that one. But man, like, that was BDD doing, like at the beginning of that play, hitting everything perfectly. He misses like one skill shot towards the end and Faker's like, all right, I got you. He didn't quite, but man, you can just see how incredibly close it is every time you go for these outplays, these 1v1s. So, 1 for 1. First blood going over to T1 towards that bottom side, though, is very important. And playing around this Gwen, Doran's Gwen has fallen really far behind and still managed to carry throughout this year. So, the fact that he is now ahead with that assist in pocket as well, certainly a good feeling here for the T1 top laner. As a charm going to hit max range here onto Faker. Another electrocute proc from BDD.
That moment right there, by BDD still part of the Elite Four.
Oh yeah.
Had obviously a tumultuous year. We always go back to it, but hasn't been an issue for him recently. Now grubs are being taken here. We might have another team fights on our hands. Peter has his ultimate, so does Owner.
Yep, first two already taken. Paranoia comes on through here as the cow trying to defend the rest of his team. The pulverize is good. The Paranoia does nothing. Owner's just going to be taken out. Another kill for VDD. A cataclysmic engage from Cuz as Faker has got into the Shroud. Carrier looking to get out of there with that added mobility. And that is almost Faker taken down.
The arrow.
Piercing arrow. And it's Carrier that's the target, and Doctom doesn't quite find it. Will cancel the back there from Carrier, but that could have been way worse for T1.
I think Peter even healed there to try and get Doctom the movement speed so he could get in and land the shot. Wasn't quite enough, but T1, Carrier didn't have ult. One of your biggest tools is that Rakan.
All right.
And the power he provides in actually locking down the target. But instead, we go in on Doctom and we don't even take him down. Again, I think support ults are such a big deal. The fact that Peter has his available means that he can go in here, they immediately go on to Owner, who doesn't quite sync up with Faker and Carrier. Guma, the bullets don't really do that much, and T1 should count themselves lucky that both these members get out, because with just a little more damage, or just an arrow, could have been the difference maker. And now KT basically uneven goal. And it's in light of last game where the KT team fighting was just better. Now part of it was the draft, but it makes me worried for T1. And we do know, don't be a 2-game Andy after yesterday's series, right? We're not going to get ahead of ourselves. And T1 still have a shot, but this is another one of those drafts where if it doesn't work, it's going to feel really, really rough.
Certainly will. And one of the things that already feels rough is the fact that BDD has above, or actually pretty even to a 1,000 gold lead that Malignant's already done.
Oh, that's big.
The item advantage is kind of massive.
No counter gank opportunity, they know.
Yeah, Perfect.
Wait.
Yeah, I think Perfect gets a bit of an idea.
He doesn't have his ult, so he can't just clear the wave. Might have to drop it and leave.
Oh god, this is so scary. Faker.
Peter's on the way. Again.
Gotta clear this one out.
Oh.
Yeah, Peter getting into position, and they decide that they're going to pull the trigger. The flash still available here as the exhaust. It goes down. The charm is decent, and Kumiyushi going to be able to lock down the kill. My god, the turret does so much damage now that it's charged up. The Cuz is going to trade it for a dragon. And BDD is still pushing here towards the bottom side. Doctom unanswered here in the mid lane as well. It's probably kind of okay, as Peter is just going to continue persuading Faker from taking plates.
Kind of depends on what the soul is going to be, whether KT feels good about that or not, because that is more gold going into their coffers.
It's a mountain.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Yep, we're okay with that.
That's it's a Jin, a Kali.
I mean, the first two Drakes were Chemtech Ocean. Like, what? They can only get good stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to look like... I think Mountain is almost as good as it gets. Like Infernal and Hextech are obviously still ahead, but it's better than Cloud. I know you love Cloud, but
No,
I
can see it.
Into Jhin Akali, even into Nocturne, I think you get a ton of value out of that. It's perfect. Might be in trouble here. Carry on the way.
Let's see what he can do here. No flash available as he'll just get knocked up and will get taken down. No scrap shield. Well, actually he did have it, but it's just not going to be able to do enough there. Snip, snip goes Doran. Cuz gets here a little bit late. Flags and drags, gets himself out. So that is Feats of Warfare over to T1. The answering Feats of Strength did actually happen here for KT already. Upgrade some shoes.
We're just dropping waves left and right. Now this top wave is just going to get pushed in by Faker. No one able to answer. That's going to be at least the plate, because that plate is about to drop. But before Perfect is back, might be an opportunity for Faker to shove in the next wave and get another.
It's looking a bit dangerous as KT, they at least have some control of this mid lane. Gumishi has been catching waves in here for quite some time, but he's Jhin. Like, this is what you want to be doing in the mid game. You want to free up your support to allow him to roam around. Kerry has been doing exactly that as BDD down towards the bottom side holds onto that lead that he has. They haven't been able to push this advantage, and especially the item spike that he managed to pick up. T1 have just avoided fighting around where BDD is.
The continued sideline impact of T1 has been their biggest advantage in this series. Even in game one, I think they're overloading on side, sending over Owner, sending over multiple people to catch these individual members of KT. I say members, it's really just kind of been perfect.
Yeah.
Part of that is just him being a top laner. Part of that is, I think, particularly like the play on bot side just now, that one feels a little bit more out of left field, but the top one was very telegraphed, right? In hindsight, probably should have just dropped the wave, left and waited for Peter, because if Peter is there from the beginning, might have been playable. But despite that, T1 haven't been able to really get ahead in gold. And those two Dragons Atlas, to me, they weigh heavily. Because KT's comp, I think, in team fights functions quite well without too much setup. And for T1, you got to get at least one flank angle off. Nocturne helps, but that alone is not enough.
No, not quite. And we haven't really seen, like, what KT really wants to do with this composition. You want to be layering Cataclysm and Equalizer together, Chains of Corruption over the top right. It is a wombo combo composition with BDD able to clean up.
Fight.
All right, let's see how this one goes. As Carrier going in, does find out that there is a control ward in that brush. Doesn't get any more information, really. Doran shows up to the battlefield. And the Gwen, we need to keep our eyes on her. She's going to be such a problem for KT. Piercing arrow coming down is now Doran looking to start off the fight. The exhaust comes through, but Doran not really getting too much done. Is now so deep his owner, but he takes down the Varus and flashes away. There's that Cataclysm we were talking about, but they've lost so much of the damage. There it is from Faker, finds the ulti, but doesn't go in on the backflip towards Cuz. Didn't want to sacrifice himself, and in fact, they've got their pick. They're happy with it.
Got the pick on Doctom, this Varus. It's a nigh unplayable game. Doran finds him first. Owner knocks it down. Now, KT will be able to answer towards the bot side of the map, but more gold going into the pockets of T1. Herald also possibly giving them the opportunity to set up for a mid lane turret take.
Yeah.
That's good, but it's still, I'd argue, a relatively even trade, right? Like, yes, it was nice.
I mean, it's Feats of Strength going over to KT with that first turret.
KT could have TP'd Perfect in, but instead they made the call to just go for the turret. And I want to look at how Cuz survives here, because starts over with Doctom, the exhaust comes through, Doran basically murders him, and then obviously Owner is able to very easily get the kill. Good flash from him to not get locked down, and then Cuz goes in but doesn't quite find it. I think Faker there doesn't hit the ult. If he hits the ult, he just dies. Can't go in on the flip, as you highlight, because if he does go for the flip, then there's two champions that can interrupt him, and he probably just ends up going down.
Yeah, it's just a 1-for-1, and maybe the 1-for-1 is fine, but it's also completely okay just to walk away. So Doctom trying to take some pot shots here in the mid lane. Both him and Gumiushi with similar jobs in this game. But looking like it's a lot more difficult for Doctom at this point in time, especially with the fact that Owner does have the just Varus doesn't play the game button.
Yeah,
just feels a little unfair.
Now the upside for KT, is that they do have a lot of threats on their comp, but if they keep falling further behind, and like we have this Fed Gwen, we have Gumayushi that is hard to get to unless you fully commit. These fights are not going to look good. Both Perfect and Dokdam are pretty far behind, and we need to see this actual combo of the equalizer and the power and teamfight that has to be used.
They're going in. They're going to find the angle once again. As Dokdam not allowed to play the game. As once more, Carrier goes forward, finds a quickness. One more time, the equalizer this time is going to come in. The Pulverize on top as they take down Doran, but it's a 2-for-1. KT still fighting uphill, and there is a stun on a BDD, locking him down. He gets under the turret. That is still a man advantage here for T1, and a Dragon free for the taking.
And the heroics from Peter means that the fight isn't a blow-up, but T1 still so happy with that. Dokdam, again, focused down immediately. So much backline access there, but this one also kind of felt like he was just out of position. If it's just Owner getting on top of you, not all you can do is a possible retake angle. I'm kind of wondering whether they want to go for this, but feels like, yeah, it's already too late. They seem to realize as well, so maybe just looking for the shove. And a bait with Peter waiting in the brushes here, but it doesn't look like T1's going to fall for it.
Yeah, it's some funny business happening.
Owner.
They're going to see whether they can lock down Owner, as he's not going to get charmed up. That's a great spell shield to make sure that he survives. And so, yeah, it was cheeky, it was cute, but it didn't quite work out. Okay, you can see, though, there is still some fight in KT, and a 2,000 gold lead is not going to be able to win you the game.
I think he wants to position safely, and he will generally die in these fights. But you can't be that far up when there's no protection. You need to be behind your team, regardless of where T1 is, right? You need to be on the other end. And then Peter here does a good job of mitigating, but T1 at this point have already won the team fight. Yeah. Taken out the Rumble before he can really do too much. Taken out the Varus. These fights looking way better for T1. That's the soul point denied. And these mid-game fights looking so much cleaner compared to game number 1.
And we're really, like, this is what you want to see out of a blue side team. That first pick, finding you the value.
Oh, yeah.
And they've been playing around Doran. He's been able to get the work done. And even though he got taken down in the last fight, he got so much value for it. Yeah, this is not the value for KT, although a lot of movement speed, even though he's pretty scared, still not going to be enough to save the Rumble. Goes to 0 and 4.
And this is kind of the issue you get to as a top laner. And for Perfect, this might end up being a really defining moment for, is he able? Because right now, this game, you just got to be an equalizer button, accept it. Can he bounce back in the next game? Because at this point, there's nothing you can do. Like Gwen's fed, Nocturne's fed. You will just get chain dove unless you fully sack the wave. It might have been the better call, but I think that's kind of a lost-loss situation. But I keep going back to that play where Peter was coming top. They kind of knew that the dive was imminent. Dying there is, I think, what started a lot of this snowball. That's when Doran started getting fed. And KT, not out of it fully yet, but I think T1 are feeling a lot better about the position that they're in this game. And I do want to say that trying to do an overzealous Otacon can still get them in trouble, but as long as they don't do that, they're side laning pressure with a fed Nocturne. Kind of disgusting, Atlas, because we haven't talked about the 1-for-1 that much yet. But now's as good a time as any.
Yeah, the Akali Gwen are going to win in side lanes against anyone that KT has. There it is. There's that conversation that we were going to have about that one as, what? Doran just died to Krugs because he felt like it. That's what just happened. He just died to Krugs because he felt like it. Do you want that again? He just died to Krugs.
No, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can you repeat that?
He died to Krugs because he felt like it.
I don't get it.
Oh, right. Well, he died. Well, Faker is going in. Let's see what Cuz can do about it as the paranoia comes down. I think Dokdam's dying, ladies and gentlemen. Jonas Strong didn't even need to zoom out, although Dokdam able to sidestep. He survived! It is such huge character development here as it's now Rift Herald being used to try and get Ona out of trouble, and it's going to work just fine. That was pretty cute. All of T1 will survive, and we've got the Rift Herald coming out one more time, looking to wander down the mid lane. They're not going to get a whole lot of value for it, but it keeps the Nocturne up, and that is enough value for Shelly.
That is the most Doran thing I have ever seen.
Yeah, did you see that? He died to Krugs because he felt like it.
Only truly great.
Oh dear, Peter. He does have an unbreakable will. He's looking to try and turn things around. He flashes out of the way of the Shuriken, and he needed to. And T1 are just taking this Otacon towards the top side of the map. Cuz looking to come over. He's got BDD in tow. Oh god. Okay, well, Let's see whether Cuz can get in there. Of course, it's a job, and he can travel a lot of distance. As Doran going on over, they do manage to take it down. Cuz goes in maybe a little bit too late, and the deadly flourish comes on through, but Carrier's already dead. Cuz getting taken down lower and lower as they get in, but Doctum still goes down. Doran in trouble. He will be taken out, but not before he gets his stake. And now Owner coming on in. BDD not able to get out of the way, and that is another one. Gumayushi cleans up, and T1 just watching KT circling this drain, looking to see whether they can fully flush it this time.
That's the whole sequence is Doran in a nutshell. Goes down to Krugs, then TP's top, finds a big play, takes down Doctum out of the fight, and does enough damage before he goes down. As Cuz just a little bit too late on that flag and drag. The fight looks relatively close because of the amount of damage BDD has available, but they can't actually get on top of Guma, and then here the attempt to save Doctum doesn't quite work out.
Yeah, the snip coming in just in time.
He does so much damage.
Before that headbutt comes in, yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's the Gwen. And then Guma, this is what he loves doing on this Jhin, providing support from afar. T1, some big wins there, and it all goes back to, so Doran died on Krugs, and it was so obvious. KT was desperately trying to force, and they just couldn't find an angle. T1 was proving too slippery.
Yeah.
Because if T1 would not have escaped those fights, and KT would have found an angle, that could have been game losing. Right, out of comp was up, that could have been the comeback angle. As
all right, Doran going in. Circle is on cooldown, but Peter not going to be too worried about the deadly flourish.
Tickles.
Yeah, Pulverize not going to connect as Carrier gets over the wall.
They need this, Atlas. I think they need this badly.
Well, Cuz is still on it, but Faker looking for that flank angle. The control ward is going to spot him. Vision going down into this brush. Multiple wards coming on in, but the control ward's certainly working out here for KT.
So much
Speedy,
damage.
this is the charm. And just watch for the deadly flourish. Doran dashing forward, finds that snip, and there are the curtains. Gumayushi just making sure that they are unable to get anywhere near this, but that is going to be the pickoff onto Carrier. The auto is in the air, and BDD is able to lock it down. Now he gets another charge. Gumayushi taking a bit of damage. The Nocturne is the one that secures this dragon for T1 though. And now T1 look for the re-engage. The hail of arrows is from the grave as the Nocturne, the Jhin, the damage is coming through, and Faker with the perfect execution going to help lock down this Jarvan. Cuz nothing he can do. And T1, they are just going from strength to strength.
There's only two ways this comp looks, and for T1, this is the one they were aiming for. Once you're fed enough, you can just go in on every single one of these plays. Guma is on Fred. Doran is just snipping to his heart's content. And Owner, every single ult feels like it's been a huge hit.
Yeah. And it's 4-0, troubles not found for Gumayushi after a game number one that was looking the opposite of that. He is just flying high on his Jhin. And we have to remember, the Jhin was their second pick, right? This is T1 being rewarded for choosing the right champions, the draft working out for them beautifully. And this setup, we said, look out for the deadly flourish. Well, Peter got caught by that one, and yeah, Carrier goes down, but it doesn't matter. T1 had him exactly where they wanted him.
They have to use so much. If they get the dragon, maybe that's worth. If Perfect holds his ult a little bit longer, but he doesn't get any value out of it. And yeah, Doctum really gets to play the game, guys. This Varus pick, the prio on it, it makes sense, but I think that the T1 draft completely invalidates it, particularly now that we've gotten to this point. And now, I believe in roller coasters, but really, I don't. Yeah. I think this one needs to go back in maintenance. This one is not.
I mean, we can see that T1, they're not really about roller coasters. They're for like easy, just up and to the right. Let's just cruise towards winning more, and then winning the game. And that is what it's looking like at this point in time. Currently an 8,000 gold advantage, but with the amount of map control that they have, T1 just looking in all of the control. Baron has been around for about a minute so far this game. KT gonna have to be worried about that being snuck away very, very quickly. Like, if Owner and Doran like hang out around the Baron pit for like more than a couple of minutes, KT need to be worried that it's just gone.
Yeah, it'll go down very, very quickly. Now, T1 also starting to get these Drakes. And Mountain Drake, when you're ahead, I think just feels amazing as Doran.
Okay,
they're trying to collapse.
Yeah, getting that flank angle as Doran almost kills Perfect before anything happens, as BDD continues to be the only one with kills on his team. The trade for the Baron looking to come in as Doctum. Unfortunately, he was on vision of the enemy team. The Shuriken backflip comes through, and Faker is going to be able to lock that one down as KT Looking to try and answer still. Peter is in position now, but another deadly flourish can hold the cow in position.
They got to try and find a fight.
Yeah.
Now that Doran is dead, but I don't think they're going to get one. T1 disengages again.
They do stop the Baron, so I guess there is that.
It's a trade up, technically, for KT. I mean, Doctum is not really playing the game. Oh, Faker, he got caught on the flank. They know he's behind them.
Oh, this is, it could be a good angle, though, as he goes into the mist. Peter does have an unbreakable will. And now they're looking to try and turn this one. The spell shield just doesn't quite work there from Owner as he gets over the wall. He's inside the Cataclysm. The Pulverize, no, it's a grand entrance from Carrier that locks him down. There's the Pulverize, but it's too late, and it does not do anything. Beat it either. He's got a really cool hat, and he's got some resets. Gumayushi is Captain Jack, though. He cleanses it, and he's able to get the triple kill here for T1. They're looking for a Baron, and I don't think KT are coming back in this one.
And despite BDD's heroics, not going to be enough. T1 are bringing us to a certain 1-in-1 here. Wow, KDA is ruined already. Might as well try, right? Look for the Guma, because there's no jungler.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
There was only a 4th shot on Jhin, which ends up being enough, but
yeah,
also,
that probably does more than Smite.
Yeah, I'm sure as soon as they started this, Guma's like, guys, someone match him, someone. I know how this goes.
Yeah, you don't
this
Guma
movie
the
before. And here, I'm like, do they invest too much into killing Doctum? Ends up being fine, even though they throw Carrier's ultimate into him. Because, as well as Owners, because Owner doesn't really have a cooldown on his ult. I want you to look at how fast that times out. And then here, look how long it takes to actually kill him. It's kind of insane as a...
In the meantime, we've got another engage here from Owner, who oh my god, okay, Gumayushi, those bullets are doing a little bit too much, as they know exactly where KT's bread's buttered. It's BDD, and he is just going to get obliterated. That is Owner once again. Like, his scoreline must be absurd right now. Yeah, 7-2-8, not too bad. We're putting that in the pros column. Gumayushi as well, he's legendary, 8-0-6 on the Jhin, as T1 are pushing up this bottom lane. And it is all over but the Cryon, and the Cryon is about to ensue as this Nexus is very close to dead. And we're going to have a best of 3 for all the marbles on this road to MSI here in Busan. Has Perfect able to dash cannon his way out of the deadly flourish, but I just don't think that that's going to be enough to save anything. All right, KT still desperately trying to hold on to their base. They have 2 inhibitor turrets left available, but yeah, it is a 12,000 gold lead. Just north of that, perhaps.
Yeah, they are still technically in this game, Atlas.
Yeah,
but
they're
only
on the
technically.
rift. Yes. Owner's taken a lot of damage. Wow.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah, with only 2 deaths to his name at the same time.
And then Guma is the lowest, which is kind of cool. And I mean, we can talk about this replay, but we don't really need to, guys. It's a 12K.
Yeah.
They could take any fight they want. I want to talk a little bit more about how this game played out, right? Because in game number 1, what we saw was T1 overloading sides early, trying to ensure that they got leads on their individual members, and then using those leads in an attempt to set up objectives. But the objectives went mostly to KT, and KT's team fighting was just way better. In this game number 2, they're opting even more into that strategy, right? Like, we're going really ham on our solo laners, and really anything else is... guys, this...
Okay, yeah, but Pulverize, they're going to see whether they can kill the Nocturne, who just turns the lights out. The quickness getting so much value, and KT, they haven't been able to take down Owner. He's still alive, as BDD just goes golden to watch him regen his health bar. Yeah, that's called Owner catching the kitchen sink and throwing it back at KT, and KT falling over. Doran, he might die, but I mean, right now KT are doing about as much work as the Krugs this game. And he doesn't even fall down. That's going to be it, guys. T1 gonna even out this series here in game number 2. And this is the T1 everyone wanted to see here in this road to MSI at Busan. A best of 3 now for all the marbles.
And that's a KT scoreboard if I've ever seen one. BDD on 9-4, everyone else, the KDA not looking so hot. But it's these compositions. Owner on a carry, Guma on a supportive AD pick, and then 2 big solo laners. Really, to me, this draft felt about the Akali and the Gwen. Akali took some time to get going, BDD in the head that day, great. But the continued ganks onto Perfect, onto Doctom, meant that Doran eventually got to the point where he was unmatched, and if you ever try to punish both Akali and Gwen, they stall forever, and then you're getting Nocturne ulted, you're getting chin bullets at your head, and that is the smooth and steady upwards and to the right, Atlas.
Yeah, this is T1 building their own roller coaster, but this is all just the preamble before you actually get to the ride itself. This is slowly but surely cruising towards the top, and that is precisely what they wanted to see. I tell you what, though, what's ringing true to me now was that Tahm Kench ban, because before this game even started, Owner knew exactly what he wanted to do, and that was kill the Varus all game long. He was successful. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 3, to see whether KT can get back on the horse after their first loss here at Road to MSI, or whether T1 look to just sweep their way through and continue on with a chance of that ticket.
여기 봐줄 수 있나?
한판 물릴게 이거.
아 물려도
야, 여기 있다 여기.
할게.
가졌어 나 가졌어.
좋아 일단
배워갔어. 하네. 나 죽겠어. 얼른.
할만해. 좋아. 많이 좋아. 매트 안. 아 거의 풀되는데.
봤어.
더블 3점.
탱크 명. 나안 하는데? 탱크 쳐? 안 흘릴 것 같아. 더블 높여.
더블 모르겠다.
없나 봐.
아, 땡.
质疑从不缺席，但喧嚣亦是动力。强者从不止步游移，只会以力量回敬。 其之名，自当高歌。
The rain has descended here in Busan, and the roller coaster has been temporarily suspended as T1 shellacked. I don't even know if that's the correct tense of the words. Shellacked KT in that last one. It was a 13,000 gold lead at one point as they go up, or they tie 1-1 here after 2 games, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, considering how close game 1 was, you know, KT did manage to win it, but it was a struggle, it was a fight. Game 2, a lot more one-sided, and I think a lot came from the draft. I think KT ended up making some mistakes. T1 made some smart choices. I think ultimately the Varus pick that came really early on was punished heavily. They ended up opting into things like the Nocturne and the Akali. And what really stood out was this Tom Kench ban denying a pick that would do such a good job of protecting the Varus. And we saw in that game, that was not a fun game to play Varus.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I want to talk about their first pick as well. I was actually thinking that T1 should pick up Rumble first because this is the matchup that Perfect is good on. So I feel like KT had the great plan about their draft, but T1's early game plan was actually great because they kind of ran away from the matchup that Perfect is really like. So they lane swap in the early game. So I think that helped a lot for T1 to have more space when it comes to the early game. I mean, they tried to gank on both sides as 4-man, but they covered with the spellbook support. Carrier covered the 4-man dive, and I think that actually managed to Gwen to have the early game power spike, and I think that helped a lot for the T1.
Yeah, it allowed then for the Gwen to scale, for the Nocturne to get going, and early on it was scrappy. It was like 2-for-1s, 1-for-1s, but then the Gwen really took off here with a couple of team fights that turned the tide.
Yeah, Doran just finding a great angle to start the fight here. Just so much damage quickly to Dokdam. who flashes and is half HP before Ona even gets to him. Easy pick up there, and then the ensuing fight, they don't get too many kills at the back end, but immediately KT know they're not able to continue this fight, and it's moments like these, fights start in this manner that are so explosive that just catch KT off guard time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, for their team comp, they kind of have to engage first because they have Alista, Rumble, Ari, and Jarvan, which means that you can actually jump on the enemy target. But you have Varus, who is getting just demolished every single time in the team fight. So they were actually hesitating on the engage, and that's the moment where a Nocturne finds the way on Varus, and I think the follow-up with Akali and Gwen was just on point.
Yeah, clearly in the draft there was an idea of who Game 1 MVP was, and since then it was just nothing but roasted duck after that. Here in highlight number 2, it was a, I think an ill-timed look into the Otacon for KT. Summoners are down at this point. They try to get into a fight, and BDD can't go on in. His ult's down too.
Yeah, I mean, not having the ult for BDD is such a massive loss here. In this situation, not able to get those resets. It does finally come up so late, and then he uses so many charges just to finish off Duran here. Does get the reset, but Ona's so fed, so tanky at this situation, and him and Guma just able to clean up the fight. The game was in a pretty bad spot of this situation, but just an easy cleanup for T1, and the game just didn't feel close at this point.
Again, they had the winning condition. I think BDD was fat enough to kill them all, but I feel like, again, Gwen was jumping on Varus. Even though they have the momentum to jump into the target, they have to play for Varus. So even though they were actually in a good position in the team fight, they cannot go forward. They have to get back to protect the Varus, but you cannot even protect him. So that's the point where T1's team comp kind of pops off after the team fight.
Yeah, and when I think about some of the matches in the run road to MSI tiebreaker as well, Duckdom was escaping on like a sliver of HP, or he outplayed. You can't outplay the Nocturne ult. You can't outplay the Gwen jumping on you. And even in the last game before that, the Kalista, there was times where Sion died and then no one was helping the Kalista get away. Now Duckdom's getting punished. Some of the extra damage isn't there, and it's only one threat in BDD. They can go ahead and shut that one down.
I think it's just one of these situations where if you're going to go greedy and get the Varus in that early rotation, maybe opt into some extra protection, maybe grab the Tom. It's a bit hindsight to say that, but grab the Tom before the next rotation. Or just leave the Varus till the second rotation. If it gets banned out, that happens sometimes, but it's still like we were early in Fearless. It's only the second game. There's still plenty of AD carry picks. I think, you know, KT tried something by going for the early Varus, and they really paid for it in this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think for Game 3, the key player should be the top laner again, because the Game 1, it was fight for the tanks, and Game 2 was Gwen versus Rumble matchup. And the only one top champion is left, which is Jace. So I think the blue side is more important, and I want to see what's the answer for the Jace on Game 3.
Yeah, KT has selected blue side. We know what that win rate is currently in terms of the sides. It has been red side favored, but T1 did get the win in the last one. Where do you want to see the drafts go here?
I mean, not necessarily just the draft, but I think I'm looking towards bot lane and enabling AD carries, because Guma had a fantastic game on the Jhin, but also Duckdom, Game 1 he popped off, Game 2 he was shut down. If KT can enable him, they can come back in this series.
All right, 1-1 is the score. This is the first game loss for KT in the road to MSI. Is it just a bump in the road, or will they be able to keep chugging along? Let's find out with game number 3.
Yep, we just have to see whether the cart is off the tracks or whether this is just one of those wheels, you know? And we don't know yet. It could be that we are still plummeting down. This might be one of those, like, you know, the giant drop type situation.
Atlas, it's always a roller coaster in the dark. You never know where you're going with this team. And really, when you think about it, KT is just 4 redemption arcs and BDD slapped all tightly together in a car, destination, who knows? We don't know.
We put down the sign. It's just, we're just KT roastering now, and the roller coaster is just, it's just gone.
And for me, there are 2 really big tests that are gonna come in here for KT, because T1, every single one of these players, even though Doran hasn't quite at the same highs when it comes to international performance, all of these players have dealt with way more pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Through the career that they have together, for KT, for Perfect and for Duckdom, we need to see a bounce back. We need to see them not let this get to themselves. I think that very clearly the team environment is there for KT. The way that Perfect in particular has been very outspoken about his issues with the stress of being a competitor. And one can only hope that that game on one of his comfort picks where he was targeted very heavily doesn't get to him. Because Atlas, let's be real, we want 5.
Yeah, we definitely want 5.
I don't want no 1-0 into 3-0 sweep.
Yeah.
Miss me. Come on, we need to
All right,
go the distance.
We need to fire back with some KT cope then to get them back onto those tracks.
Hey,
so give it to me, Chronicler.
Well, T1 could win this one. I'm just talking about the next one.
All right, so we don't even need any cope yet. We're just
No,
get through
we
the
saved the
third
cope
game.
for after game 3.
So basically, the fact that T1 won just gets us one step closer to 5. Right? Because if we got a guaranteed 4, we're going to be anxious no matter what happens after this game, because a team will have match point.
Oh, yes.
It could just be over in 4, ladies and gentlemen. I find it isn't it insane that KT chose blue side, the obviously inferior side?
They themselves have proven that blue side is objectively
It's so
worse.
strange, isn't it?
Atlas, I'm sorry, man. I can't take you seriously when you're criticizing statistics. I just can't do it. I've had to sit beside you, spout nonsense too many times.
So I do want to talk about the side selection just a little bit, because blue side is actually very important in this series. Consistently, throughout this one, T1 have been able to ban the Taliyah and the Rumble, and the Trundle every single game. The Rumble got through last time, wasn't able to pick up a win, but they take away the Yone. Yone was untouched in the first game. I think we're due a Yone game, which may mean that T1 has to utilize that ban on the red side. And you know what that means? There's one obligatory ban that still exists, and that is Vi. And if Cuz gets his hands on Vi, they'll win the game. I think that's almost a guarantee. And so it's a bit of a catch-22. What are we going to adjust in the bans? Because T1 don't have that added layer of flexibility that first pick does bring you.
There's also, for me, the question of what is Guma going to play next? We did see some bans that raised questions. The Kaisa banning game 1 is something that I'm going to keep going back to. And his Jhin performance was absolutely outstanding. And this is a champion that ever since, mid-2023, he's just been exceptional and really, it was just calibrating 2022 when they played.
Yeah.
Yumi Jhin. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up.
Did you have to bring that? You didn't have to bring that up.
Well, because after that, it was all smooth sailing. So that Jhin, no surprise, that is really a comp that at any point in the last couple of years, T1's could have played. Yep. And if they're in form, it's going to look amazing. Doesn't matter that it's Doran piloting it instead of Zeus. It ends up working out nicely. Also, Doran, that man is the most committed memer that I know. Because dying to Krugs and then winning a team fight immediately after, it's peak Doran.
He also gets to go into the history books alongside the greats such as Dundun, who wins a 1v2 and then immediately dies to Gromp.
It's peak.
Oh, it is so good. Pantheon going to be taken away here on the blue side. You know that KT are angling for a Taliyah. That's what they want. The Vi is going to be snapped up. So, right now, the biggest priority champions is that Taliyah and, of course, the Azir.
Especially with the Yone. I'm actually kind of surprised because the Yone ban, to me, I guess they banned Taliyah on free because normally there's a few things we can go into Taliyah. The Ahri is a common one.
Oh, well, now you're just... Isn't it checkmate?
Well, because it's Azir or... Well,
yeah, Azir, Taliyah, but then you leave them both up, but Taliyah wins. Yeah. So you have to ban Taliyah here, but then they get a free
Azir,
pick of the Azir. Yeah, okay.
And a lot of the counter picks are already... and I think this is the best out of a bad situation, banning a Trundle instead, because it's been one of our better Trundles, looked great on the champion. And this is the least surprising thing that's happened here today, as Taliyah gets taken by BDD. BDD obviously has been the front runner for KT, and getting his pick on arguably the best mid laner in the meta is a big win. There's also a lot of the counter picks, as mentioned, already taken away, unless you want to go deep into the pockets of like a Sylas, which this early on I think is a big risk, because we've seen Ryze into it, already taken away. We've seen Victor into it. This matchup, I don't think is exciting. There's a reason why we didn't see these blind Azirs anymore. It's because of this exact matchup. It's just so hard to find consistent angles if you are the Azir.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why the Azir's win rate has been lower and lower is that's a Graves hover there for Owner. We're going to try not to react to that one too much, but is because a lot of players, BDD is one of them, who has just been picking the Azir first and then getting Taliyah, as we do get to set up the wall and then crash the champion into the wall.
Yeah, but if you're a T1 fan, you see Azir into Taliyah and Owner on a tank that isn't Sejuani.
This is Sejuani.
That is Sejuani right there. Sejuani Jax. Could be the angle here. Checks is a relatively safe blind. Doran can obviously go for his classic Gragas counter pick that is still open. As instead, maybe...
Yo!
Gonna get this. Well, you can still pick the jungle run free, right? That's perfect. Going to get the Yorick here. And you can see that man looking to bounce back in a big way after that rough game number 1.
Yeah,
or game number 2, rather. Game number 1 was great.
Yeah, we've seen Yorick be so powerful in more recent patches. I believe got nerfed, actually, coming into this patch. But still, players have been playing it so much as the Sejuani going to be locked in alongside it. Kind of feels weird, right? Because you can imagine that Permafrost synergy alongside a Yorick is going to be there, but Yorick doesn't want you in his lane, so it does feel a little bit strange as a Renekton. A consideration here for Doran. And it looks like so many T1 drafts of the past, right? The Azir in the mid lane, a lot of consistent damage, some more early lane dominance as far as the top lane pick is concerned. Nameplate might be changed, but the vibe is certainly still there. Gumayusi Carrier just waiting to try and get some counter pick options if they can find them.
Talia's just such a crazy pick into all of these champions.
Yeah, this is the problem. Sometimes you can ignore the problem and it goes away.
Not BDD's Talia, yeah.
And sometimes you can't. And he won't go away.
I do think that the cohesion is better on T1, and not just because they picked a bunch of, Shreeman champions. Like, that's fun. That's
Yeah.
cute. But mostly because these are a lot of power picks. We know these players are good in these champions. There's, as you already mentioned, the 2v2 synergy in jungle and mid. There is the Renekton, the Azir, which, that goes way back. That's a classic as well.
A pigeon and a crocodile.
Oh, yeah. As we are currently looking at maybe banning away all engage supports that, okay, I was going to say that aren't Nautilus or Leona, and then you just pick the other one that's left. The only downside for Leona is that I do think that the Mercs value becomes kind of crazy here. So you might instead pick an AD carry on 4 and just look to go for good old classic carrier counter pick. Now, Xayah is still open. I'm imagining that's what T1 wants to go towards here. So maybe we see it banned here by KT.
Yeah, that would mean leaving up the Leona, but things like Renata are still there, I guess.
Yeah.
But it does feel a little bit more like pseudo-engage. Is the Caitlyn going to be taken away from Guma? Certainly one of his favorite picks.
It's just Xayah?
Well, I think that's probably what he's going to do.
The only downside of Xayah is that Jinx is still open, and I think this is a pretty good Jinx spot. It's kind of tough for T1 to consistently get backline access.
Let's see what they do decide to go with. Guma could just take the Jinx if he'd like, because then Dr. Arm does have a difficult matchup. I'd actually written down the Lucian. This is something that Gumayusi, on his resurgence, found a lot of success on. And that is going to be the lock-in here, unless something changes in the nick of time, but it does not. So not with the same level of range as that Jinx that you were talking about, but it does feel way worse picking Jinx into this, especially with Carrier having the counter pick angle. That is still a big grin on Peter's face, which is a little bit frightening.
Makes it hard for KT.
Samira.
Samira Leona.
Is that why?
Well, Brom's out. Like, Brom's out.
No. No, they're toying with it.
Ezreal Leona is fine as well. I think Leona makes a lot of sense. They pick Leona here and then they're going to contemplate, is what I imagine is happening. Ezreal's the safer pick. Ezreal's a lot of innate safety against the what do you call it? Renekton. You can get away from Azir relatively easily. You really shouldn't be impaled. Yeah, it is going to be that. I would have loved the Samira, but we knew it wasn't going to happen. And now, what is the counter pick going to be? Is it going to be Nami or Milio, which obviously pair really well together?
What about Big Bad Brad?
Will be a very carrier thing, but into
the wife steal
into Ezreal, I don't know if you get quite as much value.
Oh no!
No,
he's definitely memeing. He's memeing. It's Big Bad Brad. There we go.
So playing very focused on lane, and playing Talia into Bard is actually kind of obnoxious. That is one of the few champions that any champion, and Yorick as well on the side lane, without a dash, it's just obnoxious. It's so easy for the enemy team to collapse. T1 have obviously used this pick with great efficiency. When it comes to power picks, I take KT's side every time, right? Like, I'm looking at the Yorick, which is a top tier pick right now. I don't think the Renekton is really inspiring. I'm looking at Talia, who to me is the premier mid laner right now, that is in a winning matchup. even though she got counterpicked. Bot lane is obviously tough in the 2v2, but it goes back to that game number 2 as well. This is a lot of comfort for T1. It's Faker on Azir, it's Carry on Bard, and maybe that's enough to take away some of the power of those picks that KT have gotten for themselves here.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think that there is, like, if you look at how these compositions are going to interact with one another, there is certainly that edge for KT. But like you say, this just looks like a T1 draft. And they're coming off the back of a victory. We have to remember that they're the team that hadn't been playing very much over the last couple of weeks. It's KT that's been running this gauntlet this entire time, feeling a little bit warmer. And now T1 have to step off after like 2-0-2 losses in a row, and then a big break, and then stepping onto this huge stage. And you can imagine one game in lieu makes a fair bit of sense. Now back on the horse, seeing what they can get done. This is going to be a big test for KT to try and bounce back. Oh man, Sajik Indoor Gymnasium erupting here as all the fans cheering on their team. T1, I think, going to need a little bit of extra energy in this game. I don't think they have the same level of checkmate that they had in the first one. The Nocturne really making sure that Dokdam was just eliminated before he even really started like plugging in his mouse, which might have been why we had such a long delay before we got into game 2. That might explain something. We couldn't quite figure out how Doran was supposed to play the game. And then we just went in and played it anyway, which felt a little unfair, didn't it? Because he didn't really play the game.
Yeah, post-early game, I don't think a lot of the decisions in the game really mattered. It's just one of those comps, you know?
Yep.
Where once you get ahead, and credit to T1 for getting ahead, but I mean more so if you're in if you're in KT's shoes, you're like, oh, well, whatever. You know, they got ahead early. I think that's the type of loss you can shake off a lot more easily as opposed to some of the losses KT have inflicted on other teams.
All right, well, Peter's going in. Carrier's taking a little bit of damage here as Dokdam trying to land these Mystic shots. Piercing Light going to connect there very nicely by Gumayusi. I basically judge how Lucian is played by how many of the Qs you weave through minions and hit your opponent. That was how I used to cast Uzi playing this champion, where if you remember, when Uzi was winning, he wasn't allowed to play that champion. When he was losing, he wasn't allowed to play that champion. We've got another engage as level 2s have been hit across the board. Dokdam still trying to fight here as Carrier with the Meep slap, trying to get the work done as now Peter possibly overextended the flash forward. The flash in response from Peter. Oh! First blood for Dokdam! It will be a 1-for-1 as Gumayushi's able to lock that one down, and he does have the advantage in health, but still, that was a sick play.
I think that's a win for T1 as a BDD. Yeah, this is not a fun matchup. This won't be a fun matchup. I am still unsure why we picked Azir here.
Yeah.
I think that's favorable slightly for T1, even though First Blood goes to KT because the wave state is really rough. Guma gets to keep control of the wave, and Owner's pathing bot. So Guma can just stay in this wave with
why is
impunity. Yeah, because Doran has prio top, so he's just like, I know that. I think they did track where Cuz was early, because Doran put down the ward, right? So he can just go and invade and delay.
Yep.
So that his bot lane gets to push their lead a little further. The upside for Dokdam is that he did go and get an early back, and he has already started stacking his tier. So that's something that he will be happy about.
Yeah, managed to get that first blood, which does mean that that tier gets to stack up. Doesn't give you any battle stats, though, as another seismic shove going to connect. Wow, BDD should play this Talia more often. He's really good at it. Teehee?
It's a very mischievous Teehee, Atlas.
Sometimes you just need to find the moment for a mischievous team. Okay, there's a magical journey for the carrier. Peter gonna get thrown back towards the enemy team, but yeah, he's a Leona, so he's gonna be okay. Dokdam isn't okay. He's gonna spend most of his time in the base as BDD had to flash away from Faker. What happened in mid? I'm never going to Teehee ever again. Teehees are just
This is really all your fault, Atlas. I think it's very clear to everyone.
Wait, are you saying that perhaps I cast a curse?
No, I'm memeing.
Oh. I thought you were just going to say the cast curses are real.
Oh, you know I never will do that.
But I mean, they are.
Well, they're not.
Oh.
But we can say they are, you know, if we all believe it, maybe it is.
It does give it gives us a bit more power than we deserve.
Have you heard about manifesting?
Oh God, yes I have. BDD is manifesting a seismic shove in the mid lane. He did
doesn't
do
have damage is the problem. You know, he's sitting on only a tier and boots, so Faker not really impressed by what is happening. Trades are still okay, but BDD, as long as it doesn't trade health, because Faker will be able to TP.
Oh, here's the replay. And so the seismic shove missed.
Yeah, it's the sidestep on the seismic shove. And the fact that BDD doesn't have mana, and Faker obviously with the shield, and just stacking the lethal tempo. Enough damage available to bully this to Lee, and that's a big win. Getting that early flash out of BDD means that any owner gank is going to be way more potent. Same for Keria. And with that bot lane gank that owner found, Dokdam now actually behind in this 2v2.
Yep, you've got now Perfect with his ghoulies towards this top side, battling the two-man of Gumiyushi and Keria, who've once again gone for that lane swap. Peter turns up. I was actually a little bit worried for Perfect just then, but did, of course, have his Leona on the way. Cuz also in the wings.
They don't have damage is the issue here. We do see the ping go down, and we see the immediate startup for owner here. Setting up for that dragon.
Yeah, this is a lot of control for T1 in this early game. And they are making this gold lead go up. First Mountain Drake going to be important as well. Just a standalone mountain, just giving you those extra stats. It's going to be feeling pretty nice. As Faker just going to help out. And Doran is going to be here alongside as well. So a little bit of a reset for Gumiyushi and Keria. Just took a wave and are just going to head back again as the dragon is going to be taken. So there it is. Perfect going to have to be a little careful, knowing that there are a few people on this bottom side as the teleport comes in.
Keria.
Yep, slice and dice. And Ona has come on over with that boulder in hand. As Perfect, he's running the wrong way. He is definitely dead. It's just how much more work can he get done as he gets slammed into the wall. And it's even Gumiyushi that's able to help pick up this kill. Couldn't have been worse here for the KT top laner.
That is painful. There's no cross-map trade available. We're seeing that Perfect gets focused again. As T1 seems to have identified a weak spot in the armor of KT. And the one consistent win con that KT had, which was BDD, after that play from Faker, just haven't been able to find the same impact. What are they going to do? Try to dive a Renekton?
Yeah, I don't know about that. That sounds a little bit worrying.
Like they might try. I don't think it'll work, though, because Owner's already on the way.
Well, Dokdam is just picking up this wave. Cuz moving in. They're just looking to zone Doran away from the experience.
But there's
nothing
no one
bottom lane.
answering. And like BDD is roaming up KT.
This feels like a desperate all-in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see whether they can actually make something happen. Cuz clearing out the very dangerous Krugs.
Yeah, this is... So no one's answering bot wave. So T1 is just getting ahead. Like, I know that no one's answering top wave either, but mid is also getting pushed in.
Yeah, there was no one mid.
So now T1 is going to get a plate. Obviously, the bot side situation isn't great. And T1, unlike KT, have not been sharing experience. And Doran just gets back. Guma further accelerated.
Yeah,
and all of these things.
Ooh. Dokdam is level 6, never mind. Is okay, Ona coming in, driving forward. The Arcane Shift is fantastic. That's a decent True Shot barrage as well, but now Peter is looking worse for wear. Winter's Wrath not going to quite get too much done as here is Faker! But he gets stunned up immediately! That was fantastically played, and they take down the Azir. They have to trade Peter for it, but man, that could have been so much worse for KT. Cuz read it like a book as Doran, with that Dominus now proc, Dokdam playing out of his mind, but he will get cosmically bound. And the magical journey will get T1 to safety. That's going to save it for the moment, and Faker, after that play, picks up an immediate Merc Shreds.
Yeah, Cuz did kind of dunk in them there. That was, that could have been a game-losing situation for KT. If this skirmish goes all right, I think that might just be it. So we see here T1, they have a member up, they feel confident going for this play. Peter gets taken low, but Leona very tanky, able to flash out his... Oh, Doran.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Seismic Shove going to throw the Renekton around here. As Peter should be able to hold him in position. And yep, they want to give the kill over to BDD. They do so successfully. And KT well and truly back on the horse.
And these are big moments, Atlas, because it felt like
I'm okay
KT...
with being Atlas, it's fine.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, okay.
I should call you by your name.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I'm being rude.
I thought I got another name. That's cool.
I don't know.
It's okay to have a few more. That could be Atlas. What is an Atlas? If you could define... Okay, never mind.
I
You
don't
had
know.
a point. You're in the middle of a point.
No, I don't want to make my point anymore because now we're in this whole naming situation.
There's no need to be
Atlas.
stubborn, Chronicler.
I would never. So, want to highlight that it's a big moment for KT because I do think against the T1 composition, if they start getting ahead, you have a decent amount of people that can face check for KT. But you are, again, relatively short range. So if you're just trying to walk in, you're walking the Bard bindings. There's a Skarner, but you're not quite sure why. And there's an Azir that sets up his soldiers. Retaking control can be very tough unless you fully commit to an engage. So big moment there. And it all starts with Cuz finding that ultimate, and then the subsequent plays from KT.
Finding the angles as Peter walking over a ward. Carrier in position, will be able to cosmically bind the Leona. And I know how much Peter cares about that. It's to the tune of about 0. Kind of like the amount of damage that he takes from a Bard. So nothing really going to happen there. Carrier getting a bunch more information though.
And I think all 3 games have gone this way. Early on, T1's laning, barring Faker obviously doing a lot better in this one, but most of the first 2 games, and even in this one early on, I think T1 has been better with where they move on the map, right? Getting in the right place at the right time, cross-map plays. But the team fighting in game 1 was more than enough from KT. Partially the draft, partially just the execution. Cuz in particular, as well as Peter, I think, having some highlight performances there. And game number 2, T1 snowballed the game to the point where KT didn't get to play anymore. Don't think we're really on that track right now, and T1's comp can still team fight. Skarner comps, you're never really going to count them out as well.
There's a flash in. It's a decent buffer as the Tempered Fate goes down. Ona looks for the crash onto Peter, and it doesn't get the stun as the exhaust doing so much work onto Cuz, but the both junglers getting taken down so low. Gumayushi having to go so far forward as they do both fall, and the wall goes down. The flashes, they come in, and the seismic shove just barely missing onto Carrier, and Faker decides, nah, man, I ain't going in on that one. That was a very cute fake out, as my goodness, that could have been a disaster. Seismic shove this time, he's going to connect, and Peter is there to follow up BDD with a big old rock right on top of the pigeon, and he goes down.
Just leave!
Yeah.
You could have just left!
I wasn't ready to play-by-play because I thought it was over, Chronicler.
Well, also, yeah, I'm a bit baffled. So let's take another look here. This play is good, but this is a Sejuani. Cuz gets the buffer, then kind of Zonya's the culling in a way. And then it's still Sejuani with Aftershock and Eclipse, so he ends up going down, but Kuma's in an awkward spot. BDD comes in, this ult from Faker. Wonderful. Well done. Then Carrier gets the, even though he gets Seismic Shove, gets the connection first, and then he, just leave. Just leave. Just, why are we taking the greedy path back?
Yeah.
And then BDD reads him like a book. Gets the setup, but that was an unforced error. That kill didn't have to go over. And we are back in the action, Atlas.
Let's do it again, baby. As the Ocean Drake down to 50%, Cuz in position. This is likely to be another 50-50, unless it's not. Owner is holding them in position. Well, not a whole lot happens. He does manage to lock down the Dragon, and they kill BDD. True Shot Barrage doing so much work. There was a Cloud Soul. That's really cool. Still, it's Doctom with the kill. Cuz still wanting to find more. Has T1 in an awkward spot on the map. Cuz able to create the distance. A 3 versus 3 as the flash forward comes in from Doran. And out goes Perfect. He has to flash, though, and Doran decides, all right, I guess I'll just kill your turret.
Big win for Doran. And T1, get the Dragon. That's the big thing. Cloud Soul.
Oh, dear. Doran is underneath the turret. He just gets obliterated. Yeah, Perfect. Not a whole lot he can do about that one.
Yeah, that's the only appropriate response. Perfect thinking that the heal was going to be enough. Right? Yorick has so much build and sustain to his kit, but Doran knows his limits, knows his damage output. As we take a little look here, this is a great turn from T1. Just straight onto BDD, who doesn't have his flash. And Owner ends up going down. That flash was very tragic. Sorry, Owner. Oh,
we are going in once again. Owner is in a lot of trouble. Sorry, Owner continues here as he will go down. Good little pick there for KT. Not a whole lot to get on the map right now.
Sometimes I'm worried, you know, that you kind of start to lose yourself in the series.
Yeah.
And then you see the players are like, you know, it's not just casters. It happens to players as well. Because a lot of unforced errors now coming through. through both sides, really. Guma will be able to pick up the first blood on the turret here. I don't think a punish is imminent. That's a level 10 and very fed Guma Yushi here. I say very fed. Dogdom has also been able to pick up a lot of gold, but both of them are 3-0, so definitely not too bad. What happened here? Okay, so Faker forces and then Owner tries to follow up and Huz. So it's really Owner dying for Faker's play.
Yeah. I feel like the Emperor's Divide went in an odd direction for what they wanted to achieve there.
Yeah, this Azir hasn't really been hitting the mark for me, Atlas. It's not been great. What has been is this game, because we can be like, oh man, this is a clean. Guys, it's telecom war. Just take what you get.
No, exactly.
Yeah, we just accept it for what it is.
What we get in a telecom war is just what it is. You can't say whether it's good, whether it's bad. It just is. The telecom war will dictate itself.
It exists.
All right, Seismic Shove going to collect. Carrier here momentarily. The Impale only on a Kaz, and he's okay with that as Faker goes in, but he doesn't find the angle for the Emperor's Divide because he doesn't have it yet. Seismic Shove connects, and Faker and Ona both go down. Dogdom doing so much damage as Doran is killing perfect again in this bottom lane. Yeah, the Crocodile is going to become a huge problem, but KT do win a team fight. We can celebrate Proth, I guess, individually.
Faker, what was that? How are we in the game?
Oh no, that was such a the juxtaposition.
I had to.
Oh man, Chronic Claw.
Doran's Renekton, baby. That's
how we save it.
That's how we're saving it. As this 1-2 of Sejuani and Leona is so insanely strong. So much damage goes through. BDD, he does flash, which in hindsight he didn't have to, but it puts Faker in such an awkward position. And with carry already low, Guma obviously doesn't want to go down. That makes way more sense.
Yes.
So Perfect goes in to cancel the TP, but he's in a wave, so...
Yeah, he just dies.
You know what?
Actually, kind of in the context of that being a part of all of the other plays.
I think that's worth. Like, I know it feels bad for Perfect, and as you say, the Crocodile, Apex Predator, unchanged for millions of years. That's going to be a problem that KT will have to deal with. But it does mean that they get the Herald and they win the topside fight. Probably for the state of the game, still decent for KT. For Perfect's lane, it's obviously a complete disaster.
It is. And the Yorick does want to be in a better position than this. That's just kind of how it goes. But Doran having a great time in this early game. Peter collecting some petals for his team.
I keep going back to Talia, though, because so much of T1's current win conditions are short-range carries that need to dash.
Yeah.
And they're playing into Talia, they're playing into Leona, and they're playing into Kazu Sejuani.
And we haven't really addressed it quite as much, but Dogdom is 4-0-3 on the Ezreal. He's having a very good time. As Peter, sometimes you want a Hex Flash. And by sometimes, I mean, I'm pretty sure all of our supports always want a Hex Flash. And they are going to be able to do that. There's now the Maiden going a bit aggressive here towards Faker. As Ona coming down, looking for the angle. Seismic Shove going to connect onto Carrier, but not too much else going to come of it. Control Ward going over the ward.
BDT doesn't have Leandris yet, so he doesn't have that much damage. Only sitting on the Seraphs right now. Cuz is 105 heart steals. That man is stacking, Atlas.
He certainly be stacking. You are 100% correct.
Double that of Owner. That's the only way we measure jungle performance.
Oh my goodness. Twice the jungler of it in this game. That is ridiculous. As save the Maiden, save the Maiden, save the Maiden, save the Maiden. He didn't save the Maiden.
It's not fair. Maiden has a health bar and
Sandstorm
it's the deep flanking Doran. Or is it Doran dying? We don't know.
We're not sure, but he's near a Krug camp, and we know that that has been a problematic position for him. However, Owner is over here. Can they actually get in and save their Crocodiles? The Solar Flare comes through. Oh, the ulti goes to Narnia from Kuz. And there's the Impale. He finds the backline. He finds BDD. Dogdom turns up, but he's way too late, and the 10-foot Fate will catch him. He does flash himself out of the way, and Dogdom, at least for now, is going to be able to stand his ground. And in fact, he's doing a lot of damage back. But they've lost their mid laner, they've lost their support, and T1 fighting back so well in this mid game.
So Kuz is still alive, but I don't think he can get anywhere near this. It's a Doran carry performance, baby!
It absolutely is, and this is what happens. It's on the eve of the final match in these situations that Doran performs the best. And he wants that rematch against Zeus. He absolutely does.
If Cuz is there, I think they have the burst to take him down, but they just don't. Peter ends up getting taken. And Owner, I'm sorry about the joke, Owner. I didn't mean it. I was joking about the hard steel stacks. Finds the flash and the ult.
The tempered fade as well from Peria. Waits for the opportune moment. That's all right. It ain't over yet, but it is looking better here for T1.
It's a lot of sums. It's soul point secured, Atlas.
Yeah, that's the big deal. And it's Cloud Soul as well, ladies and gentlemen. That is a very good soul. No bias.
I think we should say that after every statement, just to be very clear.
You could just say no bias all the time. Maybe we can just like make a disclaimer at the beginning and say, by the way, there's no bias.
Or like the legal disclaimer where you just have like a million statements.
Yeah. We'll just rush through the whole thing.
I'd be happy to write that. You know how many in-jokes we can get into that?
We could get a lot.
Well, there's years of LCK. This is kind of cool.
I reckon
I like this.
We'll get to work on that one maybe between today and tomorrow, depending on who we're preparing for. As Dr.
Can't just give me a deadline like that.
Both performing very well.
It's not enough time.
What do you mean?
To write a whole legal disclaimer?
I believe in you, Chronicler.
Well, you should.
Okay. T1 now with the largest advantage that we've seen so far this game, but it's still 9-9 in kills. They have
minor.
soul point. They have feats of strength. Atakan's still up and available. That is chilling there towards the bottom side. T1 maybe with an opportunity to try and take it, but we've seen Atakans be hit or miss when it comes to finding some angles.
I don't think you want to do that against Talia and Ezreal. They get so much free damage off, unless you look for an aggressive re-engage. But right now, I think T1 just chill because you need Starix on Doran. Because if you think Doran was hard to kill before, and I think he has it on this base. Playing around the Crocodile, I think, is the angle here for T1. As there it is.
Third item is now done for Gumayusi at the same time, so that's some big item spikes coming in tandem.
Oh yeah, I think T1 are going to pull the trigger here. I wouldn't be surprised. After the clear, because Owner obviously needs to clear his top side, Doran needs to push out the wave, but I wouldn't be shocked if T1 just set up and attempt to fight. They have their engage is kind of weird, right? Because obviously Faker can go in, you have the Bardold, and then you have the Skarner. So it's decent.
Doctom going aggressive. Is Peter able to soak the culling very comfortably?
It's a good trade of health, but there's no dragon, so...
Yeah, not having to worry about it for the next 2 minutes' time, so possibly a little bit of an overreaction. Still, getting the ultimate just for a few Mystic shots landing. Doctom playing up in this lane.
Atakan, though, that's what KT is playing for, or at least positioning and some vision control around that area. They want to let T1 just set up for free.
True Shot Barrage, just clear out this wave. And yeah, Perfect is not allowed to lane alongside Doran. You can see there in the minimap, Renekton is not somewhere that the Yorick can be. That's just how this game is going to go, at least for the next little while. He has caught back up when it comes to farm, but it's that 0-3 that we're seeing that is making things very, very difficult for this Yorick in this lane. 2,000 gold the lead for the Crocodile.
It's almost movie-esque, right? Yorick is just a hard-working member of Summoner's Rift trying to live his life, but he keeps getting bothered by a pesky crocodile. It's rude.
He just wants to dig holes, man.
Yeah.
He just wants to shovel about.
Yorick, maybe not the best character because his whole backstory is kind of dark.
He is
but
somewhat of an undertaker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Faker's still hanging around this Otacon, but just clearing out waves. We haven't started anything just yet. And it does feel like the game is kind of stalled out. But the problem is, T1 are in such a good spot. With the fact that they take control of side lanes, with this Yorick actually on the map, is just not what KT wants. That was going to be their point of power. Winning sides with the Yorick was how this was kind of built. And that is not something that has eventuated.
So there aren't that many mercs on the side of T1 though. So there is obviously, like Doran, I don't think you can turn onto. I think he's just too beefy. But if you can actually get on top of Guma, might be an angle. The fact that there's actually, I take it back. I'm looking at Mikhail's cleanse and flash available. So
yeah, there's a few things that
target selection is really hard for KT. Maybe you're just relying on the poke of this Celia as well as this Ezreal.
They do have a lot, like, if they get the chain CC down, then, you know, someone is going to die, is how it's going to go.
Maybe.
Teleport in from Doran.
Look, I guess they're taking down Owner's shield. That's nice. He went Abyssal as well.
Yeah.
More damage for that almost level 16 Renekton.
The Dominus is really going to be cutting through them.
I'm joking.
Yeah. All right, Cuz looking for a bit of an angle here as the seismic shot does pull him back. That is a lot of damage to Tempered Fate. Holds him in position though. It kind of nullifies the Impale at the same time, and there's a kill for the Yarg. The Emperor's Divide connects onto 3, but Faker is still taking so much damage, and Doctom is untouched. True Shot Barrage not quite doing enough, and Doran gets on top of the Ezreal. No flash left. He's Cullen, the meek, and that is exactly what KT are in the eyes of this Crocodile. T1 crushed the fight off the back of Doran, and he's underneath the turret yet again. Kumiushi possibly in a little bit of trouble as the turret, he's tanking it, so he's just dead. Now Doran having to run away, and Perfect is still alive. Cuz is now able to try and help him in this 1v1 as the goalie wall goes up, and the Crocodile might go down.
What are we doing?
I have no idea. I think they're all dead.
That was a stalemate! It's a free-for-free trade. You don't have Dragon, or sorry, you don't have your jungler, but KT can't do Dragon because Renekton and oh my god.
That was a lot of money.
That's denial at the very least on the soul.
Wait. Perfect was 0-3-0.
Yep.
He's now 3-3-2.
Yeah, how did we discount the team fighting Yorick, Atlas? That's on us.
Oh, because he was side laning. That's not what a Yorick's supposed to do. He's supposed to wait for the team fights. Oh, curses. That was so silly of me.
The decision-making by T1 is really... Because I think the execution in the fights, great salvage of the situation on Owner here, right? They set up, but look how long it takes for Doran to join. Still no... Imagine if he's here. This fight is just donezo, but instead... Guma, even though he doesn't get taken low, Peter sees him for so long. I guess they just get Nash, so I guess it's fine.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens.
That's a T1 Nash. Sorry, my bad, T1, all calculated.
Yeah, so they
didn't even get
distract KT with a team fight and a dragon. And so
they lull them into a false sense of security. This is a telecom war. That's what this is.
And that was a T1 Baron, if ever we've seen one.
Wait, so now they can't really do Otacon anymore.
I mean,
they're going to try.
KT, I think, are going to try and keep them down here because it means that the Baron isn't being utilized. Still, T1 able to collapse.
They got to peel off or fight a good engage. He was used there by Keria.
I think fighting away from this Crocodile is going to be an important thing, but Owner is going to come over and make it a 50-50. Doran taking a bit of poke damage as now Peter looking to go in the magical journey to try and bring them away as Docton doesn't find any joy with that True Shot Barrage, but he's taking so much damage here off to the side as it's Cousin locks this one down. Doran trying to get himself out of there as Docton is moving forward. Carrier looking for an angle. And the Weaver's Wall going to lock him. Oh no, he's in a little baby cage, but he now turns BDD Golden, and Owner is looking to get over the wall. They find BDD and lock him down. I don't know how that was orchestrated, but it worked out beautifully there for T1 as now Cuz walking into 4 people, but he gets towards his inner turret.
Can they leave? I'm not sure.
I don't know about this one. Yeah, Doctom doing so much damage. Every Mystic Shot is connecting because every point on the map is a T1 player for him to hit, but still, Kumiushi getting a lot of damage. And now it is just Peter that goes down. KT trying to get out of here, and they should be able to do so. This is an absolute mess, Chronicler.
Yeah, I got nothing, Atlas. I was waiting for you to say take it away, so I got an extra half a second to think.
I figured you'd get it, you know, because you needed to take it away.
Okay. So let's break that down, because this series is very rapidly accelerating and decelerating in a way.
Oh my god, so he gets the cosmic binding into the ult.
Yes. Mid-jump.
And he actually just called everything.
Yeah, there's a reason this man has a world skin on Bard.
Yeah.
As sets up that play. And then here, KT, like, they need to get people out. So they kind of are forced into this fight. But I think that they could have backed up a little bit earlier. Instead, they stick around. Faker obviously was threatening from the back, so they kind of pushed into the funnel. All said and done. It's a lead for T1, about a 3.5k gold lead. They're still sitting on Soul Point. They're probably favored, but also these fights have been so chaotic If T1 didn't make that mid play, I'm like, this game should be done from here. I actually, but the decision making still has me question some of what T1 is doing. And this lead is good, but it's not enough.
Not quite. I mean, the lead is entirely the Rebel Baron power play that we saw off that last Baron. It has just dissipated. So that Baron sneak, incredibly important here for T1, as Kaz's health bar is just massive. 3 items now completed for the Sejuani. Getting close on the side of Owner as well. That lead is still there for Kaz in this game.
Yeah, that's actually, now that I look at it, the gold is where you want it for T1 and not for KT. Because all the most gold lead being on Sejuani.
Yeah.
That's not
And the 4, 1, and 6 Ezreal is 2.5k behind. Gumayushi has made so much money in this game. The Infinity Edge is now done. His 4 items are perfect.
Outside of that one play where he just dashed into the turret and died, been having a great game thus far.
Oh, yeah.
As long as he doesn't dash into a Talia E, should be able to maintain this level of threat as T1. They have control of the river, and this is soul point for them. Now, summoners are available across the board, except Owner's Flash.
Let's see what T1 can do.
Yeah, oh, there's I was about to say Jack shows. Is it going to be done? It is. 3 items for almost everyone.
The team fighting Yorick is ready to play.
Carrier!
Yeah, Seismic Shove going to connect. They're looking for the chain CC. Onto the body, flashes, but he's not going to get away. And that is another kill going over to Doctom.
Oh, Croc! Did they see him? He showed up!
The flanking angle, and now Doctom having to deal with this prehistoric monster. Kuz looking for the re-engage, but he doesn't find the ulti. And it's a double for Guma. Doran now is a freight train, and T1. They launch their way forward. The Undertaker is going to have to be used for his own teammates. And perfect, yeah, he's got a little cute gully wall, but he's going to lose his mate, and he has no right fighting for this dragon that T1 are able to take down.
Soul's going to be taken now for T1. Perfect. All he can do is ward off a mid lane push. As we take a look, Carry ends up going down. But it's the Crocodile that is the difference maker. Because this fight starts off pretty good, but you can see some of the hesitation. He showed up for a second, but they don't clock him. And there Doran goes, and the turn doesn't work. Peter's left alone, and Perfect is stuck on the wrong side of a wall. And then Faker cements the fight that was set up by his teammates, and yeah, you get Keria. You're not going to call Worth from that.
Keria is basically just, he's just typing Worth in chat. He says, good job, everyone. And they go about their business. Yeah, he might have died, but he is definitely the orchestrator for so many of these engages for T1. That gets them the soul. And that may have been the back-breaking play in this game. And I have to say, kudos to Faker, man. This guy, they had that horrible play in the river here, just above, as we can see right now. And from then on, has been able to navigate around BDD in every single one of these fights. And he's now, yeah, 2, 4, and 7, but he has a 2.2k gold advantage. He's shut out his opponent, and he's always been able to get the DPS in these fights.
Yeah, this Celia not quite having the impacts. Peter goes in.
Okay, Emperor's Divide gonna throw him out. Another Glacial Prison gonna do nothing as Peter's life just goes away. That is an optimistic, magical journey, but when they're this far ahead, you may as well go for it. The culling is gonna cut down Doctom. And KT, that play looked like they just wanted to head towards the next game.
And they will! No shot that KT's able to hold on here. I was about to start making jokes about Elder Flips, Atlas.
Yeah, we don't need to, because we might be talking about an Elder Flip in a final game of this series if T1 are continuing to play like this. It's looking a little bit too one-y, but still, these Nexus turrets next to go down. They're going to take down Kuz before they end this game, as there is the ace. And it's Gumayushi that locks it up. 13, 1, and 6. A renaissance for the 80 carry for T1 as this Nexus is going to go down. And match point for T1.
I was skeptical when that Lucian was locked in. We've seen Guma struggle in the team fight specifically. I think the laning's been good. But my God, his only death was entirely voluntary. Everything else.
Yep.
Great work in the ebb and flow. But for me, when it comes to the actual plays that won him the game, I got to go to that Bard. Keria, absolutely incredible.
Not to mention, like, the top gap in this game I mean, it's been large in a few of these other games, but that Crocodile, he was large, prehistoric, and in charge.
Come on, we gotta get to game 5, KT. I know he can pull it back.
Yep, Gumayusi 47K. An absolutely absurd performance from one of his best champions. This Lucian off the chain entirely. And KT, they're gonna have to show us that there is something left in the tank if we are gonna go to Silver Scrapes here today. Because T1, as you can see, it was looking like a KT gold graph, right? It was a little sporadic, it was a little all over the place. But then it fell off a cliff and T1 managed to pick it up. This draft is gonna be so interesting. In the next game, though, it's time for us to take a short break. When we get back to space, they're gonna break down that one. And we're gonna look to see what happens in game 4.
네, 놓아두긴 해요. 나온다 이번에.
나 탑에 보여.
자, 우리 걸렸다. 피클 있어. 괜찮아. 탈리 어플.
맞아요.
탈리아 레오나 어플. 한번 줄게. 와봐. 가봐. 탈리 어플. 빨리 기네. 와봐. 탈리 어플.
나 포인트는 좋아.
이거 이주도 어플. 야, 나 펜타킬인데?
야, 펜타. 안 돼. 되겠냐?
미드라인 세졌다.
끝났다 이거.
I hope you know I left your pictures on the wall. Can't let go of you now. I hope you feel from wherever you might be, nothing's real without you. On these lonely nights, I'll be holding tight to the memories, to the memory of you. Until we meet again, I'll be waiting here for you. Until we meet again, you keep me hanging on. Until we meet again, I don't want somebody new. Until we meet again, you keep me hanging on to us. To the memory of you. If I can't hold hold you close. I'm not letting go of the memories, of the memory of you. Swore I felt you next to me, but you're not here until we meet again. I'll be waiting here for you until we meet again. You keep me hanging on until we meet again. I don't want somebody new until we meet again. You keep me hanging on to us. Hanging on to us. You keep me hanging on, hanging on. You keep me hanging on, hanging on. It's calling us, it's calling us. The future is calling us. It's calling us, it's calling us. The future is calling us. See a light up ahead. Hearts are racing towards a better world. Reach out across that distance, and we can make it all together now.
For KT fans, it's not just a bump in the road, it's a crocodile in the water as Doran shows up huge in that last game. It is 2-1 T1, but we're not playing a best of 3, we're playing a best of 5, and T1 have to make sure they get one more to get over the line.
I mean, this was just a phenomenal performance from Doran. A game where there was definitely moments where KT looked like they could maybe answer back, maybe find some momentum, but it was an absolute top gap. And at this point, a lot of the tanks have been taken off the table. You know, the San and the Ornn have gone, the Rumble for Perfect is gone. You just put the Yorick into the Renekton, and he was getting solo killed, so I'm really worried what they're going to be able to do to answer Doran, because right now he's on a tear.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all the draft plan is about Doran. So he picked Sion to pick away from Perfect, and he picked Gwen into Rumble, and Game 3, he picked Renekton into Yorick, which is not great matchup, but he's again, with his pick, he's winning the matchup. I think that's the huge difference maker for T1 today.
Let's take a look at the multiple times here where he had the opportunity to pop off. He took an early lead and then just never really let it go.
Yeah, so this was a play we saw ended up forcing the flash from Perfect on the back of this. There was some heavy trading early on, obviously using the ult, killing the Maiden from Perfect, comes back in, burns the flash to trade for Perfect's flash, and then it's an angle where Perfect tries to get back to his tower, has to go for the long wraparound, but Doran ends up getting another set of cooldowns, is a little bit higher in HP, and Perfect kind of just disrespects him, so he gets this dive off, able to get out from underneath the tower, and this was just the beginning of Doran's dominance in this matchup.
And this is the end of the Yorick's life. I feel like if you get solo kill once in the line, just like that, it's like just game over for Yorick. And after this, you interrupt the TP of Renekton, but it doesn't mean anything. You know, the team fight is already done, and I feel like him getting a priority against Yorick in the side lane and also in the team fight means a lot. And I think it was just all about Doran making plays, and him catching all the picks of the side lane was just perfect.
I feel like at this point, KT need to try and figure out how to weaponize Krogs, because we saw in game 2, that's Doran's weakness. True. Seemed super effective against him, but they didn't manage to do that in this game. This was near the Krogs, but they weren't actually up at this time, so we weren't able to use that against him, unfortunately, in that play.
Yeah, that's right. The 5 players of KT don't make Doran scared, but the Little Rocky boys, that's really scary. There was one more big fight that we wanted to show you here where we were kind of yelling, Carry, when are you going to ult? You got to do the magical stuff, but then he saves it for the abracadabra-esque escape and setup on BDD.
Yeah, I thought Keria could have ult the Sejuani first to secure the Atakan, but he was holding the ultimate, and I think that was actually the key here. He interrupts the Kalia ulti and ults it, and after that the scanner follows up, and this was the game and moment from T1.
Yeah, such decisive turnaround from T1 to pick on a BDD, and I think we kind of were in this position from KT where they started to get a bit desperate. You know, BDD looked for that angle. They got the Atakan. They could have been happy and backing away.
Yeah.
But they knew the situation was a little bit tumultuous. So they're like, no, we need to find more. We need more than just this one objective take. And I think KT, the nerves are starting to get to them a bit. You got to remember, their run so far on the road to MSI, it was 2 3-0s. You know, this is the first time where they've been on the receiving end of a match point. The pressure is on them right now.
Yeah, I do want to point out, though, that this did feel also like T1 being able to play in a different way, which was through Guma. I mean, he had a massive, massive advantage on the bottom side of the map. The Lucian was really popping off and putting a lot of pressure on Duckdom, who didn't really get to play in game 2. And then here, it was just a big gap early on and never really recovered on the Ezreal.
I mean, the matchup is great, and I think Duckdom did pretty well in the team fight, but I feel like if your side laner is just struggling every single time, that means you cannot really do anything as an AD carry, you know? Like, it's really hard to get the pressure back. Even though you have the mid priority, Renekton is moving first all the time. That means that you cannot have a team fight in the mid lane. So I feel like they have to find a way to stabilize the matchup or the status of the top lane, because I feel like if Perfect can match the power of the Doran, then I think KT can actually play against T1 more better than this, because I feel like it's just unmatchable right now.
What do you want to see? Like, what do you want to see up there, Ox, to stabilize that top lane for Perfect, especially now that we've gone through some of those champs that we know he can play?
I mean, I think you take example from some of Keen's play yesterday, because he was playing into Zeus and showed, yes, obviously Ornn and San like the premier tanks on the patch, but he was bringing things out like the Cho'Gath and the K'Sante. I know Cho'Gath was specifically in the Yorick, but there are other picks you can play once you get deeper into Fearless. You just need stable picks where like Doran's not going to run away with the matchup. Perfect's job isn't to win lane, it's just to be stable. The rest of the team are doing solid.
All right, here we go. Will it be T1 moving to the drama-fueled fire match of 2025, T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports, or will we get back on track? Will the KT Hopium be fulfilled for a game number 5? Let's find out in game 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 3. And yes, we are here ready for game 4. Match point for T1. All the pressure on KT. Are there tracks under them? Are they just traveling down? Is this a woohoo moment? Or is this actually an, we're careening to our deaths moment? That's what I'm trying to work out.
The only 2 flavors of KT, woohoo or
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
And I think a lot of people are probably on the R side of things at this point in time, as T1 looking poised to deliver them their first loss here in Road to MSI.
On one end, you have CLG fans who are saying things like, I never doubted them. And then you have KT fans who, a lot of them are going, I never trusted them.
Yes.
And we
need more to say, we never trusted them. And honestly, my hope has gone. I think that this is almost 100% over.
I know you believe in...
I'm being actually honest. I'm being actually honest here. I just don't... It doesn't look like KT have the answers at this point. The Jace going to be taken away. The Poppy as well going to be removed. I wrote Poppy down. I think that Poppy is another big game changer they could pick up.
And
as
we are...
Yone and Vi, two obligatory bans.
We're getting towards kind of the next tier of top laners. So many are already taken out.
Yeah.
Jay's now banned as well. Like we're going towards things like Mbessa, like Cassante, like Jax. Although after yesterday's Jax Keen performance on the Cassante, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, Cassante looking like a power pick.
We can value that again. What is the blind pick going to be here, though? What is the B1 for KT? How are they going to get value out of this? Because I'm looking and thinking, as far as like really high prio picks go, I feel like we've gone through most of it. Maybe towards the 80 carry pool, we're getting slowly towards a situation where a lot of those are really thinned out. Nidalee would have been a good one as well, actually, especially because it's a flex.
Yep. See what this first pick is going to be. Could give us an idea of what this draft is going to look like. Camera guy feeling like BDD might be looking for it, but we can see he's looking a bit quizzical right now.
I think they're going to go for like a BDD counter pick. This deep in, unless you want to go for a really safe mid laner that you can blind, like things like the Orianna come to mind, where there's not really too much risk, but they are blinding comfort for perfect. And I think in situations like this, if he ends up getting stomped, we're like, why didn't you counter pick? But if you waste a counter pick and it doesn't do anything, that's also not good. We'll see. Doran has been by far the better player today.
It has just been Doran's day.
Yep.
He has had a phenomenal performance.
It is reigning LCK champion Doran. Let's not, like, it's easy to forget.
Okay. Twisted Fate going to get locked in just like that. That would be a blind pick for Faker. Back in time, of course, Faker has, I mean, he's played through every TF meta that we've had. TF has been always on the fringe at least, if not in permaban status throughout the time that we've had League of Legends. As the Trundle gets up.
TF and Trundle coming through here, so taking away that pick from Cuz as well. Maybe it's a Cuz AP champion. Maybe that's what we're looking towards here.
Oh, unless it's the Pantheon.
Pantheon, I don't like Pantheon into Trundle or into TF, really.
I wouldn't mind like something like a Lilia.
That's what I was thinking about, yeah. Particularly if already have an 80 top laner. This is a tier pick, but I don't think it's something you're super excited about. Picking an 80 champion into Trundle just always feels so bad. Particularly one without a dash.
Aurora. That's a choice.
Slowly a little bit more convinced with Aurora. I feel like we've seen a couple of decent performances, but I feel like Everday kind of, you know, did the classic mini rework into she's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay, but it just doesn't really get us going as...
God. This would mean that KT just cannot play for side lane at all. We've seen, like, this is the Dom 1 special.
Doran has earned your fate, right? Or your fate, rather. Like, I say go with it. Pick the Camille. As you're saying, the 1-3-1 was also the game that looked the most one-sided.
Yep.
Was a game with a draft exactly like this. And for T1, I think they're looking really good going into this fourth and possibly final game. Because Doran, really, his biggest enemy today have been Krugs. As I'm sure we'll keep making that joke forever, because it's just, it's so Doran. And internationally, you know, there's very different conversation we have, but domestically, there's a reason why this guy has been praised by his teams, why this guy has been praised, and why he's been so consistently winning LCK titles, dying to Krugs, and then carrying games. That's just the Doran way.
Certainly is. Nautilus and Misfortune going to be taken away here as Rel left up. I wouldn't mind if KT just took away Caitlyn and Jinx, really try and hammer into Gumayusi's champion pool. There might be somewhere that they can attack. They've already taken 3 champions off the board.
I don't want the Jinx ban. Like, Ashe is still open as well. Because we got Ashe, we got Jinx, we got Zeri. I think Ashe is better, because if they go Jinx, you go Zeri. Your laning phase is rough, but if you ever find
another global.
Yeah, if you ever... Ooh, okay.
There is the Rel.
Yeah, they're looking for... So now it's hard, because they can either go R5 Jinx, right, to outrange, or they go like R5 Draven. That's an option, right? It's one of Guma's comp for champions. As when you look at Draven comps, the amount of single target lockdown and damage that's there,
they're going to
kind
play
of
Zeri
disgusting.
Lulu, aren't they?
yeah, I don't know what else you're going to look toward. That makes sense, but I don't like playing Xayah into TF. I feel like it's so easy to force an ultimate with a gold card.
Like rapid fire cannon comes in and then you cannot do anything.
Yeah.
Xayah Braum.
Braum is good. Braum is good. But Braum into Rel, it's fine. It just doesn't really inspire confidence. I do...
Okay, that's a Ziggs. So...
Okay, so nameplates off. Love this. Incredible pick.
Yeah.
Nameplates on. I'm not convinced. But I thought that about... I mean, the Lucian was a little different. That was a bit more of a little hesitation. If T1 plays towards 6 well, I think this is a slam dunk. You're playing a very low engaged composition on the enemy team into a Ziggs. Like Xayah into Ziggs is just a nightmare. I think Dokdam is not going to be able to play the game, and we saw what happened in game number 2.
Yeah. This has not been Gumayusi's bread and butter throughout his career to play these mages. That being said, it fits the playstyle, right? Like, he's basically AP Jhin. Let's be real.
It is.
Like, infinite range on your ultimate, and you get to otherwise throw spells around. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one does go. T1, I think the draft looks gorgeous. KT, they haven't looked themselves in the last couple of games, or maybe they've looked more themselves than they have for their previous series here in this Road to MSI. I think it is more about how you look at KT as a team. They're going to have to need a huge turnaround here in this 4th game.
I want to see level 1. You have Pantheon, you have Braum. The level 1 goes kind of hard.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you need to start with confidence. You need to start snowballing early, because if this T1 comp gets to just play their game, I think come mid-game, you're going to have a really hard time.
Yeah. So many power picks here, though. We saw yesterday, Chovy on the Twisted Fate looked absolutely fantastic. BDD's got a few extra games on it over his career. Let's dive into it. Dive into game number 4, match point, T1. I just heard a flash. So there it is.
Yeah.
Bit of a dab there as well.
That's nice. Good level 1. There you go. That's what we wanted to see.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we didn't see it.
Well, we know it happened.
Yeah. Did we?
We wanted to see it in a metaphorical sense.
Yeah, but also like the whole, like, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? Well, we heard the sound. So I guess yes.
Yes, it does.
And there it is. Just a flash over the wall. That's a fat flash.
Not everything is tied to our perception, you know?
Yeah. I've mentioned this to you before, but object permanence is a difficulty for me.
You have mentioned that, yes.
Yeah, it's something I've struggled with throughout my life. But I think, I don't know. I'll work on it, do my best. As BDD into Faker here, the Aurora versus the Twisted Fate. Do you have any information about this particular matchup? I could imagine that BDD is probably going to be kind of okay with it in the early stages of the game, but it's about side lanes here for the TF.
Yeah, well, one of the things that you always think about when it comes to TF and stealth champions, right, is how much value does he get. I think in the case of Aurora, it doesn't really matter. Like with an Akali, I think so much of her kit is tied to being in Shroud. With Aurora, it's just a small dash.
Yeah.
So not quite the same impact. Particularly with Electrocute, though, I think BDD should have a wonderful timer in this lane. Because if Faker is in position to throw a card, BDD gets to outtrade, right? Like these short bursty combos is kind of Aurora's bread and butter. So I do think Faker should struggle. I don't think he should ever be at threat to die, particularly with unsealed spellbook. And it also means that there are really good gank opportunities. Ready for either jungler, but...
Oh, that was a satchel that Gumayusi just threw down for damage, and that is always a worry. Blade Caller comes through. I have to call back all of my Ziggs knowledge from Orcs. I can hear Orcs, actually, from the back room, talking about how this Ziggs is being played. I believe they have a spectator client, so I guarantee that he is watching only the Ziggs lane. So expect him to not know anything in the post-match about what happened elsewhere on the map.
And we don't need him to do that. We got Woodit for that.
That's true. He can take
Cuz can instantly proc Peter's passive with his W if he has the 5 stacks. Because you do the autos.
Yep.
So that's an instant one. And then we also have, as mentioned, as we saw there, the fact that Owner can provide terrain for Doran to get an extension on the hookshot, which is cool.
It is very cool. Also, you already mentioned as well the stealth can be seen with the
yeah,
gate
that's another. That one I don't think will matter quite as much. There's also, obviously, when there's 2 semi-globals in the game, because Zigzult is also semi-global, but it requires a lot more setup. But TF versus Pantheon, whoever gets going early always ends up generally snowballing kind of from there. It's perfect, it's cancelled, but he has TP. Might have to use it though, whereas Doran just gets to walk back to lane.
Yeah, we do have Docdom moving up towards his top side, so he's not too worried about it.
Yeah, that right there, that's basically Docdom's whole game.
Yeah.
That is what he's going to be dealing with.
Playing dodgeball.
Yeah, but there's no payoff. Like, it's like dodgeball, but you don't get to throw. Like, only they do.
Well, there's BDD showing the value of the weirding, as Faker takes a bit of that combo, and that's only going to get worse as items start to come in here for BDD. Of course, getting your first like full component actually just feels really good for the Aurora in the laning phase, as his combos do just feel like they do a little more damage than they should, even now. As Faker not going to get hit by too much, and BDD doing okay. As Doran and Perfect continuing to fight here towards the bottom side. I do like that Perfect is still playing with some gusto, has used the teleport to get back down towards that bottom side of the map, but hasn't died yet or anything like that. The gold is very, very even between these two teams. One thing that I was worried about was just the full KT mental collapse, and then it just wouldn't quite work. I do feel like T1, as far as the composition goes, this isn't the time where they're going to be dominating, and it's a finesse composition that they put together as well.
Yeah, I don't want to make any grand statements about mental state until we see some of the fights and decision-making, as we do have the fake out here. They don't know.
Yep, they dive on top of Carrier here, who does just crash his way down.
So there, KT try to make use of the fact that there's no vision at all in the river, and they could, for all T1 knows, be taking the dragon. Not the case.
Yeah.
So we do have a possible angle. One thing that KT or BDD really needs to do, as he has been doing, is keep this TF locked in lane. As Faker obviously can join a lot earlier. There it is.
Yeah, there's the Destiny to come on through as Peter does flash for the stand beside me, but there's a Hextech ultimatum there from Doran. He wants to lock them all in place, and now Docdom is trying to get this damage down. Faker is very low as they do kill the Braum, but it's Docdom. Do the feathers work? The answer is no. It's a double kill for Doran, continuing his onslaught here of the road to MSI. And that is going to be another kill. Feats of strength in the blink of an eye here for T1.
Yeah, so as I was saying, I don't want to make any grand statements, but that did feel a little collapsy, Atlas, as now that's a 2-0 lead on Doran, and it's not even Perfect's fault.
Yeah, this time it was KT going for an opportunistic angle onto T1, because you can see some frustration here with that reaction in the player cam as well. Let's have a look at this fight one more time, KT fans. Maybe avert your eyes.
Peter goes in too early. But that is not the end of the world. I think they could have had an angle here if the responses were a little quicker, but they are a member down. Right? While all of this is happening, still a member down. And they're missing some crucial ults. BDD uses his ult basically only to get into position and then end up dying, because it's already abandoned ship, so maybe we should have just let that go. And then that's an insult to injury. That is 4 flashes used. Drake lost.
Yeah.
And now the semi-global comp, off to a wonderful start.
This is the problem.
That's a kill on Ziggs. That's a kill on the biggest win condition, which I think is that Camille.
Yeah, this is the issue, right? T1's composition, there are like 1-3-1 comps snowball so extraordinarily well. As Gumayushi just ults the wave, that's going to get rid of that one, as once again Carrier could be in a little bit of trouble, but I said that last time and he wasn't. So this red buff going to be the target here for KT. Going to look to see whether they can take this one down, but Carrier knows exactly what's going on. And he's going to walk towards that brush. Ona's going to move on over as Cuz secures it. And T1 not going to go too much further forward. Faker taking some damage. Gold card comes in. Wild card's not going to connect onto BDD.
And one of the things that we hadn't really time to discuss because last game was so high-paced is, a flank.
Hang on a second. Yeah, there is KT going for the engage. Gumayushi does just satchel his way out as the door is put up, and yeah, the llama just says, good on you.
And while that is nice, getting 2 sums is valuable. It doesn't matter if the mid lane turret is getting pushed in. Faker was always going to be ahead because of the CF passive. That's just kind of how he works, even though he's behind in CS. But getting plates is a big deal.
There's no Mega Inferno Bomb, so there is at least that. They're not going to be able to use that to cheat tempo. As Peter will find Carrier moving towards these grubs.
Maybe
he stacks up the passive. Crashdown comes in. As if Docton can get this kill, that'd be a big one. And there it is, the Blade Call to lock that one up. Good news here for KT, but I don't think it's nearly enough to leave them feeling comfortable, as at least they do get some grubs and deny them from T1.
It's a start.
Oh, cute little bouncing bomb, but that is going to be Cuz with the smite, able to lock that one up.
Yeah, Cuz just not risking it, just using the smite that he does available. Don't want to lose that to a bouncing bomb, because getting free is actually a big deal. Denying them at T1, I think, is also nice. Faker might be looking for it onto Perfect here. This has been a successful strategy. No.
Hextech Ultimatum comes down, nowhere the Perfect can go. As the teleport does come in, and Perfect looks for the ulti. Doran dashes away, and now T1 realizing that they just have to get out of there as BDD goes into the wedding. He finds the combo. Faker now in a bit of trouble, and BDD on the board. Teleports would have liked to be a little bit faster as they do unlock. But that is still a big advantage going over to KT, and well played there from Perfect as well.
And in the depths of despair, BDD and Peter arrive. Not hitting the ultimate for Perfect there was rough, but ends up working out pretty decent anyway.
Yeah, kind of better almost, as it baited Doran into going the wrong direction. It's okay.
It's nice, but it's not enough. We need to see more from KT.
It's a 500 gold lead, not too much in it for now. But we're going to check it out one more time. As Perfect thought that it might have been his angle. As the Destiny comes in, the instant response is great. Shows that KT's communication is still working out well.
And good flash there from Perfect to ensure that Doran doesn't actually get the setup. BDD has the burst damage available. And Peter's TP doesn't really matter, right? Because it's spellbook, so he doesn't really care about throwing it away. I think he was mostly just looking to ensure that they got out.
It's a moral support teleport. You need a moral support teleport every now and again.
And that is his role.
KT, I think, needs it a lot.
Yeah, and let's be real. I don't think there's any League of Legends player in the world that can honestly say if Peter suddenly appeared in your lane, you wouldn't be feeling better about the state of your game.
100%. I think even if you were the enemy team half the time, you're just psyched to have him around. He's just good vibes. As okay, Gumayushi down here towards the bottom side, wants to be satcheling these turrets as much as possible. I went to the School of Orcs to learn that. That is a judgment for the Ziggs play, how many of these turrets he can take down. So far, none of them have gone, but it is still very early on. And the Ambessa able to at least get some control of this wave to get some power there. So we do have Ludens done here for BDD. That is going to be good. Trophy, one of the trophies that Owner has picked up over his career is going to be used here on this top side. KT going to overload. And, that's already happened, exactly right. Featherstorm goes down. The answer is there as Doran flashes away. The ulti from Peter is so good though as Docton flashes out. And Doran is going to be taken down. Public execution does nothing though. So that should be the end of this fight unless Perfect has found the angle. And Faker elects to gold card the Braum.
They needed that ult to hit. They needed another kill because while this is happening, Guma is just going to probably get this turret. This is a Ziggs again. And you're not winning that race.
Yeah, that race ain't gonna happen.
They do have 4 people. Maybe
plates are still up.
Plates are still up for. No, I think they
just need to get it into satchel range.
Yeah, but no. There's too many people. Reinforcements right there. There's the TP coming in, but they will get the turret.
Yeah, turret going to go down, so that's going to go over to KT. Is now Doran going to look to try for it once again. The carrier goes down first. It is a kill onto the Trundle at the same time as BDD wants to single out Doran. BDD still at full health, does so much damage as carrier going forward. He has nothing that he can do about this. And KT, they launch themselves into a gold advantage.
And Perfect, his ults might not be hitting, but his team fights sure are.
Damn. Okay.
As the mental of KT not quite broken just yet.
Perhaps not. Well,
this might do it.
Maybe curses are real, Chronicle. Maybe it's time to start admitting things that are correct. Is now Perfect in a little bit of trouble. The crash down coming on through there. As Perfect is just going to head towards the death chamber.
Can he heal? Peter's almost there. Not quite in time.
Yeah, Cuz going to turn up, stand beside Braum, and they just watch their Ambessa fall.
That's ult invested as well. getting a counter pick would have been big because now the setup for Drake, T1 have tempo there. And it is big, it keeps KT in the game. The perfect then getting picked up immediately afterwards is definitely costly. There's still a lot of good dragons, really only Ocean, I think you're not super excited, but Ocean into Ziggs?
Yeah, kind of feels all right.
Not too bad.
Nullifies some of that poke damage. It's okay. Gumushi going to be able to very comfortably take care of this mid wave. That's kind of his job in this 1-3-1 composition. We don't see very much 1-3-1 these days.
Well, that's a Satchel used.
This is the quintessential 1-3-1 comp. In fact, every champion is kind of perfect in that particular role. Like Camille and TF, this is something that Nuguri and Showmaker really found a lot of success on.
It's disgusting, and as you're saying, you know, Ziggs, it's AP Jin.
Yep.
It's just kind of how it works. Get Prio, and the best engage that KT have is perfect. Oh, I guess Cuz can go in, but it does get focused on
a BDD flank
soon. Yeah, but that's not really engage, right?
No. Engage Braum, 100%. That's what we're looking for here. Let's see what Peter can get done. As he's going to need to do something. He puts down the door, but he's just thrown back into the team. He's burning as Doran looking for that flank angle, and it looks like KT.
Straight.
Yeah, they're just going to give this one up.
Maybe Cuz tries to steal.
Yeah, he just throws a spear in. That's going to help.
Another. Oh, Atlas.
Yeah, another Cloud Soul. We'd like to see that. As T1 are actually the team that get the most Cloud Souls out of any other team. I don't know whether that stat is true, but it's a feels stat that I think is true. They do deliver when
Atlas,
it comes to Cloud Souls.
You cannot in the same broadcast dunk on stats and then come out with the feeling stat.
Oh, I absolutely can.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't.
Oh, yes, I should. The red side thing is really silly, okay?
Starting to feel like you evaluate every stat depending on how you feel about it, Atlas.
Yeah, I do. And as long as I'm consistent, it's fine.
They're the objective first. This might be tough for T1. As the disengage of KT is really good.
It is. The Ambessa looking for a bit of an angle here as well, as Carrier taking a fair bit of damage from BDD.
Perfect.
Yeah, the pullback is working. Perfect has a really good angle as Gumushi has to flash immediately, and down goes the Trundle with no answer. He was looking to try and go for a sneaky little smite, but it does not work as Doran in this side lane, if he can actually get to this inner turret and really challenge, that could be a big deal, but the Rift Herald comes down.
I do think that, so I was gonna give Perfect a little bit of a hard time, but I think he got flash from Guma. I wasn't quite sure where the perfect execution went.
No, he got flash out of Guma, and I don't even know whether he pressed the button. I didn't see him press the button.
No, it was kind of
Oh,
hidden.
that's another charge.
Oh, the crowd goes wild. And Atlas, I need a fifth game. I'm going to be very, like...
Well?
For, not only, as I know we like to joke, you know, my prediction, it's whatever, but for the max amount of game... Because we know Hanwha is going to go to Game 5 tomorrow. That's just what they love to do.
Yeah. And if we can get maximum 5 gamers, we spoke about this earlier on, but...
Maximum time in Busan.
Yeah, that's what we need. That is absolutely what we need.
Sorry, T1. I love your draft.
Well, that's a ghost moving forward here from Faker. He finds the gold card, and they press a lot of buttons. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down, but Peter's here to the rescue. They get the flash out of BDD. Peter still moving forward as Doran takes a lot of damage from the turret. The rest of T1 still standing alongside, and it's not going to be anyone in too much trouble, but thwarted is the engage attempt.
Battle Braum.
Yeah.
He's there. He's going in. He's doing stuff.
He is truly the KT shield, is he not? That is Peter in a nutshell. Holding up the door to allow them all to stand behind him. All right, Doctor. Okay, as soon as I saw, yeah, you know, that was a jump scare.
That's the red herring in a horror movie, and then like, now the actual scary thing will happen. You know?
I mean, I'm personally proud of Doctor for not flashing. I would have just flashed out of fear.
Well, this one hits.
Yeah, this one's a dangerous one. It's okay, Faker looking for that gold card. He might be able to find it, but it's not going to save his life. It's because he even wants to get the kill, but Perfect's going to take that one away. And 2, 1 and 3 here for the Ambassador is a big deal. Doran is still strong, but he's actually looking to prove that as the Hextech Ultimatum goes down once again. He gets a big old magic shield, but oh my god, BDD making the sickest outplay! Doran is going to survive, but so is BDD!
Oh, Guma. 1 second!
Yep, the Mega Inferno Bomb. Where is it going to land? And it doesn't kill BDD. Oh my god!
Peter!
Almost! That was almost the kill with the Comet.
Without that look, and he dies! That's Spider-Man right there!
Thank you very much, Peter, who is now moving back towards POM status in the series. That does involve KT winning twice.
Atlas, KT are up 2k gold.
Oh, don't say things like that. That's
Atlas,
silly. That's going to make Law get into your DMs. And she'll be really mad.
I don't know what is maximum heartbreak. Is it still winning here and then losing game 5, or looking good here and still losing this game? I don't know.
I mean, both. They all make you feel bad. It's all about which one's faster.
This play is insane. So obviously delays the ultimate by a good amount, so he gets close to the turret, then gets the redirect twice.
As the Hextech ultimatum wears off as well.
Perfect timing. And then, watch this. I want to see his response.
Yeah, as he sees that, he's like, he knows. Yeah, I agree. And so I think he was actually able to get out of the way of just the Comet, which kept him alive, but still having the Locket there was very, very cute. As I don't know whether it actually did anything.
No, he would have died. Like with all those health for it. Yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt about that.
God, that's crazy. As, all right, oh God, okay, Gumayusi's in so much trouble. As the feathers go on through, still, Dogdom not going to overcommit to that or anything.
I guess in the game of Dodgeball Dogdom is playing, he does get to throw the ball. My bad. I'm sorry, Dogdom.
He has a lot of very, I guess, sharp balls as well that he seems to be throwing around.
KT getting a Drake here is a big deal. One of the issues that we do see with this T1 comp is that if they don't succeed in finding and picking off a single target, I do think the comp struggles. Obviously, they're going to start Otacon, so everyone else should abandon because has ult as well. So I don't know if there's an option here, but in the rotations, you need to be careful because if you over-rotate or someone goes by themselves with just an ult, like Faker can come in, Doran can hook shot in from 3 screens away.
Oh dear.
Carrier, is this another bait?
Let's just see as he flashes out of the way. Gumayusi now going to get ulted here by BDD, and that is so much damage. There it is, Sandokdom just throws out a Q and locks up the Ziggs in a turret, immediately taken in response.
Might be Otacon.
Oh, KT, they're finding some angles here in this game. The back was taken there by Doran as well. He does get to 2 items, but there are 2 items done for Perfect at the same time. A way better game for Perfect here in this game number 4 than we have seen prior.
Oh, do note, Perfect going for Edge of Night. Can actually get rid of the vision from the TF ult, if that so happens, but BDD. Finding Gumayusi here. Gumayusi, even with defensive satchel, there's just too much damage being done, and then Dogdom just barely gets him with the feathers. Able to take down that Ziggs, but it doesn't lead to too much more. It just means the gold lead stays there for T1. And I do think the T1 composition, once you start falling behind, we all know playing a 1-for-1 comp is a nightmare. But this comp can team fight, and that is important to note. This isn't like they don't...
I mean, that's why this is the 1-3-1 comp, because it also does the other thing kind of okay.
Camille is truly... Oh, Doran? I guess he's fine. Yeah, so Camille's kind of a... Oh my god, Cuz.
Oh dear. Yeah, Cuz is in a lot of trouble. There's the Magnet Storm. The crash down there is fantastic. He's mitigated a fair bit, but there's a Mega Inferno Bomb. And that is actually... Oh, Faker in a bit of trouble as Dogdom. He's just taking every fight that's there for him.
That's... Okay, let's see. That is a lot of subs being used as Peter.
Peter? Okay. No, he's fine.
That's fine. He's prom.
Yeah.
Good pick for T1. Doesn't lead to an objective, at least for now.
Yeah.
Does get Cuz's flash, which I think for the backline of T1 they're going to be very happy about, so that they don't get targeted quite as easily. KT might try to turn because a lot of ults were used. There's no ults for T1. I actually love this from KT.
Yep, they're just going to start this one up. They don't have their jungler, but Graham Skyfall is going to be there, or Starfall as it is now.
It's just gone.
It is.
Wait, Guma doesn't even have ult. No, I think this is definitely gone, but can they get out? That's the question, Atlas.
Well, there's a teleport in here from Doran. Oh my god, he could... Oh! Okay, Doran. All right, buddy. That is called redemption. And yeah, the KT fans, understandably, hands over their mouths. There was no smite. There was no angle. And the Camille just comes in and says, I have got metal legs, and your Otacon will be mine. I don't know whether that's what he actually said, but he could have.
That... Oh my god, that... This man died to Krugs!
But he killed Otacon. And that was pretty cool. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Doran. I want to see, does he... Because he can... If he primes his Q on this... oh, that's so good. And that's why he has the... Oh my... So, just perfect. TP's in, primes his Q so that he has the true damage, which is better than any smite as Koma's like,
yeah, Koma's
this
just like,
guy!
oh yeah, sure, buddy. Love that response out of the T1 coaching staff.
We'll see. I think Otacon, with how T1 plays a lot of the fights, that might actually be a big deal, right? They're gonna always focus on one member, blow them up. And the damage from the Otacon might end up being a big difference maker. I think KT could have really used that help. And it's also the mental blow. Oh my God, what a player, man.
He is just the most Doran player that we've ever had in the LCK.
He stands alone.
Well, we're just going to focus on him going back for the moment. It is going to be 2 items done basically across the board for almost everyone, but there's 3 on Faker, who's 1.6k ahead, just doing that cheating thing that TF likes to do, where he makes money out of nothing. And it's working out very nicely. In fact, sitting on barrier exhaust right now. Must be really fun having the unsealed spellbook. As Peter, the door was in the wrong spot. But that's okay. Doran sneaking around, looking for a bit of an angle here. As Perfect did have his shield broken, his Edge of Night.
Yeah, kind of hard to collapse upon as Doran. So much safety does Camille have. You have the going completely untargetable with your ultimate. You have the hook shot to get over walls very easily. This is where I think KT should struggle.
Well, KT are looking to try and get in here and make something happen. Pillar goes down, the minefield's there. The control of space is actually huge.
I love this.
T1.
Yeah, just send it. Send it on Nash.
And it's only Soul Point that's available for T1 as well, so KT don't lose too much.
Faker doesn't have ult. Like, you do have to turn though, because you're not going to get this in time. But this is what KT wants, right? You want them to play into you, and oh my God, maybe they can actually just get it. Owner does a flash.
Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. That's a flash out from Peter. Is okay. They look for the angle and they find it. BDD is down already. They're going to try and burn the Baron. Oh God, this is such a disaster. And it's Carrier with a smite from his unsealed spellbook to cut down KT where they stand. And not like this, KT. That was not how this series was supposed to end, but my God, is it on brand.
And it doesn't end with a bang, but with a whimper. Guma gets a big ult. Everyone's so low, and BDD just gets hunted to 0. And BDD, for all the credit that we give you, you have flashed, you cannot get caught by Rel. Your damage is needed, ends up going down. And even if they get mashed, this play is a bust. We already know.
Yeah.
But because...
Yep.
야, 바로.
Find Aurora and Killer.
야, 2500. 하나, 둘, 셋. 야!
And they called it. Timed everything here as well.
You're missing fight! Why are you taking your hands off the keyboard?
Oh, because it was done. It was done.
That's it, Atlas. I don't see any way for KT to get back in this one. Yeah, the Otacon was one thing. That's salvageable, but that must be it.
What do you reckon, Chronicler? Is it mullet bet time?
I can't grow a mullet in time for MSI.
No, just maybe not for MSI. Maybe do it for like the LCK season coming up.
I really don't want to. You know what? For the KT fans, it's fine. I'm not moving back till the end of the year. I can have a mullet in the meantime.
Yeah, there you go.
Lock it in.
Even if your wife absolutely hates it, you're doing it for the memes. It's okay. T1.
Carry STP. Do note.
Yeah, and this is exactly what this composition is really good at, by the way. It is utilizing Baron to destroy everything. Doctom takes 50% of his health bar.
He really gets to play the game, by the way.
Not anymore. As the Blade Caller going to be used, KT realizing that defending this bottom inhibitor just not going to happen. As there's the engage from Doran. They lock him down as BDD this time not able to get out of the Hextech ultimatum, but Doran is still going to fall. Carrier goes in a little late this time. As maybe it's a mullet because the public execution goes in, but still, KT feeling that little bit too far behind.
The TP!
Still, it's going to be a 2-for-1. The flash out there is BDD finding the angle.
They can slow play this.
Yep, he's on a control ward, but still he's biding his time. He can get over that wall as now Faker with a gold card in hand, but he should be taken out. Still the stun going to come through.
Perfect!
So incredibly low. Oh, BDD flashes forward, but Faker goes golden in the nick of time. It's a mistiming for BDD, and the gold card is going to connect. There's the triple kill. And and we saw it. He was almost there as Doctor. Matters into his own hands, but he's still gonna die. And it's a baseball bat of destiny here from Ona that locks down the ace, and the teleport comes in. T1. It is now a date with Humble Life Esports tomorrow night to see whether that ticket is for them to go to Canada
Peter's
for
almost,
MSI.
Peter's almost up.
All right, maybe I'm talking a little bit too soon. Still, that is 16 seconds on BDD. Yeah, T1 not going to be able to finish just yet. Gumayusi finishes a very cool hat. And even though the game isn't over just yet, it's feeling a bit backbreaking here for KT.
It's the pillar there onto BDD that cancels. BDD almost taken instantly out of the fight. And then it's the heroics from Perfect together with Doctom, right? Like Perfect goes in, they get the sums. Already a member up is KT, but BDD crucially, this goes on for so much longer because he needs to get on top of Faker. 3 levels down, by the way, which is kind of insane. But still was able to find him in a 1v1. But then, as Perfect is sustaining, Owner is low, Doctom is trying to make the play.
Oh, that
stopwatch was crazy. And then there, he just straight up mistimes it. And that
was a millisecond. There was nothing in that.
It was closed, and Doctom, even though he gets the kill, does end up going down. I think that's probably worth a good amount of gold. Guma has been fed well here in this game, but T1 still 8,500 gold lead here, Atlas. Soul point imminent, or soul imminent rather.
My goodness, Faker is so far ahead. It is absolutely insane. And I have to say, as far as the glow-ups are concerned, I feel like Faker's performance in comparison to what we saw over his last week in the LCK, it's just best of 5s. It's just these grand stages and Faker just comes alive. It doesn't matter what his form is previous. Doctom gonna get caught. The Featherstorm does get used, and in goes Perfect. He finds it, but still, Cuz is fighting Doran, and that is not one that he can win. He's down to the GA as Faker able to sit here, wait for the gold card, finishes him off. Magnus Storm onto 3. Carrier, he just wants to finish KT, get his mind set on Hanwha Life, as KT will lose Perfect and lose their run. It was almost a miracle, and T1 says no. We're the ones that make those happen. You can wait for the next round of the LCK. We're going to have our shot at MSI.
And T1, the momentum from KT swept aside. This game, number 4, it was close. But the games that T1 won, I think, were so much more dominant. Even game number 1, which we saw KT take, it was a back and forth. It was a crazy game, and for KT, as a snapshot, the fact that they got to this place is still massive credit to the coaching staff and the redemption arc of so many of their players. But T1 in best of 5s, you got to bring more than that. Just momentum isn't enough.
Yeah, I think KT still deserving of a huge cheer here from the crowd as they take their bows, setting up for once again a rematch between Humble Life Esports and T1. Hanwha, one of the last 2 teams to take T1 down before this road to MSI really took off. And see you tomorrow indeed. This is a very different T1 that's going to be facing off against Humble Life Esports. And this guy on your screen right here, if you're a T1 fan, I think this is where all of your hopes are going to be lying. Is look at Owner. He's like
what?
Really,
the
Doran?
Hell?
You just died at Krugs and you just brushing it off like that? My goodness. Still, I'd give him POM.
Oh, you know I had to do it to him, Atlas.
Although Carrier really locked in. The last 3 games.
Yeah, Carrier's start, I think, was rough. As Guma, the Ziggs.
It worked.
It worked well. Actually, played towards it. Mostly defensive satchels. As doesn't it feel fitting? As cool as the KT storyline was, that it's Hanwha Life versus T1 for the final shot at MSI.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, there was no outcome that wasn't just awesome. No matter what happens, if it was Gen G that was waiting, we get like the classic T1 versus Gen G. And then this Doran versus Zeus after Doran's gigantic glow-up to stop the perfect run that he was having. And I was using that perfect as in the name of the guy called Perfect. Oh god, that was very confusing, but it was kind of a perfect run. Still, they deny that, and it was largely Doran able to make that one happen. So gonna have a look at some of the highlights from this game. Oh man, KT, they almost managed to find an angle here in this one. But then that catastrophic Otacon steal from Doran just broke the brains of KT. And they couldn't make it happen.
Some heroic moments of a lot of the individual members. I think Perfect did bounce back in this final game. BDD, obviously, some great outplays there. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. T1 just proving a little bit too resilient. The lead's a little bit too big.
I tell you what, though, like, we were having these conversations earlier on. This was a T1 that was first picking Victor, you know? They were doing things that were feeling like they were patching holes in the ship. And then in this last game, Faker plays Twisted Fate and goes 4,000 gold ahead of his opposition. And those doubts that we've had about champion pools, about what these players can actually do. Like, this is Gumayusi on a mage, and Faker playing a new champion that he hasn't played this year.
I gotta say, though, I'm a little worried about the carry-out. Because Unsealed Spellbook addiction is a very serious thing. And T1 already flipping up objectives, okay? We don't need them having 2 smites. That's too many smites.
I do have a bit of a warning. They have 3 smites in this game.
Yeah, because Doran, Camille, yeah.
No. Well, that's 4 then, because there was an Unsealed Spellbook on Faker this game as well.
Yeah, but he didn't steal anything.
But he could have.
So it's fine.
빼고.
At this point, we kind of knew.
Yeah.
Despite the attempt from KT to hold on.
Oh, God.
Owen just go, whoa.
Yeah, it was like, that's a Magnet Storm angle. Woo! And it absolutely was.
That was a big one.
Oh, man. T1, some sighs of relief here in this moment. And there was no celebration from Faker. He knows the work is not done yet. As Gumayusi fans feeling absolutely fantastic right now. That is a heck of a lot of damage. Of course, Ziggs just generally does. But still, once again, the depression of KT continues in a really difficult time here.
I don't think it should. I think they had a run that was so much. This team was what, 0-6, 0-7?
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, there was. If anyone doesn't vote for Doran here, they weren't watching. So now we get to know who gets votes and doesn't watch. As Doran going to take a bow on the stage, he was utterly amazing. And maybe I was being a little bit over the top because Guma had a great day. I think Carrier had a great day there as well. And my goodness, these guys, you can never count out T1. That's just how it is.
I can't believe he died to Crocs like a POM.
It's called style points, Chronicler.
Dundun is watching right now.
Yeah, and he's just like, my man.
That's the stuff.
Yeah.
From the man who went 0-7 on Jax and still got finals MVP, it feels fitting.
It does. And then dies to Grump when he joins the LCK the year afterwards. It's absolutely beautiful. But now it is time for us to throw it over to the interview. So here is Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the post-match interview translation. We're here joined by T1, who just got a 3-1 victory and will move up to the final round of Road to MSI. Please welcome Doran, owner, Faker, Gumayusi, Keria, and Coach Goma. Let's talk to Doran. You're able to get a 3-1 victory against KT. How do you feel? Lately, KT roster had such a good momentum, and I thought I'd really have to try hard today. I have to play well. And, I was able to also get a POM. I think I had such a fun time today. Yeah, you were able to get a POM on such a big stage. And that was a unanimous one as well. Analysts, the commentators, they all voted you. So in today's match, what mindset did you play with? I just really had no space to back out today, so I had to really spend everything. I had to put everything into preparing and playing my heart out today. And in Game 3, you faced Yorick with your Renekton. And your Renekton has so much presence, so how prepared were you to counter Yorick?
요릭 상대로 또 강점이 있다고 생각해서
You know, Renekton has some strengths against Yorick, and I was able to counterpick and have a great result, and I'm pretty satisfied with that. And your performance was incredible today. And in Game 4, when you had absolutely no vision at all, you stole Otacon. So how is this possible?
그냥 좀 하늘이 많이 도와준 것
You know,
같아요.
I feel like the heaven was on my side today. God was on my side. And in the final round, you will face Hana Life Esports. What mindset will you have into that match? This is the last match. And I get to face my former team, and I'm just going to forget about my affection towards my former teammates. I am going to be brutal and relentless. And let's move on to Owner. Congratulations, Owner. You have advanced to the final round. How do you feel? No, we lost Game 1, but being able to win the rest of the series makes me so happy. And in Game 2, your Nocturne was on point. And with that victory, you have a cumulative 23 win, 4 loss record, 85% win rate. How is this real? No, I think our team has a really good understanding of how to utilize Nocturne very well, so I think that's what the win rate comes from. And today, our team had such good synergy. And Owner, you're looking so solid today. How are you able to maintain such form?
그냥 저 스스로 그냥 잘 할 수 있게끔
You know,
그냥 동기부여랑 뭐 하면서 그냥
I try to motivate myself to continue playing well.
그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
And I feel today, you know, it actually does reflect really well. I just try my best, and I just try to keep up with it. And against Hana Life Esports, the final round, what are your score predictions?
네, 3대1로 끝나서 아쉽지만
You know, today was an unfortunate 3-1.
맞았기 때문에 이거를 좀 되돌려 주고
And we've been beaten up by Hana Life Esports, and I really want my revenge. So, honestly, I think I'd like to throw a good 3-0 punch. And what is your mindset for the final round? You know, with the final round remaining against Hana Life Esports, I want to go ahead and deliver a fun and exciting and entertaining match for all the fans. And let's move on to Baker. As expected, T1 stands strong on big stages. What was the key to defeating KT today? I think we had a really good chemistry as a team to trade and team fight well against KT. And in Game 3, you picked Azir against Talia. And Talia actually has the upper hand in terms of the matchup win rate, but you were able to show your Azir. You know, in the Azir game, I had a lot of mistakes, but we were able to recover because my teammates were able to play well. And in Game 4, we got your blind pick, Twisted Fate. And you actually haven't picked him since 2022 summer, so what made you go with TF? You know, today, Doran, if he was able to really back me up, I knew that I would be able to go full out with TF, so I went with TF in the end. So I think the influence is from other regions playing and TF being in a meta currently. And you have one step away. You are one step away from MSI. For T1's 8th MSI appearance, what mindset do you have? Today's match was important, but tomorrow's match will be even more crucial. So I'll try to have the best performance as possible. 구매유씨, congratulations. Thank you. How do you feel advancing to the final round? You know, I came to stage thinking that we can win, but tomorrow's win will be more important, so I will try my best to win. And you even shine even brighter on bigger stages. In Game 3, we saw your Lucian hit 1,402 DPM.
와, 근데
Do you normally do that? You know, yeah, occasionally.
1,300딜이었고요.
No, this is actually the first time. And you have hit 1,300 DPM before, and today was over 1,400. So,
일단 좀 더 라인전이나 그런 부분에서
so how was this possible? I think I was able to take the lead in the laning phase. So tomorrow, I think I'll have to focus on the laning phase as well.
픽이었는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 직스 같은 경우에는 저희 팀이
And I want to hear about your Ziggs pick.
조합
You know,
다 보고
previously we have utilized the Ziggs pick before.
조합을 좀
So I think in Game 4, we were able to pick him as our last pick out of all the options that we had. And any word to Hana Life Esports?
좀 사적인 이야기긴 하지만 어제
You know, it's pretty personal, but
동안 MSI 나갔었는데
no, we had
이기길 바라긴 했거든요, 하나가.
attended MSI 3 years in a row with Zeus. But I think we'll just have to punish them tomorrow and we'll head over to MSI without him.
캐리아 선수와 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
Let's move on to Keria.
계시는데요. 네, 최종전
Looks like you have a big smile on your face. How do you feel advancing to the final round? You know, preparing for today's match, I knew that we would be able to win. And I think we had a good result. I'm feeling great. And you had such a great bard game yet again today. What is it about your bard that allows you to perform so well? Is there a reason you picked him in Game 2? You know, I was pretty confident with Bard, as always, but after I got a skin with him, I think it just feels like my baby, and I feel like I can do even better with my skin. And your Baron Seal. And the mic check, you're counting down, and we're having such a great time. Did you expect to win after that Baron Seal? No, because of the early mistakes? I was a little disappointed, but being able to pull off that Baron Seal feels great. How did Ono react to this? I don't think he really had anything to say. I think he just nagged at me regarding, you know, my spell checks. And what is your secret to using Unsealed Spellbook so well? You know, Unsealed Spellbook is really good and it's very situational, but if you're able to utilize it to the max, Unsealed Spellbook is actually incredibly good, so I think that's just what really allows me and enables me. And let's hear your goal and mindset for MSI. I really want to go to MSI. And the stage here, you know, this is where we were able to advance from quarterfinals and semifinals at Worlds previously. So I think we feel really good playing on this stage. So I hope that we are able to relive those memories and advance to MSI. And let's talk to Coach Goma. With that victory, you're a step closer to Canada. What were you most happy about today's match? You know, the entire team, their form is upgraded lately, and I believe that we were able to win. I was struggling watching them. I was not worried. You will play Hana Life Esports for the second seed spot on the line. With not much time left, what will you focus on? Now, up until this point, we had prepared so much, and our form has leveled up and upgraded. So I believe that as long as we are able to play out the way we normally do, we will be able to win. Just one match left for MSI. What would you like to say to the fans? Now, in terms of our players, I believe that they shine even brighter on bigger stage, and I think
내일 이길 거라고 생각하고
we were
있습니다.
able to showcase that
네,
today.
T1의 승리를
And
바라고 있을
I'm looking forward
팬분들께 최종전을
T1,
향한
our
각오 한
team,
말씀 마지막으로
their players
부탁드리겠습니다.
내일은
shining
승리해서
tomorrow as well.
우리 T1 팬분들
We want to make sure to win tomorrow, to make sure that we see all of our fans beaming and
이야기
smiling.
나눠봤습니다. 2025 LCK 로드 투 MSI 최종전에 진출한 T1
That was
선수분들 그리고 감독님께
Coach Oma.
다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Once again, please give it up for the T1 players and the coaching staff.
최종전에서도 좋은 모습 보여주시길
That concludes
기대하겠습니다. 인터뷰
the
고맙습니다.
interview
승리
with the T1
축하드립니다.
crew. Tossing it back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear. Yeah, great to have you back and battling through some of those audio issues that happened today. But don't let the audio issues, don't let the Guma Riz, don't let the confused Carrier, don't let the World Championships deter you from the man that was the hero of this series. It was Doran, who's been under a microscope all season long, and he came up huge, except against the Krugs. But other than that, he did everything. He did everything.
You know what? Ona will back him up. Ona will go and clear that Krug champ for him. He will remove that threat. He will smite the Krug champ, will get them out of the way, and then there's no threat that can take Doran down.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Yesterday, it was Canyon Magic, just randomly stealing the objective, won the game. And today, it was Doran who steal the Atakan without vision control, without any controls.
Without smite!
Without smite as well! So, what can actually stop Doran here?
You know, and as we take a look at the POM votes, people might take a little bit of an issue with the sweep off the shoulder against Perfect. That has nothing to do against Perfect. What I love is that it's prepping against Zeus. They know what the job is. They know exactly what the mission is, and they have to go up against this demon of a team that has slapped them all season long. And it is great preparation for that. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I think he earned the right to do it. You know, I think players, when they play well, they should be able to, flex a little. And he had a great day.
All right, let's get to the comments. There you go. You got it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we talk about Doran being fantastic domestically, but think about the times Doran has stepped up in arenas. You know, he's been on Genji, he's been on HLE before. We think about the times where he's gone up against players like Zeus. We've had times before, like his Gragas performances. He's had fantastic performances in front of crowds, and he's done it again today. So, yeah, he got a bit of the Doran arena buff, and it came in clutch when T1 needed it.
Yeah, speaking of which, I feel like many people are forgetting about how good is Doran in BO5s. You know, I think you remember Doran won a lot of LCK, and I think even though it's not LCK, I think he's really good on BO5s, and he always brings something in the BO5, and that makes the difference for T1 today, and you can see it from it as well. Now he's having a building up good win rates on BO5s as well, especially.
Yeah, there it is. The last 6, 4 out of 2, going huge. And I just, again, none bigger than this performance. There is only one player like you, Doran.
Which player?
Chronicler.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah,
players like him.
You know, that one. That player that played on stage today. That was Doran.
So you died to
go... you're saying only Doran's like Doran?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not me, it's Chronicler.
It made it sound like there was another one player who was like Doran.
All right, let's look at Pony's comment here. Doran's charm lies in his unpredictability. Yes, the duality of Doran.
I mean, it's so true. Like the steal, as it was said when the play happened, the steal in the Anakan, going for that play, it's one of these plays where it was so crazy in the moment, but it's also like so wild to just have the goal to go for that in the moment. And then the dying to Krugs as well. And yeah, Doran's play today was perfect. Perfect like the word perfect, not like a player who had a bit of a struggle today.
Yeah, I feel like Perfect didn't show up until he started defending the Nexus down on the bottom side of the map on the Mbessa in Game 4. Tough run there for Perfect, but a lot to learn for the KT man. Cloud Templar nailed both the fun and the fundamentals. Love that one.
He's professional, you know. He's taking care about the entertainment as well for the people who came here.
Yeah, and clearing jungle camps, that isn't fundamentals of top lane. That's jungle fundamentals.
I see.
Not his role.
Thank you, Ox. That letting us know what the fundamentals are. Part of the analyst desk here. Prince going with, while others roll normal dice, Doran rolls 10-sided dice.
Is it only 10-sided dice?
I don't think 10-sided is good. I think it's if it's 10-sided with all 10s.
I don't think so. With 9 ones and like one is like 20, you know?
No, but I think I'm saying like, you know, because the highs, you can go up to 10, rather than you can only go up to 6. You know, there's still a lot of variance. Like dying to Krugs is a 1.
You see the low and high
You
highs.
can still die to Krugs, but like you can get a 10, which is like higher than a 6. I think that's what he's saying, you know?
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you, Prince, for that one, and thank you guys for breaking that one down. One thing that we wanted to highlight here was the Ziggs, something that came up, and thankfully we have a Ziggs aficionado here on the desk, so go ahead, take it away, Ox.
I mean, I think this is such a great Ziggs angle here because you have a composition which is very short range. Like Ziggs and Xayah is one of the best matchups for Ziggs. Horrible matchup for Xayah. You have limited range in the enemy team, you outrange everyone. You have great setup with the TF, with the Camille, and it's like TF, Trundle, Ziggs. Like they can never reach the Ziggs. You have so much CC, so much peel. And you saw in that game that even with some mistakes from Guma, where maybe he used his satchel when he shouldn't have or got a bit too close, he did so much damage. Once he got fed, he was just doing so much damage to the enemy team and they couldn't really deal with him effectively. And this was kind of, you know, in Fearless Game 4, being able to pull out a Ziggs in a scenario like this where clearly KT didn't expect it, it was just like a checkmate, you know?
Yeah.
In the other games, I felt like there was a lot that KT could do, you know, even if there was, like, the previous game, I think was much more about the play than the draft, but I came out of this draft thinking, I don't think there's anything that KT can really do, and I think KT honestly did better than I expected given the draft, but it got to a certain point in the game where I was like, it just feels doomed.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like the bait from T1 as well. You can see the Nautilus and Misfortune ban from T1, and I mean, you can clearly see that KT wanted to pick Xayah because they banned Caitlyn and Ashe by themselves. So I feel like T1 already knew that they're gonna play against Xayah. That's why they picked Rel first to force them pick Xayah and then pick Ziggs on R5, which is so smart from T1 in general.
And I think the best example was like that last sort of fight around the bot lane where you saw Doctum like trying to run at like low HP targets and just like have to dodge left, dodge right. Oh, there's a minefield, walk around it.
It's impossible.
That's just it's nightmare fuel.
Yeah, great job by Guma and the rest of T1 to get the victory here in 4 games of this best of 5. So didn't go all 5, but we definitely got our money's worth, especially if you're a KT fan. The hope, the 7-game streak, that feels pretty good, especially at the beginning of the season when you didn't look good in LCK Cup and you still made the rise, the Legend group.
I think obviously like you can never come into today as a KT fan and feel like happy with the outcome, but I think if you go back and dial it back to round 1, you know, it's still a fantastic result given where this team started the season. You know, it was a really rough round 1. They brought it back. They had fantastic results. Yes, they didn't win today. They still managed to get a game. And I think KT, you know, as much as they didn't have the best performance on the day, they still had a fantastic attempt to make it towards MSI. There's still more of the year left, and I'm excited to see what this team can do and hopefully bounce back from this loss.
Yeah, I mean, they just bounced back from the hell, you know, like they were not performing that good. But I think round 2 KT was completely different, and I think round 3 KT's gonna be better than this right now.
Yeah, Cloud Templar and Helios with the foresight, the 3-1 prediction, and that sets us up for the final match of the road to MSI. It is the most drama-filled series in all of LoL Esports. I'll go ahead and say it. It is Hanwha Life Esports. It's T1, and even in the interview there, we were just pouring fuel all over the storylines. They know exactly what they're going up against here.
Yeah, I mean, even though I said you cannot underestimate the power of the T1, there is a magic something that it goes on T1, but I feel like according to today's performance, HLE is favorite on this series. So I feel like T1 have to bring something really unique, you know. I think this time around it was Doran. So I feel like it was only Doran that you actually have the winning condition. So I feel like you have to bring something new, you know, something like Ziggs, you know. I think that can actually distract HLE. But I feel like HLE is gonna have some fun tomorrow.
I mean, I feel like Vam HLE kind of reeling of how it went down against Gen G. The fact they got reverse swept, like they were so close to taking down Gen G. They should have already been locked into MSI, thinking about, hey, we can do the Golden Road, you know, thinking about going over to Vancouver. And now they're facing down T1 again and thinking, oh man, not these guys, you know.
Spoilers. Any spoilers on predictions? You don't have to say the score, but which side are we going?
No,
or you can say the score.
I'm just gonna score it. Yeah, 3-0. I think it's gonna be 3-0.
No, score. Give me a score, Ox.
I'm not gonna give it a score.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, I think HLE, they took Genji to all 5 games. I think I'm feeling they're looking pretty good.
It's an easy 3-2, y'all. You already know it's 3-2. I can't wait for it. We'll see you tomorrow. On behalf of everyone on the LCK, thank you so much for watching. One more ticket to Vancouver here from the Sajek Indoor Stadium. See ya.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.